Conference series. This is our fourth edition of the UK European event, welcoming digital business folk from a variety of backgrounds and industries, exploring many areas within enterprise transformation. For those of you joining for the first time, welcome, and let me introduce myself. My name is Chris Towers and I'm the founder and head of events here at Raw Media. This is the organisation that brings you the Digital Transformation Conference series. Raw Media delivers events and programmes in the enterprise technology space to allow professionals working in the space to come together to share ideas and network with one another through the medium of events, conferences and training sessions. Our Digital Transformation Conference series is our longest standing event series and has been operating for 5 years across 3 continents. Traditionally, the event would take place in a live, in-person capacity in locations such as London, Manchester, Amsterdam, Berlin, and further afield in New York, Boston, Singapore, and Sydney. For the last year, we have offered smaller, compact online editions of our event where we bring together large and small enterprise organizations and service companies to share insights into the world of digital transformation right now. We're continuing to monitor the situation with regards to things like the vaccination rollout and hope to safely return our event series, at least here in the UK, in September. Later this year, bringing back the long-awaited and much-needed return of in-person events and business conferences. I think we are all longing to revisit, or perhaps some of us are enjoying this online format just fine. It's still great that we're able to deliver some great content in this manner, and we're excited to continue to do so. Hope everyone's doing well this morning and looking forward to today's event, brimming with insights from exciting folk working within the many facets of digital business transformation. We have presentations, fireside chats, Q&A sessions, and of course our panel session to round up the day, where we'll try and navigate through as much enterprise transformation as we can, both from those working in enterprise and in the service side, as mentioned. We're fortunate enough to be joined by some brilliant digital minds today from a range of industries and through a variety of deliveries. And we're going to help you try and understand how others are potentially tackling similar challenges and offering a wide range of insights into their transformational journeys. We wouldn't be able to run this event without the support of our sponsors and partners. Today, we are welcoming Conga, Adaptivist, TaskTop, and Unlock OKR, 4 great service providers in the space that will be presenting throughout the day, offering their narrative on important select parts of digital transformation and what they deem the crucial elements of success or indeed failure. There are some great presentations within those, and I look forward to hearing more. Information on our sponsors will be made available throughout the day, so if you are indeed looking for solutions or services, looking to partner with organisations, those resources will be available. On to some boring but essential housekeeping notes now, to ensure you have the best experience with us today. And if you are joining us again, as we've had numerous events online now, I do apologise for the repetitive nature of these notes, but explain them thoroughly I must do to ensure everyone is on the same page with regards to how things work. If you're watching directly on YouTube, I would ask that you visit the dedicated conference page, and that is on Beyond Business Buzzwords, which is our content website, as all the conference features are within this page. Hopefully the majority of viewers are with us here on Beyond Business Buzzwords, which is where you'll have the optimal experience today during the sessions. You've hopefully already seen the online chat function, which runs down the right-hand side of the screen. You can use this to ask questions to the speakers during Q&A sessions, and you can also introduce yourselves to one another, much like we do in the live capacity. Each presentation will finish, or most presentations will finish, with a live Q&A session where you can put your questions to the speakers. So if there is anything you need further clarity on or further understanding, there's the best place to pop things down. I'll pick up each and every question and get them answered if we have the time to do so. I'd encourage as much interaction here as possible to allow you to cover the ground most important to yourselves. On to potential technical difficulties. Now, this isn't our first rodeo, so we've experienced them. I think everyone that's been a part of an online event has experienced technical difficulties to some degree. Hopefully we won't experience too much in the way of difficulties, but as mentioned, such as the world of online events, that we will probably encounter a few. As we're working from home and our speakers the same, good old lockdown, there is likelihood in some instances of loss of connection or bad connectivity, or trouble with audio or camera feeds not working. So these things do happen. Please bear with us, and we'll try and resolve them as quickly as possible. There may be some waits in transitions from presentations finishing to getting the speakers in for a Q&A session, to allow the speakers to get connected. We're obviously using a third-party event platform to stream out the event. So there are kind of some issues that can come up where speakers find it difficult to join the event and things like that, but hopefully we'll be okay. They're not the smoothest operations, these online events, but we're glad we can bring you to them the best way we can right now, and we look forward to returning, as mentioned, the live event later this year. As you are on Beyond Business Buzzwords, hopefully you've seen the agenda there. They are the final timings and the final info for the day. So do check out that agenda to see what's what. And if there are any changes, which unlikely to be any, that will get updated, and I'll obviously make the announcement here on the camera as well. We're going to kick off with our first content of the day, which is going to be with Tariq Mayona, who is Digital Product Lead from Legal and General. Tariq has previously joined us for those live events in London, where he presented at our headline Digital Transformation Conference in London, which I believe was back in 2019, where a handshake was permitted and congregating around the coffee stations was deemed normal practice. Tariq has since joined our online series a few times over the past 12 months and brings with him a wealth of experience on agile leadership, digital product innovation, and heaps more. Two major focus areas there for our events. So I'm going to welcome Tariq now. Hopefully I can see him backstage with us now. So Tariq, if you can hear and see me, if you just want to switch on your camera and mic, which is top right hand side, and hopefully we can kick off the day with our fireside chat. So I can see Tariq coming through now, so let's just allow a few moments for that. I can see him. Can you hear and see me, Tariq? We'll get the awkward bit out of the way to start off with.
Hello, Chris. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks. How about yourself?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Good.
It's I think we last had you involved, I think it was back in September. We've had you in this online capacity a few times. How's things since then? A bit more light at the end of the tunnel now?
Yeah, I think we've got a roadmap, haven't we? But an ambiguous roadmap, but it's still a roadmap. So I think there is light at the end of the tunnel for many of us.
Yeah, definitely. It's good stuff, and it's a pleasure to have you back with us. Thanks for joining. And I think it's actually the first time we've had you back in this kind of capacity, where rather than navigating through some slides and presenting in that fashion, I think we're gonna hit you with some questions in and around kind of pandemic response, looking beyond the pandemic. So looking forward to kind of picking up on some of your insights with that.
Sure. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Good stuff. So let's get right into it, I guess. And for those of you just joining, this is the first element of today. We're into a fireside chat, and we're with Tariq, who's Digital Product Lead for Legal and General. I'll probably just hand it over to you for a quick intro on yourself, Tariq, because you're probably in a better position than myself to give a few pointers and keys on who you are and what you do.
Sure, yes, yeah, okay, so brief summary. I'm Tariq Mayona. I'm the Digital Product Lead at Legal and General. At Legal and General, just to give you a bit of background before we go into the more detailed chat, is a financial services firm focusing on a whole range of financial services products, from pensions, investments, insurance, but we also are a homes builder. We also do construction, which many people don't know about us, but we are one of the largest builders of homes in the UK, and in a way it's all connected into your financial ecosystem. So we look after you throughout your life at those moments that matter. It's a great role, I think, in the product space. There's so many products available at Legal and General, and for me the main challenge is really focus on consistency of experience, but also bringing employees the same level of experience that we bring our customers.
Nice, really good. So I think we're going to start the conversation around kind of strategy. It's been a talking point over, particularly on this series, over the past few months, a lot of kind of rewriting rules, revisiting strategy again and again. I think, with uncertainty and clear, unclear direction from kind of the government and things, it's been very difficult for businesses to plan and, strategize and get kind of ourselves away from pandemic mode. In your role, you have a kind of a responsibility for a certain degree of strategic transformation. And like I said, I think the pandemic has torn up the rule book, so to speak, for a lot of organizations on how they approach things, and their strategy must have changed. How much of your own strategy and approach have you had to change in your role, and have you had to change your strategy? So I think that's a good place to start, perhaps.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think first of all, there's a big shift going on in the way we see strategic views. In somewhere like financial services, where we're quite traditional in a sense, once you put a strategy out there, it's almost quite hard. There's a bit of fear to then turn that strategy around. It's almost a fear of turning the tanker almost around. So there is a bit of a cultural element there when it comes to strategic initiatives, but you should really treat your strategy, and I treat my strategy here, whether it's to do with digital workplace or employee experience, is to really see it as a product. So when you look at a strategy, it's a living and breathing thing. It's not just something you cement and carve into stone and it's just immovable. It should be something that you look at very regularly and you fine tune. The way we see strategy is that it's part of team cohesion. If everyone isn't on board with the strategy, you're not going to have a high performing team. You need everyone on board, and you need to have that discussion up front. Get the debate going about the strategy and get to a place where everyone's comfortable with it, and ultimately it's serving the customer. So yes, we had a very, I would say, visionary North Star. It's always good to have something that's really far out there, not something as immediate, but the North Star won't change as much because that's where you want to get. It could be years away, but the way we deliver has changed, I think, because of the nature of the pandemic and the way we deliver our strategy. That's been the biggest change for me, how we deliver it. The North Star hasn't changed as much.
That's good. Again, that's echoes quite a good sentiment that's been discussed before, about particularly with regards to North Star. I think I've heard that term used quite a lot about finding your North Star and determining what that is. And like you say, it doesn't have to be an immediate goal or objective. It's set into the future, and if you can work towards backwards from that, then it's kind of the best way to go from now. So really good point. And within that, you touched on that cultural side of strategy, and obviously you've experienced it a lot with us. We talk about people and culture on this event, heaps, more so sometimes than the actual technology or digital tools and technologies. Your role is heavy focus on kind of that cultural transformation as well. You've alluded to it quite a few times in the past on your presentations, and it's obviously one of the key parts to digital business transformation. How has kind of those needs and requirements changed within organizational culture in recent times? So kind of looking at, and we've talked to death about kind of remote work and siloed work and things like that over the pandemic, but it really is kind of a big issue still for a lot of organizations, and particularly still as we move on beyond the pandemic. How have you found this? Has it been difficult? How have you coped? And we were talking about light at the end of the tunnel. How do you see things playing out?
Yeah, I think if you go into a tech or transformation role in any organization and you don't see culture as something that is your accountability, then you're already setting yourself up for failure, because transformation is intrinsically linked to culture. You can't do one without the other. So it's part of your responsibility, even if it's not on your job spec, so to speak, to kind of influence cultural change, because that's the only way you're going to get transformation. Because if you kind of take it back to its bare bones, transformation and change, it really rocks the boat on psychological safety for many people, and you need to create that psychological safety even through an ambiguous time. And what we've been going through is quite ambiguous for sure, and the future is ambiguous for many. But what it's really shown, and I think has exposed corporate and company culture publicly, so you are starting to see those who have a competitive advantage in the culture space, but also organizations are now starting to see the benefits of actually focusing on culture, because we're coming out of this now in terms of a roadmap. I know we've got a long way to go in terms of the pandemic response, but we are starting to see the job market pick up. It's a massive war on talent at the moment in terms of data scientists, digital skills, change leadership skills. Where are those people going to go in this market? They're going to go to people culturally where they feel like there's opportunity, where they're getting choice, where they're feeling there's authenticity there. So it's really important in a cultural transformation to understand how it links to your talent acquisition strategy. And that's all part of any business transformation. And I think key to that transformation culturally has been internal communications as well. So if you didn't already have an internal comms function or a strategy, you probably have developed one. If you haven't developed one, then this is the time to develop one. You really need to be talking frequently to your people, but also you need to create two-way communication. We had a very parent-child way of communicating in the past. It was very much employer speaking to employee. That's moved a lot since we started a transition before the pandemic, but the pandemic accelerated it, where we're really on the level with employees, authentically getting their feedback and making changes based on that feedback. It's really important. And also what I mentioned, that ambiguity there is an opportunity to bake growth mindset into your culture. You really need that growth mindset if you want to be successful coming out of this. That really comfortable with ambiguity and shaping change and changing direction. It's all opportunities for growth. So all of those need to be baked into whatever transformation you're doing. And it's difficult because you're going to have people that really do not gel with that, and you're going to have people that fly in that, and the ones that don't gel with it, you're going to have to take them on a journey, and you're going to have plans in place, frameworks in place to deal with those communities who are maybe needing more of a nudge or more of a safe environment to thrive in, essentially.
Sure, no, that's a really good answer, and it leads us on to the next quite nicely as well, with regards to kind of that change management, that continuous improvement, coming down to exceptional communication and leadership. But with that, it's very hard to we've probably evolved a lot over the last 12 months and learned a lot about leading and communicating, but it's still very difficult. We're working in our homes with our family around us, and it's hard to kind of switch off and things like that. And then focusing on leading a team, every single day, Monday to Friday, throughout. How have you kind of managed through the pandemic and continuing to do so with regards to communication and leadership? You mentioned about the tools needed to kind of communicate, but do you have any other kind of proven methods of leading your team during these difficult times, particularly in your role?
Definitely. I think there was always a bit of a debate even before transformations is a big part of leadership, and transformation go hand in hand essentially. But I'm a big advocate of servant leadership, and I think in this particular day and age we're in now, and the way we are distributed, servant leadership lands really well, because it really creates that putting your team first, empathizing with them, coming up to a shared responsibility, but then delivering value together. So
Mm-hmm.
leadership, I think, is the basis of a successful future in this hybrid model. People could disagree with that, but I think it's worked very well during this time. But also part of it is devolving that decision making. So if you take the way you ran your team before hybrid working, before remote working, and you are still the bottleneck, or you're still that that point at the top of your team where you're basically the decision maker, then that is not going to scale. You're not going to be able to scale your team like that, and you're not going to be able to deliver value. So one thing you have to really do is start looking at how you spread that decision making across your business, or giving more autonomy to your team. It's really important. A lot of people think that you need to be face to face all the time and having synchronous chats or synchronous communication, but when you look at the theory behind it, and I actually studied this at university, so it's uncanny that we're going through this many years ago, but asynchronous communication, where it's not real time, is actually where high performing teams thrive. So your team, you don't always have to be face to face with them, although it's good to, you should definitely have that time, but you need to be able to pick up communications off sync with each other. Make decisions when you're not in sync with each other, and that's really important as well, especially now when you look at the future. We might not all be having teams that are based in London or Cardiff or in the UK. You might have globally distributed teams, which many of you probably do, and you can't make real-time decisions. So you need to kind of devolve the way you make decisions and get comfortable with speaking asynchronously.
And is that something that you kind of just have to learn as a kind of a leadership skill? Because it's like you say, it's very difficult sometimes to kind of pick up on messages. We often misinterpret an email, or even in our social lives, a text message can be read in the wrong kind of way. So how can people that perhaps not pick up on those signals and make difficulty with interpreting things, how can they kind of go on to learn a bit more about that? Do you have any kind of recommendations?
That's a good question, Chris, because I mean, at Legal and General, we picked up on that quite early on in the first lockdown, and we had a whole series focused on leaders at all levels. You could have been a first-time line manager, you could be a senior manager, and it was all about thriving in this situation. So we saw that, as an opportunity to teach our leaders, because those were those are the communities that it's make or break, essentially. Everyone's going to look to their leaders for that. I do think there are things you can learn, but there's a lot of frameworks you can put in place. So principles. So when it comes to decision making, if you and your team have a really cohesive strategy, but also understand the way you make decisions and have a set of principles to making decisions, then you've also given that autonomy, but also kept the quality of the decisions being made. So you don't always have to feel like you're, if you're not in the loop in a decision, or you're not in sync with someone's progress. If they're sticking to those principles, then in theory you should be okay, and you should trust what they're doing. So a lot of it, I mean, I would go back to those 12 principles of Agile, and look at that if as a first port call, but also a high performing team theory remotely. There's lots you can read on that. But as an organization, I think it's organizational duty to help give leadership that remote effectiveness. And if that's not already in place, then try and question that within your organization.
Nice, that's a really good answer. Thanks, Tariq. And then going kind of back to change management in part, digital transformation has kind of a high failure rate, with business leaders getting the execution often wrong, and analysis and reading around kind of the subject suggests that in part change management fails, and this is down to kind of outdated models which don't meet the needs of a dynamic business environment. How essential is it to continue to evolve models and obviously we talk a lot about replacing legacy systems, and not just legacy systems, thinking as well. How important is it moving forward to kind of change the models to better suiting customers or better suiting employees?
Yeah, I think this is a big question, Chris, but you're right. There's a lot
in the morning as well.
Haven't had my cup of tea yet. Yes, no, I think you're right. I think what we find in digital transformation as a whole is it's not really set up for test, learn and fail and then improve. You don't get that opportunity to fail. So when you do go into a transformation and you set this, this target, you're probably doing it tech-led to start with. You might be thinking, right, I'm getting a new shiny cloud system, but then it's going to fall off a cliff because first of all, you're not factoring in that people have to learn how to use this system. Then people's ability to learn on top of everything else they're doing, there's going to be a massive dip there. So adoption features into it as well. And that's why there's been quite, I think personally, there's been quite a high failure rate. It's because you might deliver the right thing, but whether people use it or whether people adopt it, on that, and that process is another bag completely. I think also we need to be more cross-functional in nature. What we have done, and in what we've learned in this pandemic response, but going forward, is transformation can't happen in isolation. It needs to be cross-functional. And even if you are doing transformation in isolation, you need to make sure that it does connect across the business.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that what you're doing is not going to lead to more bolt-ons across the business. It's really important that the transformation you're doing is a catalyst for other teams as well. It can't just be something you're doing in silo. So it's trying to be more incremental, I would say, rather than big bang. And it's still a problem because, you know, you might start with something very agile and it turns into something very big bang. But you have to ask yourself across the whole time you're doing this transformation is, am I solving the problem we started with? You know, or am I just delivering something? You know, and they're two very different statements, and we often get lost in the technical details of delivery. But are we actually solving the problem we began on this journey to do? So it does, you know, it's a really difficult thing. Obviously, it's been going on for quite a while, but really, in terms of thinking, it really needs to move into small change quickly and solving a problem that's really core to employees or the customers.
Sure. No, again, that's a really good answer. We had our North American event last week, and I was speaking to head of strategy from Samsung, and he was saying there's a lot of focus on, we kind of touched on emerging technology, and he was making the point of, you know, we're obsessed with shiny new tech and bringing it in fast and, you know, trying to get it delivered quickly when we should be focusing on the now. There's too little focus on what's happening right now, what we need right now, versus, you know, what's on that hype cycle and what businesses are going to be looking forward to, you know, in the future. So it's a really good point that we need to, you know, just focus in the now and see what we need now and deliver that, you know, slowly and carefully, throwing everything at it.
Yeah, and it's also that whole, you know, you're taking everyone on that journey, and we often forget the communities that are affected. And if you're not, communication strategies during transformation tend to happen at the beginning and then the end when it's about to launch, rather than incrementally throughout the journey. You know, are you getting feedback from those communities? Are you actually driving that? That's quite critical, I think, in a transformation.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. We're always coming back to that of communication and that side of it, so it's good. And then with digital change management, it's kind of often defined in 4 key areas: prepare, define, design, build, and verify being the last point. How do you best plan change in your own experience, and how can leaders get off to that best possible start? So, you know, when we're at the start point, perhaps of a kind of a change management project or digital transformation journey.
Yeah, I think this ties in quite well to the previous question, actually, because it's all about being very experience led. When I start change, I always start by looking at, this is the now. This is where, you know, this is how we're focused now. I may have done lots of UX research, customer research, to understand what are the pain points, what are we actually facing, where the friction in the business or externally or internally, and then really going through that experience-led approach and starting to tie all of the technical things we need to do right back to those problem statements. So it's not just about technical delivery here. We're saying that this technical delivery actually leads to this change in experience, and therefore turning it back into either a productivity gain or a return on investment gain. So you need to really have that very set from the beginning, really very clear from the beginning, and also coming up with a shared set of principles. So you have the prepare, define, design, you know, all of those things you mentioned there, build and verify. Those are all great stages, but throughout all of it, you need to make sure you've got a core set of principles that you adhere to. They could be design principles, they could be the principles in how we deliver, the principles how we make decisions. You know, all of those things need to be upfront across the group that are involved, or cross-functional group, need to be ironed out and agreed on. I think you get into a lot of noisy situations in that change process when you haven't agreed those principles up front.
Yeah.
And then it can be very subjective. A lot of change can be subjective. So you need to really make sure you have those principles ironed out and everyone understands what it means to them personally and their roles.
Sure. And just quickly on those principles as well, have you ever had it where you've experienced, like a derailment on those principles, and there's been, you've kind of moved away from it, or someone's moved away from it? How do you kind of come back to it? Or do you kind of consistently and every day or every week kind of, how are we achieving this and how are we meeting this and kind of revisit those principles? What happens if it goes off track?
Yeah, I mean, it often does. I mean, let's be real, you're going to have so many stakeholders with different mindsets, different ways of working. And, the principles often something they want the product to do or something they want the change to do is really off-piste of what those principles are. And the great thing about having principles is that you can tie it back to value. You can tie it back to experience. Otherwise, it's just a subjective disagreement between two people. We always use the principles to say how is bettering the employee or the customer, and that way you can take that individual back to say, by doing it your way, for example, or making that change, how are we bettering that experience, or how are we actually solving the problem? It might be something that solves the problem in a smaller way than what we are trying to achieve. And then if you can't get to agreements on things, we always try to go down the data route as well. It's really key to include deep data in all of your change and decision making. And if it isn't something that we can have data on straight away, if we release something, we're always up to doing some testing on the two options and making sure one of them is correct. So there are ways you can go around it, but your life is so much more easier if you tie your principles back to the problem statements.
Nice. That's really good. We've had a few questions coming in from the audience. So if we're So thanks to Andrew Davis for this. Tariq, have you found your teams to be more or less productive now they've moved to working from home or hybrid office homework practices?
I think I think the productivity's not gone down. I would say that we're productive in different ways and work gets done in different ways. But we're still churning out a lot of work. I think that the issue is you start going into a phase where everything seems critical. And as a manager, you need to make sure your team's just not overloaded with churning stuff out and that stuff is meaningless. So it's really important to look at the work you're doing regularly and understand, is it, high value? Are we actually making wins here, or are we doing thankless to meaningless tasks that are just not getting us anywhere? So you have to keep re-anchoring and recentering your team to make sure that you are performing and doing valuable tasks. But this all comes back down to that synchronicity. You might not be doing the work between 9 and 5, or some people might be doing it on the weekend or in the, it's their choice. You would have to do what's best for your team. And if some people want to work on a weekend and maybe not work half a day when there's no meetings during the week, that's fine, as long as you're getting the work done. So less micro and more looking at the bigger picture over a period of time, we are still getting work done for sure.
Nice. And you moved from that micro to where you're at now, is that correct?
Yes. It was very, I think in the office culture, it was very hard to be the way we are now, and have that fluidity. And I think this has definitely enabled that fluidity. So even going back to when we go back to offices or hybrid, I think we'll still maintain that fluidity.
Yeah, nice. And then another one in from Dawn Hunter. Thank you, Andrew, for that one. Tariq, how do you ensure continued buy-in from leadership for digital transformation projects, particularly when remote working compromises the visibility of the project?
Visibility is a big, it's a fear, I think, in this remote world. And there's this presenteeism that happens. Over presenteeism almost, trying to communicate. But really, you need to form a very compelling narrative for your transformation. Transformation is all about telling a story. And if you haven't got that big picture story in place and you aren't publicizing that story, then transformation does fall off a cliff a little bit. So definitely revisit your overall narrative, make sure it's compelling, make sure it fits in with the way we're working right now. If not, you might have to make changes to it and then get that in front of the right audiences. You know, it might not be immediate audiences. You might have to go cross-functionally and start discussing that, loop in with people who are making change. I'd advise definitely go where the momentum is. You know, the momentum may have dropped in your area, for example, but there might be momentum building another area of the business. How does your strategy link in with that area? Are you able to then communicate with that area where there is momentum and really try and sell your transformation as well? So it's really about finding those areas of the business where there is energy, because right now that's changing very rapidly.
Yeah, no, that's a really good answer. Thanks. And thanks, Dawn, for asking. And one more in here there's a lot of focus around remote work, as you can imagine. John Mobbs here. How are you ensuring you are managing and monitoring your employees' well-being and mental health, especially with the increase in remote working? And obviously there's a lot of focus right now on this and things. So what's your take on that one?
Yeah, it's a really big one. I mean, I'm a massive mental health advocate. I was a mental health assistant in the NHS for many years myself, so I'm familiar with it. But I think we use, you know, the technologies we use at Legal & General. We use an app called Unmind. That's a platform that goes out to individuals. We do a lot of value thinking time, and this might sound like work value thinking, but it's really a time for teams as well to come together and stop doing the day-to-day, take some time out and think about, you know, if we could do things better, how would we do it? You know, how are things going in your day-to-day life? How are things going socially for you? We always make sure, you know, even in any meeting you have, there should be an element of social in your meeting. So if you're booking meetings for an hour, 10 minutes of it should be a bit of social interaction as well, and make sure you've got clear objectives for your meeting. But don't think of it as well-being being something that, you know, you do once a week, or it has to be continuous. It needs to be baked into your team. So there needs to be that culture where you can talk openly if you've got issues, or you know, you're worried about your well-being. There's times in any time of the day, in any of your meetings as a team, where you can discuss that. So that's really, really important. And obviously you have to keep reminding as a leader to take breaks, to check in with your peers, but also check in with your family. We're very good on reiterating that at Legal & General. I think well-being is really something we're quite strong at, and I think it's important to not underestimate the power of just reiterating focus on well-being. You know, don't make it a drop in the ocean once, you know, infrequent chats. It should be baked into the way you run your team.
Nice, good answer, and thanks, John, for asking. It's a really important area that we like to touch on at the event as well, and thanks for answering that so well, Tariq, as well. Got time for one more quick question, so just to round it off, and it's a big question, but we're a bit pushed for time, so maybe a concise answer on how you see the future of work looking. And it's another one of those big questions, and it's probably too early in the morning for thinking about that. But how do you see kind of the next 2-3 years playing out with regards to resuming work life?
Yeah, I think if we look at the big picture, I mean, Microsoft, if you haven't watched Ignite over the last few days, I recommend you do, because that's a glimpse into the future. They're right there. And I think we always thought mixed reality might be a future. It might play well in some industries and not, but we're getting to a point where the future is going to be, no matter where you are, the level of consistency and experience is the same. And that's a critical flaw right now. You don't have to go and buy, you know, augmented reality tech and all of that to do it. But what you need to do in the future, and I think the future of work is going, is where if I'm sitting at home or in a coffee shop or whatever, in an office, I'm have the same level of contribution and experience in a meeting or in a workshop as anyone else. And that's right now is the flaw. So at a very basic level, we're going to make sure that, you know, consistency of contribution is the same, and no matter what the tech is for that.
Nice. Well, I could talk to you for a few more hours about a lot of different things, but unfortunately, that's all we got time for. It's been a real pleasure to have you this morning, and thanks for kicking off the day. And really been great to grab those insights from you and some really interesting points. And glad we were able to answer those questions that came in from the audience there. So thank you again, Tariq. It's always a pleasure to have you with us, and hopefully we'll see you. I mean, I think I did say this last time, but hopefully we'll have you back on a physical stage pretty soon. It's looking more likely this time around, but we just never know. But hopefully some point soon. You keep on doing your good work, and we'll catch up again at another point.
Cheers, Chris. Thank you.
Thanks for joining. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cheers. Well, that was Tariq Mayona from Legal and General. He was the digital product lead. A great conversation there to kick off the day. And I'll let Tariq go off and have his tea or cup of coffee now. Some heavy questions in there, and thanks to Andrew, Dawn, and John there for asking those questions. Really want to encourage as much of that throughout the day as possible. Always good to have that audience engagement in this online capacity. We're now moving on to the second element of today, which is a presentation and then live Q&A. We've got a presentation here with Aisling Finnegan, who's the Digital Transformation Officer from Conga. Conga is the global leader in commercial operations transformation and helps businesses simplify and automate their approach to the essential quotes, contracts, and documents that drive commerce. In this presentation, Aisling will discuss how you can transform your revenue operations. And then afterwards, as mentioned, we're going to be joined by Aisling for a Q&A session. So if you do think of anything, as Andrew, Dawn, and John did there, just pop those questions in the chat and we'll look to get those answered for you. So now I'm going to play this presentation and see you in about 20 minutes for that Q&A session. Thank you so much.
Hi, and welcome to our webinar on transforming the revenue operations process. My name is Aisling Finnegan, and I am the Digital Transformation Officer at Conga. My journey at Conga actually started off as a customer, and we were transforming the entire revenue operations process. In my project, I was implementing CPQ, CLM, billing, and a back office finance system, and we did it all at the same time. That project had so many learnings that I now spend the majority of my time working with customers on their transformation journey. When we look at what Conga can deliver around revenue operations transformation, it really excites me. I know that Conga can deliver transformational capabilities that help customers maximize revenue yield through connected customer experience. The reason I love this statement, because this is exactly what I was trying to deliver when I was a customer. We didn't want to just generate revenue. We wanted to make sure we were maximizing revenue yield on every deal that we were putting through. In order to do that, we knew we had to give that connected customer experience because there were so many teams involved. However, because there were so many teams and there were so many systems, this was a real challenge for our organization. So revenue operations transformation is about tackling these challenges head on. So when we look at connecting the customer experience, and we kind of try to break it down into the various different stages, we can see why it's highly complex. You know, you have all the various different products and pricing components that are managed by a team that's probably around your product or marketing team. You know, they're trying to construct products and bundles and services, how to price them, how to run promotions, and how to recommend and cross-sell better to customers. They also have to take into account the preferred channels that you connect with your customers on, whether it's direct via your CRM with your sales team, online channels, through a partner, agents, wholesale. There's lots of different ways in which many businesses can connect with their customers. It's all about then managing all the different types of agreements. And it's not just the different types of agreements, it's the various different stages an agreement has to go through, from being signed to negotiated, to amended, to renewed. There's so many different stages and there's so many teams involved. This process alone can be very highly complex. And then it comes to delivering, the obligation management, to getting invoices out, to your whole customer success life cycle. It's all about having the customer's account at the heart of the process, and making sure that regardless of what stage they're at, that they feel that you know who they are, what they expect, and you have a continuous cycle across all of these teams. It's all about how to attract and retain customers by creating this flawless experience. Many businesses know that this is really, really a challenge. Why? Because it's not just about the different systems and the different processes. It's about all the different teams. And lining all of that up is a real challenge. You know, when we look at the concept of revenue operations and why businesses get excited about it, because it's about trying to break down these silos, making teams work better together. And the way best to do it is by making them collaborate and maintain focus on one goal. We are all accountable for generating revenue. They say there's two types of people in an organization, those that directly generate revenue and those that impact it. And making sure that everybody knows their role and what they need to do to ensure customers continue to invest and buy and work with your organization. Revenue operations has many benefits for employee experience. It can help improve team productivity by creating cross-functional collaboration. Get teams working better together, understanding the role they play, but also the role of other areas. It's about having full funnel accountability around revenue generation. Everybody knows their role. It's about creating this optimized and frictionless business process, not a sales process and then a legal process and a finance and then a customer success, an end-to-end business process. In order to do that, you need to have end-to-end data transparency and agreement on metrics. Everybody needs to know the data on how you're going to measure success. And everyone needs to know what they need to do to ensure the business is successful, not just their team. In order to achieve this, you need to have the alignment and the adoption of the tech stack. And this is where the challenges in technology now start to have a role. It's all about making sure your business has predictable business growth, and it's always maximizing revenue yields across every deal. This is the benefits that you can get for your employee experience. By having this, you'll automatically start to have a better customer experience. You'll be able to give your customers that seamless and personalized experience, regardless of the channel or the stage in the life cycle. Give your customers more tailored engagement based on past interactions and purchase history. You know what they've bought, you're starting to profile them, so you know better how to recommend the right product and price to that customer. It's about creating visibility and transparency around all terms and conditions, building trust with your customers, accelerating negotiations by having faster signatures, faster contract life cycles, even from afar, especially under COVID, where teams are now working from different locations. Automating this and accelerating these negotiations is vital to connect that customer experience. You want to give your business more predictable billing and payment schedules. It's not just about the generation of revenue, it's about the collection of it. We want to help our customers become more successful around their customer success. We want to make sure your customers are focused on expanding with you, not replacing you. So revenue operations is something every business I speak to is really excited about. But the big question they ask is, how do you make this a reality? You know, how do we create this greater, efficiencies? How do we align everyone? How do we create the focus that drives revenue? How do we simplify our process, our people, and our technology, enabling this agility to keep things moving forward? These are the outcomes that businesses want. And the first thing we will do with every organization is we'll tell them to stand back and look at the process end to end. Try to remove why you do what you do today and look at what you sell. What are your products? How do you price it? How and where do you generate proposals and quotes? How can customers find about what you sell, interact with you, and ensure they get the right product for the right price? How do you then pull in those agreements? How do you make that a seamless interaction from sales into legal? How do you make legal teams interact better with customers to get it back, to then push it through to getting agreements signed, to obligation management, right through to then being able to generate the right invoice with the right amount, to do the revenue analysis where all businesses are looking at the same information around forecasting, cash flow, and understanding where the next opportunity is. It's all about connecting this experience to ensure your customers will renew and reorder with you. It's about maximizing revenue yield by looking at this as one seamless process. But having the ability to manage all of the documents, being able to automate all of the processes, the workflow and the approval management, being able to use data at every stage of the process to ensure you are always getting better and how you interact with customers at that particular part of the process. One of the biggest questions I always get from customers is, where do I start? You know, do I start at the stop, a catalog, and go the whole way through? Do I change everything all at the same time? And the answer is, this is based on your business. There's no right or wrong way to do this. But what's vitally important is that you do stand back and work with a team of experts that help you identify the area you will have the most business, that will drive the biggest business outcomes. You know, where's the biggest pain right now? Where's the biggest bottleneck? Where do you need to transform? And what is the best way to tackle that problem? In order to help our customers understand this, we've come up with the maturity model framework. The maturity model is all about delivering agility, flexibility, scale, and rapid time to value. So before we even think about technology, we will help you look at that process, and we want to run an end-to-end maturity assessment before we decide on any technology, because we want to thoroughly understand what features and benefits you need to use now to give you that rapid time to value. Many tools and technologies have so many features, you could get lost in a demo alone. So before you look at technology, the maturity model is about understanding where you are. Are you at the initial stage where your processes are manual and time consuming? Is your business in a reactive state? If this is the case, then we will want to work with you on getting the foundation right. What's the business logic? How is it managed? How is it centrally in a place where everybody can see it? It's about having it controlled, but accessible to teams that need it, whether that's your product and pricing information, your terms and conditions, or all how you're going to send out all that customer lifecycle documents. It's all about what's the business logic for that particular part of the process. Where is it? And is it controlled by the right teams and accessible to the teams that need it? Once it's accessible to teams that need it, then we start to look at the system. So it's all about getting users on the system, making them more efficient, taking that process, whether it's the process of generating a contract, generating a proposal, generating an invoice. How do we make it as repeatable and as reportable as possible? And when we look at that particular part of the process, we then want to automate it. So what we want to do is, yes, it's great to make it repeatable, but in order to make people more productive, we need to start taking out the manual processes. Get users onto the system, keep them on the system by automating the processes so they have more time to connect with customers. So understanding the teams involved in the process, the workflows that need to happen to ensure you can get information to your customers faster. Once you've got your logic in place and users are on the system and you've automated that particular part of the process, we'll then look at integration. So if we've done this for offering management and you're now generating proposals and quotes, you need to think about the next part of the process. Where am I getting data from and where am I sending data to? What we don't want to do is solve a problem in offering management and create a problem in the agreement management. It's about making sure we understand all of the teams in the end-to-end process and make sure wherever we build upstream, we don't create a problem for another team. So integration is really important when it comes to the maturity model, particularly around revenue operations. Revenue operations, I always say, have two key components: automation and integration. It's all about making data move better within the system and connecting teams. And this is what these two stages of the maturity model are all about. It's about taking your business to that truly intelligent state where you're now using data to drive your decisions because you have all the data, users are on the system, they're staying within the system because all the workflows are within the system through automation. All the processes are now integrated from one team to the next. Now you're starting to use data wisely. So the end-to-end assessment can happen at any stage individually, but we'll always look at the process end-to-end. And this is where we are doing this to help customers prevent doing some of the major pitfalls around transformation. So let's look at it in a little bit more context. So when we look at the maturity model, I'm just going to look at it in relation to offering management. This will be around how you generate proposals and quotes. So when we talk about the foundation stage, we are talking about all your product and pricing information in a central system. It's there, it's stored, it's managed, it's tracked, it's updated. There's a single source of truth around what's the right product, what's the right price, and what's the latest promotion available. It's about making sure that cart management is done efficiently within the business. It needs to be controlled by the right teams and accessible to the teams that need to be on the system. So for teams can easily come in and select the right product, get the right price, get whatever discount in place, and get the quote out. Now, we know there's a lot more complexity around this particular part of the process. We know sometimes there might be a non-standard quote, and there might be some quote collaboration that needs to happen with other senior leaders maybe, or other team members. We also know that there might be special pricing for particular customers. You might have to negotiate terms with a particular customer. You might again have to collaborate internally and externally. And then there might be an advanced approval process. That once that it's all gone through the negotiations, it needs to be approved by the right team members in the business. Then it needs to go out to the customer. So the whole piece around this is where automation really comes in. Get your foundation, your business logic of the product and pricing. Get it easy that users can generate proposal documents once they've done the cart management. If they do need to collaborate, it's all within the system, not within email. When they need to then go into further automation and get, discounts approved by senior leaders, again, it's all done within the system. This will ensure that everything is being tracked and measured and is seamless within the system. It's all about then moving to that integration. Even though I'm solving the problem around product and pricing and quote generation, I know I've got to send data to a CLM, back to the CRM, or over to your ERP so you can get the invoicing out. One thing I learned that when I was fixing this part of the process, I really saw how much my finance team were hugely involved in this part of the process. They wanted certain things to happen here so they could collect revenue easily. They wanted to be involved, for example, in the approval process on payment terms. If a customer wanted to change our standard payment terms, finance wanted to look at that customer first before we'd agree to it. They didn't want to inherit a problem that would start chipping away at the revenue yield because we're now having to invest more to actually collect the revenue. So again, you might be fixing just this part of the process and you will get the product and pricing right, get users on the system, automate that process. Do not forget about integration. Bring other teams into the room. Break down the silos. Let them be aware of what's happening here and have a say to ensure that you don't create a problem for their part of the business. It's all about, as we said, taking your business to that truly intelligent state. And before we select and design and build any systems, we'll always look at what reporting do you want? Am I putting data in the system? Are the things happening within the system that will generate the type of reporting you need to make sure you are making better business decisions and you are continuously learning? Because once you go live with this, you might have to go back and change the foundation because you're going to use data to realize that you might be pricing and packaging something wrong. Does everybody's discounting too high on this? Well, maybe the price is wrong. It's about using that data to drive the decisions to go back and continuously get better at this process. And the maturity model framework allows us to truly understand where you are, what you're trying to achieve before we select any technology for you. There's been many times we'll work with customers and we won't even select our own technology. Revenue operations, transformation success is about driving your business outcomes, connecting your processes and connecting your teams. And this needs to be looked at in a step-by-step process that takes everything into account before you buy or build any technology. It's not just about the maturity model going across, it's about your complexity. We have lots of features and benefits within, if I was looking at a CPQ tool, for example, around offering management, we have vast capabilities around advanced product and pricing management, but you might not need all of those features. So it's vitally important we understand where you are today, What's the destination of features that you need to embrace? And what's probably best to roll out on phase one? Like I said, it's about speed to value. Don't spend months and months and months building and building and building. And by the time you get it in the hands of teams, they've lost interest or your business has changed. It's about having that agility of getting something built, getting it out, testing it, learning, and going to the next stage. And remember, you don't always have to go to the most complex features because it might not drive the business outcomes you want. And we will do this across, the foundation stage into how you want to generate documents. So do you want standard proposals? Do you want advanced templates that include multiple different types of business logic? Will you ever move to online proposals? Will you want proposals on omni-channel? Do you need dynamic templates? These are all the various different types of, features and functionality that can drive your business outcomes, but it's all understanding about where you are now, what do you need now, and planning for the next step on your transformation journey. Automating simply to more advanced, integrating maybe just to one system with the goal, knowing you will integrate to the other systems over time. But making sure that I don't build you a problem now that in 18 months' time, I've created another problem. So the maturity model is all about having a framework that's visible and transparent between where your business is, what your teams know they need to do, and the technology you're planning to use, and getting everybody on the same page, understanding the same language by simplifying it and making sure everyone knows where they fit within this particular framework. The great thing about this framework, it works for every stage of the revenue operations process. So offering management, I've gone through it. We will do exactly the same for agreement and follow the process at the foundation to the system, to automation, to integration, to intelligence. We will take your teams on every stage of the journey. It's all about understanding your end-to-end value of your customers across the entire process and where you are on your transformation journey, and making sure that we're not too focused on one area and we're seamlessly bringing the process up over time, making sure it's always driving your business outcomes. So no, you don't need to do it all at the same time. You can focus on one area and fix that and move to the next, but we'll always be looking at this process end to end. And that's how you will use the maturity model to avoid some of the major pitfalls many organizations make around transformation. So when it comes to revenue operations transformation, always know that Congo will be here to help you deliver those transformational capabilities. It's all about helping you maximize revenue yield by having that connected customer experience. And we truly do have expertise across this entire process, but it's all about what your business needs, what your process, who are your teams. Our technology just would simply support it. But the maturity model framework is all about how we connect your business needs, our technology, and get everybody on the same page. I will be doing some Q&A with you now, so if there's any questions, let's have a look at those. Otherwise, please feel free to always reach out to me at Conga or on LinkedIn, and I'll be more than happy, as any of the Conga team will be, to talk to you about the maturity model or talk to you about agreement management, offering management, billing management, document management, e-signature, automation, integration. We have expertise around all these areas, and we are here to help. And we will definitely help you do the whiteboarding and understanding what you need before we discuss our technology.
A big thank you to Aisling there for her presentation. I'm now going to be hopefully joined by Aisling on stage. Aisling, if you can see and hear me, those controls are to the top right hand side if you want to enable your camera and mic, and perhaps we can kick off with the Q&A. For anyone just joining us or in the midst of joining us, do welcome you. I hope you have enjoyed the start to the day. We've had Tariq this morning on a fireside chat, and just now we've had Aisling Finnegan, Digital Transformation Officer from Conga, present on revenue operations transformation. I can see Aisling with us now. Can you hear and see me okay?
I can, Chris. It's lovely to see you and meet you.
Good morning, and thanks for joining, and thanks for your presentation. It's great to have you with us, and great to have some time for some Q&A as well. How are you this morning?
Yeah, I'm good. It's good. Busy at the moment, but it's good busy. So yeah, all good.
Good stuff. So we'll jump right into it, and the kind of a few questions come in and around kind of onboarding with this kind of thing. So do you have to be at a particular point in your transformation journey to adopt this? Is there like a recommended point?
Yeah, no, definitely not at all. If anything, it's all about where your business is. And the maturity model is about not racing to technology. It's about doing an assessment of where are you, where's your problem, and how can we help? You know, you go straight to a demo, or any supplier takes you straight to a demo, it's not the right thing. You know, what you need to do is that assessment of where you are. And then we either start on your journey, you're either on it, you're advanced. It's all about your maturity assessment, so we can learn where you are and help you get on the right road to transformation.
Nice. And with that maturity model, lots of things have changed obviously over the course of the last 12 months. Has kind of the maturity model in a way had to adapt a little bit or be slightly changed and tweaked? I know these kind of like things like the maturity model are kind of really kind of set in stone, but has there been any kind of blurred lines between those stages or anything?
Yeah, no, not so much. It's more a case of people need it more. And the idea of the maturity model is about dealing with a current situation. So it kind of is, if anything, you know, COVID, people working from home, it's an assessment of your maturity around how you do automation or how your teams can collaborate online. So how can you do it? How sophisticated are you? What needs to happen? Who's involved? So the assessment is all about the business, what it needs to achieve, and how technology can help.
No, good answer. And we've had a really interesting question actually come in from the audience just now. Dominique Turlings has asked, how would you apply the maturity model when mergers and acquisitions happen regarding the different stages that each party might be in? Is there an approach to that?
Yes, there is. And I often deal, whether it's a merger or sometimes I could be dealing with an enterprise organization that have several different divisions, and they're all at different stages of the maturity model. The reason I like the framework, because what it's about going into a particular division and understanding where they are on the maturity, and then using the exact same methodology to understand where the next side is. By looking at the two different people in their different ways allows you to see, and it's something where they both understand and can look at, well, we're more advanced on, you know, automation. Well, we're slightly better on integration, but we don't automate as well as you. So it's kind of creating a common methodology that even though two businesses are doing different things and at different stages, can look at it the same way, and then look at which areas they need to adapt to get on the same page. So with Conga have just gone through, you know, two organizations coming together. So looking at our systems, we're actually using the maturity model ourselves. So as a way of, we're very stronger here, we're slightly weaker here, and vice versa. And then how do we build a common platform? And always looking at where the business is today, but where both businesses have been before. Yeah,
that's a really good answer, and it's good that you can apply it in your own circumstances with the, you know, Aptus and Conga. So good answer. And then we hear a lot about automation on the event series, and a lot of kind of topics and discussions in and around automation. And it's obviously it's great for businesses, and businesses are turning to it more than ever before. But in some cases, and some audiences have had, it's also quite scary and daunting to kind of, you know, onboard automation tools and technology. Where would you kind of, what would you say to an organization that was kind of just starting out and dipping their feet into the world of automation, and or you know, at the very early stages, infancy of maturity with regards to that?
And again, I always say automation and integration is one of my favorite key areas around this particular piece, because everyone's like, I want to automate. And again, you have to stop the technology and the buzzwords and go back to which is the process. And I did hear the speaker before, you know, talk massively about cultural change. And he's so right. That's exactly it. So we start, I always say, the whiteboard session. What is the process? Who are the people involved? Some people will look at automation and go, you're automating my job, so I'm not going to help you. You know, just pass it, you know, and because people nervous. You know, I was automating in finance where 5 people were sending out billing, and it was going to happen now at a click of a button. So it's all about taking people on that journey of what they're doing today, how manual is, where the pain point is, where technology can help. But you got to take people on that journey too, and talk about what their job will change or what they could now do better. that they're not wasting their time on manual tasks. So it is all about that process, the people involved, and then the business outcomes you're trying to drive through automation, but take people on that journey with you and do a step by step. And don't build too much. Agile, like I said, don't spend ages building something and you give it to users and they look at you and go, we did that. No. Our management will say they do it this way. And then you get to the front line and then you go back to the managers and go, yeah, they really don't do that. I know you think they do, but no, they really don't. That's the hardest part of my job. So process, people, engagement, all decide together, and then use technology in a kind of agile pieces and slowly get better at the automation side.
Perfect. And then one very quick last question. It's kind of touching on what you just said. It's just coming from the audience, and I hope I'm pronouncing this name right. Florian Witch. How are you approaching the growing demand for business automation?
As I said, understanding where a business is. Don't get lost in hype. Don't get lost in loads of features and benefits. Don't get lost. And look what we're doing. It's all about where your business is, engaging with the customer, having that one-board session. We know we can automate very quickly. The technology can do it, but you got to take people on this journey. So for me, transformation is more about changing how people work and how they think and how they collaborate. Revenue operations is about bringing legal teams into the sales process, making sales work better with finance work better with that, customer success not being the one at the end of the cycle, not thought about. So for me, the automation piece is very much around process, people, and then do the technology.
Perfect. Well, look, Aisling, thank you. That's kind of quick fire Q&A session there with you. I'm sure there'll be more questions. So as you did mention at the end of your presentation there, people can connect with you on LinkedIn to continue the conversation, or indeed reach out to you through Conga. But really appreciate your presentation and for taking the time to join us for that quick Q&A session.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And thank you, everybody. And we're happy to help where we can.
Perfect. Well, thanks so much, Aisling. Really do appreciate it. And for anyone interested as well, there will be those contact details and resources posted on the conference page within the text feed that sits underneath the stream. So do use those resources to kind of further investigate and find out what Conga and Aisling are all about. Well, thank you, Aisling, and pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye now. Okay, that was a great presentation and Q&A session. Thank you again for those questions that are coming in. Really great to see those coming through. Fantastic. So we're going to be moving on now. As mentioned, if you did want to do that follow-up with Aisling or any other team, those resources are available just below. So do check those out. We're now going to be with Liam Dyson, who's head of digital products from BT. In this presentation, Liam is going to give us a quick run through on how to build a world-class product team. Liam has great experience within this domain as he is responsible for 25 plus product squads, focusing on delivering the best digital experiences for BT and EE customers. Once the presentation is wrapped, we're going to bring Liam in for a quick chat. So if you think of anything you want answering, please do let us know, as quite a few of you have been doing this morning in that chat function. So over to Liam for 20 minutes and then the Q&A session. Thanks so much, everyone.
Hello everybody, my name's Liam Dyson. I'm Head of Digital Product working in BT Consumer Digital, and I'm here today to talk to you about how we are trying to build a world-class product team in one of the biggest and oldest brands in the UK. So a little introduction to me. So I've worked in consumer digital for nearly 2 years, and before that I built and led the PlusNet digital function for about 5 years. And one of the big things that I am passionate about is helping people reach their potential. I love creating empowered teams, but more than anything else, I love creating business outcomes and experiences that support what our users need, but also get us results. We'll talk a little bit about how important all of those things are throughout these slides. So what we're going to talk about today, I'll give you a little bit of an introduction into who we are and who BT Consumer Digital are. I'll give you a summary of where we've been and what our digital transformation story has been so far. We'll talk a little bit about our direction and where we're trying to get to. but we're also going to focus on how we're doing that. So, BT. If you've not heard of us, you've probably not looked out of the window very much, because every time you do, you will notice something that is part of our business. So we're the largest provider of consumer fixed line voice and broadband in the UK. So all the telephone masts, the green boxes at the end of the street, the country relies on us, which is why we are really, really proud to sort of support the nation in many, many ways, and a backbone of what we do across the country. A couple of years ago, we added EE to the group, which now means that we're also the UK's largest mobile operator and the best for 5G across the country. We've also in sport, and have been for the last few years, and one of the biggest live sport channels and products in the UK. And I will also say that we're probably better than Sky. I prefer Peter Crouch to Gary Neville, but anyway, but that's enough about BT Group in general. So when I talk about digital, we are part of what we call consumer digital. So we are part of the function that is probably the biggest within BT Group. And our team support hundreds of millions of interactions each year. And that accounts for about 90% of all interactions with the BT brand. So our overall purpose as a business is to connect for good. But within digital, our mission is to make sure that we are number one for digital experience. And we've a long way to go to be able to do that. You'll probably notice through this which of the slides that I've made in sort of really rudimentary boxes versus the stuff that I've nicked from central brands. So you have to bear with me and see if you can spot them all as we go through. But for us, what we're trying to do in consumer digital is create brilliant experiences. We believe that by creating brilliant experiences, we will deliver the right outcomes for our business. And that is our plan. We don't focus on the end result. We focus on what we can control, ensure that what we build is steeped in user need, and that the solutions that we make get us incredible ROIs. But the way that we're going to do that, and the way that we do that, is we focus on building amazing journeys and making sure that we are delivering what our users need and expect at the times that they need them. And then what we do is we inject the incredible amount of data and personalization that we have by using what we call our smart brain. So you'll need somebody with a bigger brain than I to explain what is actually in there. But all I know is by adding those two things together, we deliver brilliant experiences that deliver business outcomes. But that's not always been the case. So late last night when I was writing these slides, I thought I'd chuck in, let's see what quotes we've got around digital transformation. And this is one that really sort of jumped out at me that really summarised, I think, where we've been as a business. So for those watching, no doubt you're either going through what you would class a digital transformation or have been through one. And frankly, historically, BT have looked at digital transformations as projects that have got a start and an end. And I think lots of businesses have done that in the past and continuing to do that. In terms of, we have a digital transformation program, we'll spend a few years and a few million quid creating features and journeys that our customers can then go away and use so they don't need to pick up the phone. And in turn, we'll make ourselves leaner, build the right capabilities. And we've been doing that for probably 2 decades, ever since the website was created, frankly. What's noticeable, though, is that those digital transformation programs seem to end, and then we do another one over time when something else comes in, the introduction of cloud, apps, etc. And I think what is really, really apparent when you talk to people within our business that have been involved in those historic programs was that the focus of them has always been on output. It's about traditionally delivering a project or a program. You need to deliver to schedule, you need to deliver to budget. It's about churning through requirements, documents, functional requirements, running waterfall processes like you've delivered products for the last 30, 40 years, delivering something 9 months after you've actually submitted your requirements, and then finding that it doesn't actually deliver the thing that you thought it was going to. And then we'd do it again, and then we'd do it again, and we'd do it again. And then we'd all look around and go, why isn't this working? The reason why is that we were focused on output, like we just talked about, delivering what the business wanted us to deliver, being a vehicle for delivery and seen as a technology sort of delivery function rather than an area that's accountable for delivering outcomes for the business and for our users. A team of mercenaries, as it were, and sort of where we would do as we were told, and then if it didn't deliver the right results, we'd go, well, we've done our bit, so that's your fault. And that never works. We were also organised around systems. Basically, we took the easy way out and we organised around what was better for us. So it's always easy to organise yourselves around tech stacks, or we've got a team focused on the app, a team focused on the website, a team focused on our colleague tools. But fundamentally, a user or a customer doesn't see that. They see a single interaction with their brand and go end to end, frankly. And we're always doing the same things that we always had, how we'd always done it. So people have been delivering digital products, as we come to call them now, for 30, 40 years, ever since the sort of the invention of sort of software engineering in the 80s, at a scale perspective. We just decided that, oh, well, we'll carry on doing how we've always done things. And frankly, in this new age, it's not delivered the value that you'd expect. And I really like this quote, and I've put this picture of Ken on because I like his glasses, and he's exactly the type of person that I think you should be listening to. And he looks like the type of person you should be listening to about digital transformation. And frankly, the quote around the tools don't matter landed in my inbox yesterday. And it sort of really resonated in terms of this talk, because I think what's really clear and what we've seen in our business over time is that if you deliver the capabilities, that's okay. But if you don't then deliver a transformation or a cultural change alongside them in terms of how you use them, or the culture that underpins what you do with them, then it's pointless. I personally would much rather have a website or a set of digital products held together by sticky plasters and spreadsheets, but have an incredible team aligned around a goal, a vision, and understand that we need to deliver outcomes and not outputs, than have bleeding edge tech, but a team of people sat around pointing at each other in terms of accountability. And I think that's where one lesson that we've learned over the last couple of years, and that's why we're going to do things differently. So with that, where are we going within consumer digital? Talked about this a little bit, but we are focused on outcomes. As a business unit, and there's circa 1,300 people working in consumer digital right now. We have got a stated aim to be productive but not busy, and not the other way around. So everybody's busy, but are they always being productive? Probably not. And what we have now got is a team of people who understand where we want to get to, the value that we need to deliver to our business, and we deliver that value by creating incredible digital products and brilliant experiences. And we come to the table to work together and to collaborate. We want to help solve user problems and business problems, and be that little bit in the middle of that is the sweet spot in terms of the right amount of effort and the right solutions for the size of the problem that we've got. And the way that we do that is that we're now organized around our key journeys. So we are now very clearly organized within consumer digital and across BT, frankly, which has been a massive step forward, in that we have got clear end-to-end journey ownership and accountability. So our teams are focused on the horizontal and thinking about the user experience across the journeys, across the channels that they interact with us in, instead of focusing on the channels and then handing it over to Peter or Sally to be able to do the rest. And that includes us working with marketing, that includes us working with service, and us all having the same aims, which is to deliver incredible, brilliant experiences. We've also completely changed our culture in terms of the way that we want to do things. So we've introduced a build, measure, learn mentality, in that we look to experiment and discover and learn little and often. So obviously we've talked about waterfall and the way that we've done things in the past. Our team are enabled and set up with the right tools and the right safety nets to go off and try new things and just learn more. So our focus on a sprint by sprint basis is to learn as much as we can about our users, and by learning more, we will then understand what the right solutions are to be able to fix those problems and to be able to deliver the right value for our business. This is obviously one that I've nicked off our brand site, so you can tell. And I think these is our sort of three key aims through this is our current transformation program, but this is one that probably won't end. So historically, we've always focused on better technology, so supercharge our technology. Everybody's talked about becoming a data-led business, but the real focus for us at the moment is transforming our ways of working. Because if we don't do that, the rest of it doesn't matter. And within world-class product, we are looking to create world-class product people. we've talked a little bit earlier on around the mercenary, not missionary, not mercenary principle that any sort of digital product person will recognize, that quote from Marty Kagan. And like we said earlier on, our product team, which happens in many enterprises and many sort of big companies, is a team of people that have come together from different roles, been merged together because they might have done delivery or they might have been a subject matter expert, etc. But that doesn't mean that they have got the skills or we haven't enabled them to be product people. And by product people, what we mean is shipping is just not enough. Getting something out of the door, built and in front of users and delivered, is not the stated aim. Delivering value is. And the way that we do that comes into 4 key areas. And what we expect from our product people are to demonstrate leadership, to inspire their squad. We will need them to act as a team captain and make sure that the right decisions are made to get the right outcomes from the investment that we've put into that squad. For them to be the outward looking part of that squad, to build relationships with stakeholders, to understand what their key problems are, and to make sure that anything that we put in front of them takes into account what they need and the context of their challenges. So that might be time, it might be as a constraint. We will never put a solution in front of a stakeholder if they've told us it needs to be done in 2 months. It's going to take 9 months. We have to sort of transcend the business and our users and come up with things that sit in the middle. And that's what we mean by leadership. Vision and strategy. So we expect our people to be able to set a really ambitious aim for where they want to take their products, and making sure that they are very clear on vision and strategy. Like, this is the end state of where we want to take our product, and make sure that we have got the right strategy underneath it, the right tactics, the right OKRs and objectives and key results to be able to get that. And not only that, we need to understand our business, our customers, the industry at large, what's happening in different geographies, and be the expert in terms of how our things actually work, and not outsource that to what would normally be an IT function or whatever. We expect our product people to be that expert in their product. We expect them to discover problems and solve them with our users, with our customers and stakeholders collaboratively. We expect us to spend an awful lot of time learning new things about our users and making sure that we are putting minimal viable prototypes in front of them through user testing or however we choose to do so, to discover what the right solution is to a problem, and that we iterate and experiment on a weekly sort of sprint basis. And then prioritization and performance. We can't get away from this part of it, which is we are accountable and we take accountability for the performance of the things that we own. It's not something that is handed over to somebody else. It is ours, and we need to be clear on how it is performing and make sure that we are prioritizing our effort and our time and our money, frankly, to get the most amount of return, and make sure that we are maximizing that value to effort, and that we are spending our time fixing the right problems rather than the ones that we want to. And they are the 4 key sort of pillars of what we expect from our product people. We've touched on this a little bit, but just to sort of bring it to life, what our product people aren't our BAs, i.e. sat writing traditional waterfall requirements documents. They're not Scrum Masters or Agile coaches in terms of being there to transform how we work and the way that we do things within the squad. We're not designers in terms of we are accountable for the value, but we work closely with our product and content design teams to ensure that they have got the right context and understanding of what we do. We're not a user researcher. We are not analysts. We're not developers. We're not project managers. We need to understand all these things, and we need to ensure that we are working with those people closer to ensure that they've got the right context. But we don't do their jobs. Ours is very different and more of a general role, but fundamentally we bring all these skill sets into the squads because we recognise the criticality and importance of all. And then by doing all of that, we expect to be able to bring all of that together. So much of our time is about collaborating with all of those areas. We ask our designers to be responsible for the usability of a solution. We ask our engineering function to be clear on whether or not that solution is feasible. We make sure that we work with the business that it's a viable solution to the problem, and then in turn, product right in the center delivers value. And the question that we look to ask every single time is: this solution that we are putting in front of our stakeholders and our users going to solve the problem that the business or customers have told us we've got. So it's really clear to us that product is a very different mindset, and it's a journey that we're going on across digital to ensure that we transition away from that delivery focus, and that shipping is not just enough, and that takes an awful lot of effort for us, and that we are making sure that we are focusing the right time and effort on how we're going to do it. So how are we going to do it? We know that the way that we need to do this is by helping our people reach their potential. We, as a product leadership community across what we call our product enablement team and our DR lines across the product leaders function, have got a stated aim to make coaching development out of our people a priority, and to make sure that we have conversations regularly around standards, expectations, and that we enable them to operate in the ways that I talked about before. Example of that is a recent skills wheel that we've launched that enables our people to understand where they are across some of the critical areas and critical core competencies that we've got, and help support coaching and development conversations, and put in interventions to how can we support people really reach their potential. What we've also done is recognise that product is always an area that can attract generalists and people that want to deliver and enjoy design, but enjoy commercials and everything else. So we've created internal pathways for our people to be able to retrain. So by doing that, we've put in pathways for people to come in from our contact centres, from our retail estate, and teach them the skills as long as they have the right attitudes. And that's showing some real success. But we know that we can't just grow our own, and that we want to attract the right skills and the right people. And by the right people, we want missionaries to be joining our business, not mercenaries. We want missionaries to come in and to feel a sense of ownership and a connection to our mission, and not a team of people that will just do as they're asked for, as much money as they can get. And by doing that, what we know is we need to change how we attract people. We need to tell better stories. We need to ensure that the perception of what BT Digital is not just a legacy team that support the website. We need to make sure that we are going out and doing more. So we're just about to launch our external podcast. We've done 3 or 4 seasons already internally, where people across digital have come together and shared their stories. So that Digipod will be coming in your... it'll be in your usual podcast places over the coming weeks, which will be an interesting sort of way for us to get our story out. And we've created a guild from across our function that has got a stated aim of turning us into a reference point, so that we have brought people from all of our areas together with a stated aim of how can we take BT Digital and have people across the world talking about the work that we're doing, and make sure that our aim is as big as that we want to be a reference point for digital transformation, a reference point for product, a reference point for product design and engineering, everything. And we need to make sure that we are doing better in telling those stories, and that in turn will attract the right people. And we're also trying to be the change that we want to see. So we are the Trojan horse, as it were, in terms of operating and taking these new ways of working first to market, as it were, in the business. So we are going out and over-indexing our time on collaboration. We are making sure our people do think end-to-end. We're changing and introducing changes to how we work, the tools that we use, the way that we do things. And we're introducing things such as a big digital hack that we completed late last year, where we took real business problems and brought people together from across the business, not just digital, around a 2-day hack to try and solve some of the biggest problems that we've got. And in turn, these are things that we want our business to be, and we are within digital trying to be the function that demonstrates the value of changing how we do things and thinking more as a technology business rather than a telco. So overall, we've got a real challenge. It's a big business. The challenge is massive, and especially complex when you consider the scale of our business and the turbulent times that we're going through. But fundamentally, the reason why I took this job was this is an exciting opportunity to take one of the UK's biggest brands and completely turn it on its head and use digital as the Trojan horse to do that. And I'm really excited and really proud of the work that we've done so far. But I'm also really, really conscious that we've got more to do. And I'm really excited to see what we do next. I'll be sticking around for any questions, and I know Chris will sort out the details of that. But looking forward to hearing from you, and thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me today. Thank you.
So a big thank you to Liam there for presenting. As mentioned, we are now going to be hopefully joined by Liam for the Q&A discussion. I can see Liam with us in the back end. Liam, if you can just switch on cam and mic, which should be top right hand side when you can. A great presentation there about Liam's work within BT and building digital product team. If you do have any questions, as mentioned quite a few times, do pop those in the chat and I can ask Liam those. We've had some good questions coming in so far this morning, so be good to see a few more coming into this. For those just joining, and again, apologies for the repetitive nature of my announcements throughout the day, but as it's an online event, we do get people jumping in and out. The agenda is available on the page that you're at. That's the latest and greatest with regards to timings, and so far we're sticking to those pretty good. So do keep an eye on that for what's coming up later in the day. See Liam with us now. Hopefully you can hear me and see me, Liam.
Can you hear me?
I certainly can.
Technology, yeah.
Yeah, we've got that out of the way at least. That's very much a sign of the times, isn't it?
Exactly.
Welcome. Thanks for a great presentation. Really nice to kind of gain an understanding into your role and the work you're doing within BT, and it's certainly good to see some of the things that you're doing as well. And we'll touch on those in a moment. But thank you for that. Really do appreciate it.
No, you're welcome. Thanks for asking me, mate.
You started, or midway through the presentation, you alluded to the cultural change being one of the kind of the biggest elements to digital transformation. How has kind of the needs and requirements changed with regards to organizational culture kind of in recent times? So throughout the pandemic, we've all had to, change the way we work, change the way we communicate. How much of an impact has that had on you and your product teams?
It's had a really big impact. So like we're very fortunate that we talked about sort of the tools don't matter in the presentation, and like it's all about your collaboration. But I think what's actually been interesting when we think about like the pandemic and people becoming having to work completely separately, one of our key principles when we sort of went through this journey was that we wanted our squads to be co-located. Like we believe that, and we probably still believe that, squads that are spending face-to-face time together, fixing problems, sort of sharing and building relationships every day, will be the best teams and will build the best products. But we've not been able to do that for the last 12 months. So what we've done, and what we're already in the process of doing, thankfully, was looking at the tools that we use to collaborate. And actually, what we've probably seen over these last 12 months is that collaboration get even better. So the culture historically was, we need a meeting, therefore we need to book a meeting room, and therefore we need to wait a week to be able to get something that's big enough for 15 people or whatever it might be. Whereas now it's within 20 minutes, we've got a problem, bang, we're all going to jump onto a mural and sort of make sure that we're clear on what his options are. We've got all the right tools to be able to collaborate remotely, invite stakeholders, work synchronously and asynchronously, etc. Yeah. So I think that what we've actually seen, and this has been enabled by the tools and the technology, is greater collaboration through this and quicker response to problems, be it business or user. And in turn, what we are really hopeful of is, how do we get the best of both going forward? How can we think about physical contact in different ways, make sure that whilst we still want our teams to be co-located, our definition of co-located will change, the level of expectation in terms of days in the office, etc. But yeah, overall, our collaboration has got better, and we're really excited to see where that comes. I'm not even sure if I answered your question then, Chris. I went all politician on that, didn't I?
No, I think it was a good answer. And with that, just want to kind of bring it back to that. You said you're kind of moving faster, you have to wait less times and stuff for the meeting. Does that in turn mean less bureaucracy as well, if there was kind of any anyway? Can you move a bit quicker with regards to that, jumping through hoops and less barriers kind of thing?
Well, listen, when you work at a company like BT with tens of thousands of people working here. Bureaucracy happens, like red tape is all over the place.
Yeah.
Like there's no point kidding.
Yeah.
And one of our aims is, and when we talk about, we are set up in what we would call alliances, and we have alliance leadership teams where you've got the disciplinary leaders all coming together that support the outcomes that we're responsible for. So be it our sort of heads of design, our heads of engineering, heads of product, etc. It's our stated aim to make our team's life easier. And by that includes helping them get through red tape. Let's do red tape. I can't say that other word. To get through the red tape, to get through all the legacy processes, and to make sure that the teams feel set up to be able to work at pace. And listen, there's always going to be time. And I mentioned it earlier on that our business is going through a complete transformation in terms of culture, and digital is almost like the Trojan horse trying to support that. We need to educate our stakeholders in how and why we're doing things, rather than, and that is part that does slow us down a little bit. But we are starting to reach a bit of a critical mass where our stakeholders understand what we're trying to do. We're all aligned around the right outcomes. There's trust that we're doing things for the right reasons, and in turn, that kind of allows the red tape and barriers to go down.
Sure.
So it's all about trust. Like the reason why red tape gets sort of created and big process in the first place is trust and protection. So by the business trusting us and knowing that we can deliver value, they help us get rid of that red tape. So we are getting better. We're nowhere near done, but we are getting much better.
Yeah, I think that's pretty apparent to us as kind of consumers of BT, and outside looking in, it's clear that BT has and is going through a massive transformation. You can see that in every corner of the business. So that's kudos to people like yourself working internally in the business to put those changes through. And
it's all part of our stated aim of sort of being a reference point, and that's obviously within digital. But I think just the way that our business, so the way that our marketing and our advertising teams talk about our business is very different now. And as I say, that starts right at the top in terms of us wanting to take BT and turn it in, get it away from being a telco, and turn it into a technology business, because that's what we are. It's just that we've never really believed it.
Yeah, no, good stuff. We've had a quite an interesting question come in from Dawn Hunter here, and thanks for the question, Dawn. Hi, Liam, great talk. I have a question. If a team is comprised of mercenaries and we can't change the personnel, can we make them missionaries?
I don't believe that anybody comes to work to be a mercenary. I've obviously nicked that phrase from Marty Kagan for anybody that recognises it, but nobody comes to work, or very few people come to work to just do as they're told and to leave and to not feel like they've done a good job. So I think the answer to your question is yes, you can absolutely change that, but how you do that depends on who the people are, making sure you understand the context of why they're operating in that type of way, and to help them understand or to help fix the problems that is making them feel like a mercenary. And a lot of the time that's business process, that could be the things that they're being asked to work on, the way that we as managers are managing them, frankly. So I think the simple answer is yes. And the simple answer is yes, but there will always be the odd outlier where people just don't fit. And I think that's, was it Dawn, sorry, that asked the question?
Yeah.
I think that's for you to work with your HR people, Dawn, in terms of how do you ensure that person feels, and you can you've sure that you've invested the right time and energy on getting them the skill sets and the right how to do things. But then that becomes a very different conversation. But I think 99 times out of 100, people want to come to work to do a good job, and people want to feel like a missionary rather than a mercenary.
Sure. So do elements of kind of like micromanagement have to come into play with it?
Massively. Like, listen, nobody likes to be micromanaged, and I think if you are supporting a team or managing a team where you think that you are over-indexing on mercenaries rather than missionaries, then you need to look at yourself, I think, as a starting point in terms of like, what am I as a leader enabling my people to be able to operate in the right way? And if not, then what do I need to do to support that?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Nice one. And then another question coming from Cardona Crean. I hope I said that right. Thanks, Liam. How did you manage to demonstrate the value of learning within the organisation?
When you say learning, I'm assuming that Cardona, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, and likewise, I hope I said that right. I'm assuming you mean in sort of the discovery part and making sure that we're learning sprint by sprint rather than sort of more educational stuff. But sprint by sprint, the way that we demonstrate value is by being able to build better products and that deliver better outcomes. So it's not a case, what we try to do is run dual track in terms of sort of execution and discovery at the same time. So if you think about it in terms of a traditional sort of swim lane or project plan, what we've discovered in the last sprint should be put into place in the next sprint, and then we try to learn what in that one sprint what we want to put into place in future. And the way that we demonstrate the value of that is by building better products than we would have done in the past. And if you build better products, you get better outcomes, and that's all that the business want, frankly. So that's the way that we've demonstrated it. What we haven't done is built a business case and gone, by the way, by running user research, it gave us X and it delivered Y. It's just that is how we have to build technology products, and we have to discover just as much as we execute.
Nice. And I think that's all we've got time for. But just quickly, I wanted to go back. You were discussing in your presentation about the Digipod, the podcast. When did you say that was?
It's coming up over the next couple of months. So we're on to season 4. So for the last few months, for the last sort of 12 months, members of Digital just sort of created it. So we've done 3 seasons internally. We're also very lucky enough to get Jay Comfrey and I forget the fella's name from the High Performance podcast. I can't call him the other one, can I? He's an esteemed professor. But on the 2 gents that run the High Performance podcast to come along and sort of share their stories through that. And we're aiming to bring that out to the masses over the next month or 2.
That's really good initiative. Good to see, and it's kind of offers further narrative on that. That what we can see as consumers. So
exactly.
Well played, and thanks for that, Liam. Really appreciate your time. Really appreciate the great presentation, and of course for now taking the time out of your busy schedule to join for that Q&A. Really do enjoy having you with us. So thanks so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the offer. I appreciate it.
Cheers, Liam.
See ya.
So that was Liam Dyson, Head of Digital Product from BT, joining us for the presentation and Q&A session. A big thanks to Liam for doing so. I know he's got an extremely busy schedule at the moment, so really do appreciate him being able to join. And again, thanks for those questions. We're getting some great questions in today, and it's much appreciated. It's always great to try to bring that same level of engagement as we find in kind of those in-person conference Q&A sessions, which is quite hard sometimes to put across to an online capacity. But some really good questions coming in today, of which I'm very thankful. We're now going to be moving on to the next presentation, where we're joined by Peninia from TaskTop. She's a senior flow advisor, and it's great to have Peninia with us, explaining a few of the elements that we touched on earlier on in the day with my fireside chat with Tariq. We were talking about bottlenecks and things like that. So I think Peninia is going to offer a bit of narrative around that and value stream management. So really fortunate to be joined by her for the presentation. There won't be a Q&A after this talk. We're into a break. I'll come in and jump in afterwards and explain a few points about the rest of the day. But if you did want to get in touch with TaskTop, those resources will be made available throughout the day down below in that live text feed. So if you do want to get in touch with Peninia or a team, do it that way. So now on to the next presentation. Thanks so much, everyone.
Hi, and welcome. My name is Peninia Mas Rangsan, and I'm a senior flow advisor at TaskTop. I am based in Columbus, Ohio, in the United States. So today we'll be talking about proving your transformation ROI with VSM. Let's get started. So a lot of organizations today have gone through major transformations. On average, they go through 5 major transformations in the last 3 years. That's a lot, right? However, the success rate is not as great. Only 34% report successful organizational transformation implementations. And maybe even more worrisome is that half of them reported clear failure. So what happened? Some of them said that it's because of unrealistic goals. Are you setting yourselves up for failure to begin with? Is it doable? And maybe even after you have started your progress of transformation, the progress is very hard to track. That is one of the very common pitfalls, that during the transformation progress, you don't know where you are, or even if you are moving in the right directions at all. So what ends up happening is having multiple conflicting local changes instead of one unifying change. A lot of companies don't have long-term plans of support from top down, and you end up having competing priorities, unplanned events, and constant need to fight fire. Maybe it's all of the production incidents that you have to deal with. And when you are comparing those to the long-term transformation, a lot of times teams are picking the production incidents to deal with first. So in this presentation, I'll show you that there is a better way. And that better way, an option of it, is value stream management. Value stream management is a relatively new practice as defined by Forrester as following. It's a combination of people, process, and technology that maps, optimizes, visualizes, and governs business value flow, including epics, stories, work items, through the heterogeneous enterprise software delivery pipelines. And saying it more simply, it is the series of tasks that an organization has to complete in order to deliver value to the customer. So as you can see down here, you see the gray bar that is labeled agile. That is something that a lot of organizations today are familiar with already, but it's only focusing on mostly the creation of the software. Then comes DevOps, extends past the agile phase, the creation, into release and operate. Now, value stream management, or the gray bar there, spans across both agile and DevOps, and even further. So it extends and covers everything end to end of the delivery pipeline, from ideate, create, release to operate. And not only that it is an end-to-end approach, it's also iterative. So you want to keep going on this cycle of assessing your current state, experimenting, analyzing your data, and then making adjustments. And then you will want to go back and start by analyzing your new current state, and so on. So let's dive into each of these states. First, for assessing your current state, you want to determine where you are and where you want to be before you start your journey. So one of the things that my dad taught me as a kid was how to give directions. And this was before smartphones and even cell phones become prevalent. So the scenario was, if someone calls your landline at home, what would you say to them first? If they're asking for directions to come to your house. So at first I thought, well, maybe I will describe my house and say, the fence is blue and I have 2 trees in front of my house. But then my dad said, well, before all that, you have to ask them, well, where are you? So that you can give them the appropriate direction for them to get to your house. And it's the same thing with IT transformation. You have to know where you start. And how you know that with technology is using metrics and measurements. You can use revenue generated, budget, and actual spending from the financial point of view or planning point of view. You can use a more technical measurement like deployment frequency or application stability. How often are your applications available to end customers? Or you can use a more Scrum's lens, like story points per sprint, to see how much you are delivering, or from the quality point of view with number of defects. Now, when you're using these, they're not bad, but you have to keep in mind that if you're using something that are proxy metrics that are usually easier to measure, but don't tell the whole story, they're usually pitfalls that come with it. They're not the whole picture. They don't tell you what you think they're telling you, and they can create wrong incentives. So for example, if you are thinking about call centers, sometimes they are incentivized to shorten their length of calls. So what happens is that these representatives are more incentivized to sometimes hang up on the customers if the calls are not going anywhere. That's not a good experience for the customers, right? And maybe for hospitals, one of the key measurements is the mortality rate. And you might think that that is a good thing to know that patients are survive the treatments after they stay at the hospital. However, that means that hospitals are more likely to turn away difficult cases, and you don't want that as a patient. And then in terms of technical environment, it's lines of code. You can very easily see that if developers are copying and pasting lines of codes, that's not really adding any value to the business at all. Now, using proxy metrics means that leaders are leading while blindfolded. You have multiple specialized tools and silos without end-to-end view. You might have, Jira and Salesforce and ServiceNow and so many more, but then you don't have anything that gives you the entire view. So what you end up doing is relying on your gut feelings instead, or maybe even localizing your optimization that is not most beneficial to the customer. That is not great, right? You want to make sure that your ROI of investing is making the most impact. So here's a good quote to illustrate that even more. Measuring only one area of value stream is like only using 2 inches of a 12-inch ruler. So here is a suggested alternative, flow metrics. This is a flow framework version of an end-to-end customer-oriented view of a product value stream. These metrics are flow velocity, flow efficiency, flow time, flow load, and flow distribution. And let's go into each of them now. Flow velocity answers the question of, is value delivering accelerating? It measures the number of flow items delivered in a set duration. And as you can see from the right-hand side, that's a screenshot from our TaskTop Viz product. It is the number of items delivered over time from October of last year through January. And it's divided into different work types like feature, defect, debt, and risk, as you can see by the colors. So here you can see whether your delivery is consistent, if it's going up or down, or if there are a lot of peaks and valleys. Another metric that we have here is flow efficiency. And this is answering the question of, is waste decreasing in our processes? It's a ratio of active versus wait time and delivery from the work item point of view. A lot of times you can see that people are very busy in your organization. However, from the work item point of view, they are waiting for someone to pick it up for approval or so on. And this is a measure that is most closely related to what the customer is experiencing or care about. So we want to measure it from their point of view. Flow time is the time to market measurement. It's the duration of time that it takes to deliver a flow item. This is a good way to check between perception versus reality because it's end-to-end, which usually organizations don't have this data. And again, you want to see whether or not you're delivering consistently. Flow load is work in progress. So it is a good leading indicator because this is where you usually see the first warning sign of something going wrong. If you have too much WIP building up, it often leads to trouble, like having cognitive overload and context switching, which in turn also impact the quality and decreasing team morale. And if you have a lot of things that are in the pipeline or in flight, and some things are getting fast-tracked and some other things getting put on hold, it's hard to predict delivery time. And that means that you're missing your ETAs or your promises with your customers are getting broken. So that means that customers are not happy and it's a loss of customer trust. It's also difficult to strategically plan work long-term if you can't really know or predict what your time to value is. And lastly, you have flow distribution, which is the measurement of types of work that are getting done. And by the colors that you can see in the bar chart on the right-hand side, it is divided into feature, defect, debt, and risk. And it depends on the context, the product maturity, and strategy to see what your goal should be. So if your product value stream is newer, you should have a lot more feature that you are trying to deliver before your launch date. But if your product has been around for a while, you do want to work on more debt and more defect, for example. Now that you have some good idea about your current state, you want to start experimenting. You work with the team to produce some hypotheses on where the work is getting stuck and what changes can be made to go faster. So an important message here is that you can only go as fast as the slowest spot or the bottlenecks. And speeding up other steps will not result in improvement of overall delivery time. So for example, during the holiday season and Valentine's Day holidays, around here, a lot of candy shops are running out of this candy called hot chocolate bomb. And all of their websites are showing out of stock. So if you are a store owner, what would you do to speed up your delivery process and deliver your product to more customers? If you were to improve your website because you think that that is where out of stock is showing up, then that would not improve anything at all because that's not where your bottleneck is. And it's the same thing with your delivery process in IT. If you're adding developers, it will not solve problems that are caused elsewhere, such as testing bottleneck, not enough ready for dev work, dependencies with external teams, or release approval cycles, frequent priority changes, for example. So there is no silver bullet that you can just add developers to solve everything. But even today, you probably already have good guesses on where your bottlenecks are. But can you confirm it with data? Here are some ways that you can confirm. So one way that we do with Viz is this functionality called Find Bottlenecks. It's a visualization of the states where artifacts are piling up and where they are spending the most time. So here, the x-axis is the duration and the y-axis is the number of items sitting in that state. So you can see the top right-hand corner, there are two dots there, and they represent a lot of items sitting for a long time in those states. And if you look down in the table, you can see that there are user stories sitting in the backlog. So now that's a good starting point for you to dig down to see what is going on there. Perhaps it's prioritization. Perhaps it's something to do with the development team not picking up all these work, in the backlog. The second thing that you also want to pay attention to is neglected WIP. It's the measurement of how stale the work in the pipeline is. And again, to the right-hand side is a screenshot from Viz of how we show how stale the work is, by the gauge there. But you want to keep an eye on that because having outdated requests, work getting put on hold after it started, shifting priority are all signs of problems in the value stream. And measuring the amount of neglected WIP also is a direct measurement or sign of your ability to adapt to business ever-changing demands, because of course they do change, and you want to be as agile as possible to respond. Now that you have a target bottleneck selected, it's time to experiment. Let's start a continuous improvement activity here. And once that activity has been completed, you want to analyze the data. You can compare your data against the baseline with whatever metrics you use, flow metrics or otherwise, and see if they confirm your hypotheses. Does it confirm it? If so, that's great. Now you have a good data to confirm your gut feelings. If not, that's also great. You learn something new. That's a valuable data point as well. As stated here by Thomas Edison, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Hopefully you don't have to try that many times to figure out your bottleneck, but the spirit is there. Now you want to adjust and take action based on the results of your analysis. You want to always document and communicate your findings and lessons learned, regardless of what your results were. And then incorporate positive changes into standard procedure so that in the future you can continue to reap the benefits of those good practices. And then, most important of all, you want to always celebrate and share success stories so that you build a growth mindset and a culture that supports continuous improvement. Now you have gone through one round of the iterative cycle. It is a step towards a successful transformation, even though it's not the one time that you have to do this. You are taking one step towards your goal, then you have to do it again and again and again. And I promise you that you will find unexpected roadblocks. So you have to expect to change and adjust. You should, in all of your process of your journey, look at the big picture through value stream management lens. Look at the end-to-end perspective and from the customer point of view, and measure what matters. Be careful of proxy metrics. Keep using good metrics that are end-to-end and customer focused, like flow metrics, for example. And you should continue to learn, test, adapt, and grow. And with all that, you'll be ready to handle any business and technical terrain changes that may come your way. This is a nice quote to sum it all up. You keep putting one foot in front of the other, and then one day you look back and you have climbed a mountain. It might not look like much today or next week, but one day your transformation will be a great success. And lastly, here's what I want to leave you with. I hope you find today to be valuable. And if you want to find out more about value stream management and flow metrics, you can go to the Flow Institute, where you can find more on-demand courses, interactive workshops, and executive roundtables. And with that, I would like to thank you for joining me today and hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
So that was Peninia from TaskTop, Senior Flow Advisor. A really nice presentation and narrative on value stream management, and ties in to quite a few of the things that were mentioned earlier on in this day with Tariq from Legal and General, Aisling from Conga, and of course Liam from BT. So really nice way to end the first session. A big thank you to Peninia there. And if you are interested in hearing more from TaskTop, their details are below in that live text feed that you can see below the stream here on Beyond Business Buzzwords. With that, we're going to be jumping into a session break. We will be resuming 11:30 UK, and that's 12:30 if you're in Central Europe. We'll probably kick off that next presentation very, very slightly ahead of time, so around kind of 11:27, 28, just to allow some time, extra time in that session for Q&A. I am a bit conscious that that might be a bit of a tight session, so we'll be kicking things off a tiny bit ahead of schedule, just so we can fit those questions in. A big thank you to everyone that's joined us this morning. I hope it's been useful. We've had 4 great pieces there, as mentioned, from Legal and General, Tariq, the Digital Product Lead, the Digital Transformation Officer from Conga, Liam Dyson, Head of Digital Product from BT, and lastly there, Peninia, Senior Flow Advisor from TaskTop. So a great way to start the day. I hope people have found some useful elements in that so far. Been some fantastic questions flying in, so I thank everyone doing that, and if we could continue to do that throughout the day, that would be much appreciated. I'll see you back in here just ahead of time at around 11:26, 27 to kick off the next session. That's UK time, of course, but we'll see you back in here shortly. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome back to the online session for the Digital Transformation Conference, our 4th edition of the UK and Europe one. We're going to kick off shortly, but must be repetitive as always and just run through a very quick few housekeeping notes before we do get going again. For those of you who have just joined us or joined us throughout the morning and missed such announcements, just want to say welcome. This is, as mentioned, our UK and Europe edition of the Online Digital Transformation Conference. We've been running these online sessions for the last 12 months, serving different regions across and time zones across the world, from North America to Asia, and of course throughout Europe. So it's a pleasure to have you with us. I hope you've enjoyed the morning session. If you've managed to stick around for those discussions, those presentations. We're now into the second session of the day and have 3 more pieces before another quick session break. We have Simon Matthews joining us from Hotel Beds, Chief Product and Technology Officer. We have Suraj Malik, Chief Executive Officer of one of our event partners, Unlock OKR, and Maxine Painton, Lead Product Manager from the DWP Innovation Labs, working for the UK government. So we're going to be covering more ground on digital transformation, digital journeys, and as the questions have been flying in throughout this morning, please continue to do so. Some great questions that have come in, and we've probably revealed some better insights from doing such. So do ask your questions, and that way you get a little bit more information on kind of things that you want to hear. So I'm now going to kick off this session with Simon Matthews. He's Chief Product and Technology Officer from Hotel Beds, and in this presentation Simon's going to offer narrative on their tech and transformation journey. We'll then be joined by Simon for a Q&A session after the talk. So as ever, if you do have any questions, please do let us know. So on to the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, thanks for taking the time to listen to this segment. Wanted to bother you all and take your attention to talk about travel tech and the digital transformation that we've had here in Hotel Beds and the journey that we've been on so far, and where that journey has led us and what the complexities have been. So thank you for your time, and hopefully it won't be too boring. I'm going to start off with a little bit about me. So I'm closer to 3 decades than 2 working in the technology industry. I have worked across pretty much every sector. Pre to this, it excluded travel and pharma, but now find myself in the travel industry. Spent the last 20 years working exclusively in high transaction real-time organizations. So been inside media, inside real-time gaming, and now I find myself loving the challenges inside the travel industry. Here in Hotel Beds, we have a combination of product and technology together. So I'm the Chief Product and Technology Officer. The organizational design is bringing those 2 groups together under one umbrella, because we're very serious about the way we approach our agility and the way we approach product responsibility and customer experience responsibility in everything we do in technology. And I'll talk a little bit more about that over the coming slides. So who are we and what do we do? So Hotel Beds, fundamentally, we're the world's leading bed bank. That basically means we're a B2B business. Working predominantly in the hotel and travel experience space. And what do we do? Well, fundamentally, we bring the hotels and the travel distributors, so tour operators, travel operators, online travel agency, airlines, loyalty programs, all these things that you guys will be familiar as part of your day-to-day business travel life or your day-to-day personal lives. And we curate all of the technical complexity of the distribution of those services together. And the value that we provide is obviously bringing the hoteliers, all of the hotels, be it independents or chains or small chains, together with the distribution of the services for everyone that's providing that hotel experience together. And this complexity is basically drawn out by, the distribution map. And we have developed technology solutions which enable us to create that simplicity between supply and client demand. It's an interesting industry for me. As I said at the start, I've moved around industries. There are no real industry standards for communication or transactions. There's a hell of a lot of geographical differentiation. The volume demand, especially in over the last year with the challenges of the pandemic, can be extremely volatile. And also the challenges around accessibility of data and market penetration for independent hotels can be really tricky. And we're here to help and glue all of this together. Travel may not be particularly well known as a sector that's very heavy on technology, but fundamentally that assumption isn't a safe one. Nearly all of the travel industry is moving or has been through a digital transformation or is in the process of going through one. So that thought back to the high street travel agent and someone tapping away on a system, those things still exist and they're still a high value part of the travel industry. But then allowing the distribution and providing the capability as services is where people like hotel beds, where we come into the equation. So as I said, I'd like to talk today about our technology transformation. It's a journey. It's a journey that we are still on, and it's a journey that we expect to continue as the market kind of evolves. And I guess the first pillar of where we stand in all of the work that we've done historically and all of our plans going forward is actually our people. We're a people-centric organization. The talent and profile that we require across the group to execute transformation is a real balance between your leading edge technologists and also your people that really understand CX, the customer experience, to really understand the hoteliers and their challenges and really understand the customer network and what it is they're after. I mentioned earlier as well about the geographical spread. It means that we are working in multiple markets, and that means we need extremely talented commercial teams who we're very fortunate to have, who know these markets literally in some cases like they know their own families, spend a lot of time immersed understanding the edges, understanding the marginals, understanding where our technology can make a big difference to the services and solutions that they provide. And then it would be foolish of me not to mention, the last year with the pandemic and the challenges that's given us inside technology and given our people. And this extraordinary market turbulence has obviously led to the need for greater flexibility, greater agility, but also a real push in an area of quality of what it is that we do and produce, which I will talk a little bit more about later on in the presentation. Because ultimately the value of everything we do becomes hyper inflated by the fact that the market is so turbulent, the market has been severely impacted, and the behaviors of the governments worldwide haven't been chained together, and that's led to some complicated outcomes with the likes of things like travel corridors and capabilities and restrictions that we haven't historically seen in the market. And then when we think about the whole of our business and where technology sits, it's important that when we talk about our transformation journey, we focus on what our priorities have been and continue to be. And fundamentally transforming in an industry without standards and in an industry with so much volatility, especially of late, we have additional factors that pull on our priorities. It's fair to say that there would be a consistent dialogue on change of priority if we paid attention to every single minute movement, but we're very high on commitment. And where we commit to a technical change or where we commit to a specific priority, we maintain and stay that course. And that's been a key differentiator for us to enable us to actually deliver product that adds value and gives the ability for people in our ecosystem and our partners to be able to benefit from focus that will actually drive their business forward. So the first one of those pillars for us is scalability. We describe this as the responsive travel partner. Fundamentally, we've seen some extraordinary changes in the last year. But ultimately, what that's led to is the change of how you drive cost-effective digital transformation. Fundamentally, you know, we have to operate whilst creating a fully automated, scalable capability, given explosive market behavior. And to cover that in slightly more detail, you don't want to have all of your platforms rotating at full tilt when we have, you know, 80% of all of the travel markets around the world closed down. In the same vein, with the remaining 20%, they explode up and down. When Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister in the UK, made his announcements last week about his expectations for the exit plan, the permanent exit plan for the UK, we had a huge voluminous explosion in activities. And that's across our partner ecosystem and across the demand pipeline. And it's at moments like that where the platform have been operating relatively steadily and slowly for a market like the UK on full lockdown, where you do not want your platforms to fall over on the basis of that sudden change, that sudden ingress of volatility. And how we've dealt with that fundamentally in our digital transformation is around our cloud strategy. So we have a genuine, and I use that word very seriously, hybrid multi-cloud strategy here at Hotelbeds. Meaning we have a mixture of data centers, as you would expect, for some core platforms. And then for a lot of our service entities, we have them distributed across cloud partners, predominantly with Amazon Web Services and with Google with GCP. And all of those services are set up to be entirely burstable. They automatically scale. And that scaling capability is a bilateral scaling capability. We've worked really closely with those partners, and that has enabled us as part of our overarching strategy, which we've delivered amongst our digital transformation strategy, allows us to burst our services up and down without attracting unsustainable cost into our business unit. It's been a really interesting thing, something that a few of us in the travel industry have started to label as the dreamer effect, where fundamentally people have been dreaming of going on holiday while they're caught in a specific location on full lockdown. And people will be at home and they will be browsing, and they'll be browsing one of our partners and putting together a dream holiday and this and that, and all of that to provide those services. That's still hitting our platforms. We are still displaying the availability for those hotels, for those hotels. Now that may not turn into a booking, that may not turn into revenue inside our partner chain, but we still provide this service. And areas can heat up based on the strangest of factors, including, you know, something that's happened in a local popular TV show where, you know, I don't know, a very famous couple have traveled to a specific destination, and then all of a sudden everyone starts going, oh my gosh, I would love to go to Bali for 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden we will see us back in Bali. And as part of our cloud strategy, we've had to make sure that we can control efficiency, the cost, whilst having a fundamentally sustainably efficient service available inside the ecosystem. And what's our end goal here? Our end goal for scalability is that we can distribute any one of our services anywhere in the world with any one of our partners within 20 minutes. We work really closely with our cloud distribution with another partner called Rancher, who help us with our workload distribution. And that fundamentally enables us to move around regions. Some of those regions we do for the sake of the real-time round trip time that's going to clients. For other regional changes we do for optimization just due to general transmission load. But fundamentally, we need to have the technical capability to deploy our services anywhere that we like. And by the end of 2022, we will have that full scale transformation complete. Our scalability journey will be complete, and we'll be able to distribute any of our workload services anywhere we want within 20 minutes. Next one really around our surety, and that's the reliability piece. I've talked about being cost effective and being efficient. The cost effective obviously makes us as a business extremely viable. The reliability piece is all around what the value chain that we provide to our ecosystem, and then fundamentally the benefits of working with a value provider like Hotel Beds to our customers and to our hotelier and OTA networks. Fundamentally, you always have very small windows of opportunity to deliver the most reliable outcome. And for us, this is obviously all about service uptime. And service uptime can be something that you can maintain with greater standards on the basis of your monitoring and metrics program. And in the framework of digital transformation for us here in Hotel Beds, that's been the real difference. It's moving away from monitoring and metrics, which are about post-event outcome, where we've had an outage or a technical event that's led to an issue inside our partner network, and moving instead to proactive, and therefore seeing a challenge long in advance and providing surety of service so that all of our partners in the travel ecosystem don't actually have anything that affects their service in the first place. And that transformation into proactive metrics has been a long one and will continue to be. Fundamentally, that priority for us is part of the value and the reputation that we have. That reputation in itself connects with the value chain of us as a business and the trust that we have inside the ecosystem to be able to provide the service at all times. You hear a lot about 24/7 businesses and never sleep, the context of never sleep businesses, but we truly are a global organization. We may be based out in beautiful Palma, out in Mallorca, but we have offices all around the world, and we deliver travel solutions all around the world on every continent. So fundamentally, when you're delivering services 24/7, and you can then provide proactive metrics that are constantly searching and constantly scanning for any potential issues to enable us to provide a perpetual service, the surety then that we then deliver is of high value. And what have we done technically in order to do that? Well, historically, we've been working with a couple of partners who have enabled us to turn the logs and metrics into learning capabilities, and then use that learning to then create scanning capability, and use that scanning capability to then look ahead and see across our technology ecosystem any possible risks. And then we mitigate those risks as fast as possible. Moving forward, we're excited to add more machine learning and AI capability into this space. And then hopefully this will give us additional confidence in our decision making, and especially when it comes to the efficacy of bursting either specific services outside infrastructure, because we obviously have software scaling as well as infrastructure scaling, and also finding potential maximum capacity capability within softwares around things like keys or transport layers connected to our transaction values. All of this can become completely automated, giving us more time to focus our valuable resources on moving our business forward in other ways, because our service sits there in a 100% uptime surety program. Now, 100% uptime, absolute dream, of course. What is our goal? We have the goal of being a 5 nines organization, and that's the direction of travel in which we are headed. Next on the list is security, and unfortunately, the last year especially has seen an extreme rise in security attacks across all industries. It's not just related to travel. There's been a lot of very, very well documented cases across all sectors where it's becoming a revenue stream for certain bad actors in space. The high value of the data that's held inside domain, and our responsibility of protecting our customer ecosystem is a key pillar for us. And from the perspective of where that journey has been from us from a digital transformation point of view, fundamentally, it's just a keystone of everything that this business has been doing for years. And as and when we see a new opportunity to protect our organization and therefore to protect our ecosystem and our partners, we are always at the front of the queue in order to go down that adaptation path. It's the case of an extremely healthy level of paranoia. It's a case of having much more investment in the preventative side of security than the reactionary side of security. All of our effort and investment predominantly goes into making sure we don't have an event in the first place versus having extraordinarily drawn out processes after the event. We do have force majeure processes, of course, but we focus more on protect than we do on the other elements. And we have a class leading team. The group that we have working in the security area are specialists from multiple sectors and multiple backgrounds that really help us become the safe travel partner that is our goal. And as far as the digital transformation journey is concerned, we have a very, very strong history of implementing significant security controls. I think the key difference has been, as the industry has evolved, is making sure that those security measures we take don't then subsequently impact our production performance and then provide a degradation of service overall. You know, protection for the sake of speed is actually a difficult conversation to have. So we've made sure that all of the protection that we put in place and continue to invest in, one of the key metrics for us is that we don't then subsequently lose our ability to operate at the greatest speed and the greatest efficacy as a result of the change that we've made and as a result of the solution that we've put in place. And I mentioned speed, beautiful segue just for myself. You know, again, I've talked a lot about being cost effective, you know, technology operation and its optimization, you know, and having an optimized global return of data speed is super, super important. We have really interesting integration paths. We have people within our ecosystem who integrate with us with our live API products. We have people who are integrated with us with offline products. We have user bases who are integrated with us using one of our back office UIs, user interfaces that we have, and we have people who interface with us exclusively using websites that we provide. And fundamentally, that accessibility and accessibility capability, as I said before, is global. And that means the speed and optimization that we have to keep in place, and the way in which we have to work through working inside the travel industry and remove the complexity for our ecosystem remains key, because speed is a factor, especially as we're all hoping for a return to growth in the travel industry. That is extremely important to everyone inside our ecosystem. And maintaining that capability, no matter where we are, has been a big part of our digital transformation. I mentioned before the cloud strategy, how distribution has been a big part of that capability. We've also made some significant changes in the technology that we use to actually lighten our payloads, and also the technology that we use. We have some fantastic machine learning and AI technology that works in our sourcing and business intelligence capabilities that enable us to actually sift through intelligently and automatically sift through the product which we are distributing and offering and making available, using our own algorithms, part of our own IPR, using data lake technology, which is retaining all of our key internal data. And that in turn delivers us cost benefits, efficiency benefits, if you like. And then there are subsequent opportunity cost benefits that are then passed on to everyone that works with us inside our ecosystem. And there's an added benefit of working in the machine learning and AI space, which is this is an exciting work for our technology communities. It's an area that people get really excited working in. It's really interesting, the blend of being a data scientist working with engineers hand in hand to deliver these changes. It makes an enormous difference to us and to our people. So what does success look like? So what's the ultimate goal for travel tech transformation for us? When will we kind of like, I don't know, rest? When will we take our hats off and say, you know what, good job? So at the very, very, very least, the lowest end of the scale is that our customers are happy, fulfilled, and have all of their service realized in the value chain of working with hotel beds. That's at the very least. But preferably, they're actually delighted, over the moon, working inside the ecosystem with the speed, reliability, the security and surety that we deliver them. And I think each and every one of our team members, everyone that works inside hotel beds, is super proud of what we've achieved. That's really what success looks like. And when we think about how we feel about our customer focus, we are fundamentally a B2B business, right? So in the B2B space, it's very different to B2C. As I touched on at the very start, relationships are key. The duration and length of those relationships are key. The trust in which they are built, the relationships our commercial groups have with them, it's all based on the surety that we provide with the technology solution that underpins it all. So a real key part of the value chain and, ultimately, fundamentally what we're here to do. And as far as the team members are concerned and, everyone that works inside our product and technology group, we have a lot of technical uncertainty to solve. It's been, as I said before, it's a super interesting industry for me. I spent my first decade working exclusively in telco, which is an industry that's managed to come together quite well, Apple aside, in terms of, standardization, formatting, portability of customer, journey in CX, where it's all become about the value chain of the best customer experience and pricing only, because customers can move around the port and have the exact same experience. If you're an Android phone user, you can go and buy a competitor phone and plug the same cable into it and it'll work. And in the travel industry, we don't have any of those benefits yet, where we can come together in that way. And that technical uncertainty in itself should deliver pride inside any product and technology organization that we get to overcome those challenges. And, the transformation that we've done is, as I said before, not just about the technology, it is also about our people. And fundamentally, our people are the answer to every single one of the challenges. Everything that we've done so far and everything we want to do in the future with our digital transformation has been done on the basis of our people. So are we done? What's next? What's the next big priority for us? So I mean, short answer, we're never done. We will never be done. It's not just that we want to provide the best service. We're also always looking for efficiencies to benefit, the travel ecosystem in general. We're going to go through the next 2 to 3 years with the industry trying to get well after the challenges of the pandemic. We very much expect to see the nature and behaviors of travelers changing. And we need to be ready to adapt around that travel ecosystem changing, how people travel, what's important to them, factors that are important to them. These are all elements of data. These are all drop elements of fact that we will need to build into the solutions that we provide into our ecosystem. So we'll never be done. And I don't think the digital transformation for us will ever be done, because there will always be opportunities to get on to. I think it's important, however, to stress that we are also not a business that do technology for technology's sake. We like to be adapting highly around the value chain. This isn't straight around cost. This is all to do with the fact that technology for technology's sake doesn't actually provide anything to our industry or anything to our ecosystem. There has to be an underpinning value that we can attach. Some of that will be based on customer experience. Some of it will be on price efficacy, and some of it will be, again, speed, security, and surety that were covered off before. And I think ultimately, if we were serious about providing the maximum value to our customer ecosystem, the other part of our responsibilities and our priority is just to keep on top of the evolution. We're expecting the next 2 years to be extraordinarily fast-paced. Here at Hotel Beds, we've really tried to make the most of the challenging environment we've had over the last year and invest very wisely on what we choose to do in our digital transformation. The interesting thing about the growth over the next couple of years is there are some very, very influential people in our industry who have very different opinions about which direction we're going to go. And we need to make sure that fundamentally the foundations here in Hotel Beds are capable of dealing with any one of those directions and in any direction that we find ourselves having to transform. So we don't see ourselves as ever being done. And ultimately, we're excited about, the next couple of years, excited about being involved in the growth of an industry that has been so publicly hit by the crisis, but we believe will spring back not just strongly, but in a different way with all the new opportunities that have been taken, but also excited about what that means for us in technology. It means the opportunity gate for us to make a difference to this business and to this sector has never been higher. So over the next 2 years, our ability to transform even more will do nothing but grow, and we're excited about what that will bring. So thank you very much for listening and hearing a little bit about our journey here in Hotel Beds. And now I'm happy to take any questions from any of you.
So a big thank you to Simon Matthews there, Chief Product and Technology Officer from Hotel Beds, who gave us that presentation. We're now going to be joined by Simon for a Q&A session for around about 10 minutes or so. I can see Simon is waiting in the background with us. Simon, I think you've turned on your mic but can't see your camera. So if you're able to, those controls are in the top right-hand side there. If you can just switch those on, and hopefully you'll be able to come through and we can kick off with the Q&A session. Just a reminder again to all those joining us, if you're on the Beyond Business Buzzwords page, you can ask questions in that chat area of the page. So if there's anything you'd like to ask Simon as we go through the next 10 minutes, please do pop those in the chat. I can now see Simon has joined us, so crossing my fingers that he can also see and hear me, and getting that positive nod from you. So welcome, Simon. Thanks so much for joining, and thanks for the presentation and offering kind of your narrative on the journey that you're taking and continuing to take. A really nice presentation from yourself there.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, thank you very much, and pleasure to do it. And I hope some people have found it interesting and insightful to learn a little bit about what we've been up to in the travel sector.
Yeah, no, it was a really good overview, and I'm keen to put some questions to you now as well. So let's crack on. A lot of the discussion this morning has been around, and always is on the conference, is around kind of the people side of digital transformation and any kind of business transformation, and a lot of questions and kind of probing around the area of how the pandemic has, in a sense, changed that, kind of the need to continue to evolve as an organization in a sense of people and culture. And I know you alluded to it in your presentation, and you did touch on that people side, which was great. But just want to kind of, I'm keen to further understand perhaps how you've managed that massive shift into different ways of working, and what it's meant for you as kind of as a kind of a chief technology officer, a chief product officer. How difficult has that been to kind of lead and instill that change? Because I think a lot of the barriers that has been discussed, particularly today, is that of kind of communication. So how have you found the last 12 months?
Yeah, I think it's been extremely challenging for all of our communities inside hotel beds. It's not just exclusive to product and technology. You know, we're one of the USPs of our business is the contact element, right? It's a relationship organization built on relationships, built on commercial foundation and history and trust. And a lot of that has been built face to face all around the world, in different places all around the world. So it's really, really tough on our commercial groups kind of moving to the model. The only thing that's been helpful, as awful as it is it's affected us all worldwide. And so everyone being in that same boat has also created a lot of unity in the commercial sector. Being selfish, talking about what we've done in the kind of product and technology space, it's really been about making sure that the overarching mission, the vision and the behaviors about how we're trying to go about it and what it is we're trying to deliver is just made clear at all times. There's been no shortage of work, and I'm sure many people will chime with that. You know, what the kind of commercial impacts have led to is an investment window with minimum disruption of an unprecedented type, right? And what that means for us in product and technology is more work, not less. And so it's been about, you know, making sure everyone's working within the right type of safe harbor in the right way, collaborating as best as we can, bearing in mind that, you know, we're an agile community, so we're used to working closely face to face in groups. And then moving into the digitalized world using online collaboration tools. I think we've pretty much got the lot. You name it, we've got all of these. We've been experimenting with multiple different ways to collaborate. And then we've just been trying to have as much fun as we can remotely. And then as the markets evolve and the countries evolve and freedoms evolve, we hope to be able to get together as a team, all face to face. And I think everyone's going to have a headache the very next day when that happens. Yeah,
they certainly will. But we're all looking forward to it. And then more of a kind of a personal question with regards to kind of your experience in technology and working in product teams and everything. You said at the start of the presentation, and then when you were rounding off the presentation, that you've worked in a number of different industries. Just how common are the challenges as a technology executive that you face across different those industries? Are they one and the same? Do you kind of see the same thing as you've moved along your career, that organizations need to focus on and have that particular challenge? So kind of looking at whether or not there are unique challenges to the work you do within each industry, or whether it's more of kind of an overall challenge. Hope that makes sense.
Interestingly, you've actually used the number one word that I would use to create commonality across all the sectors, and that's focus. I've been doing specifically digital transformation now for 15 years. So introducing products in organization, or introducing organizational design that creates a digital footprint for a business. for 15 years. And the one thing that is consistent throughout is the need for focus. It's really easy, especially if you're very serious about your credentials in transforming. These programs can be incredibly long pole, right? They can take, 1.5, 2.5 years to complete all of the threads to be able to truly digitize your business. And that takes a level of commitment and focus, which a lot of businesses and sectors struggle with, because you have the competing elements coming in, marketing conditions coming in, other aspects of the evolution of customer behavior or customer experience coming in. So staying the course, keeping that focus is the one thing that I think has been consistent across every single sector as a real key challenge. I think that aside, it's just the nature of the ambition of the business, right? So, the problems with transformation in digital, when I was in the media sector I was in, was actually just around the business even getting its head around the concept of a service that was directly provided into a consumer's hand over their device versus something that was either hidden behind a wall or a retail situation, and then subsequently all of the experiences you have to provide and provide for as a result of giving that power and bringing it. Those types of things are definitely different industry to industry, sector to sector. The customer behavior, the nature of the product or the service you provide, that kit always delivers real differentiation.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. Thank you, Simon. And then finally, I just want to come back to the point you got to at the end about you don't know what the future holds in terms of consumer behavior, or obviously you're working mainly as a business to business, or how those other businesses will respond to those kind of consumer needs, and what that landscape looks like over the next couple of years with regards to the travel industry. You said you've you can understand the various outcomes that might happen, but how do you react quickly when one does start to play out? How difficult is it going to be for you and your team to react to that and go down that road in a technology sense?
I think this is where we have one massive advantage in the landscape, which is the fact that we're a data-driven organization. So fundamentally, normally we see it playing out in the data before actually the trend. So for example, you hear about air corridors opening and it hits the news, maybe, I don't know, whatever your chosen news function is to consume, and you'll see, oh wow, right, the air corridor has opened up between Israel and Dubai, for example, or the UK and the US, or whatever it happens to be. But we would have seen that beforehand in our data. And that gives us that edge and the ability to respond. We are a data-driven organization, all the way up to the very top. Look at the behaviors of, especially of our CEO, very, very data-driven, looking for those trends, looking for those market opportunities. So we get to move quickly because we see it before it hits that evolutionary peak. And that's been the key to our fast mobility.
That's great. That's great to understand as well, how that happens. So thank you for that, and thanks so much for your presentation, Simon. It was a real pleasure having you included in the event. As mentioned, a really good overview and understanding of what you're doing at Hotel Beds, and particularly within the travel industry. And glad we could have you join for that quick Q&A session to delve into a few extra points. So really appreciate it, and thanks so much for your time.
Awesome, great. It's great to be here, and good luck with the rest of the event today.
Thank you. Cheers, Simon. Do appreciate it. And if there is more questions that you'd like to be asking Simon, we can continue the conversation. Connect with Simon on LinkedIn and keep up the engagement that way. It's good community being fostered. So I'm sure Simon will be happy to take a few questions that way as well. So big thank you to Simon Matthews joining, Chief Product and Technology Officer from Hotel Beds. It was great to have him with us. We're now going to be moving on to the next element of the day, and we're going to be joined by Sriraj Malik, who's CEO at Unlock OKR, one of our event partners, and we're going to be hearing more about OKRs as an organization's operating system. It's great to have Sriraj with us. He's an expert leader in workforce transformation, so I'm looking forward to further understanding the world of OKRs. And after the presentation, we'll have just under around about 5 minutes for a very quick Q&A session for that as well. So looking forward to that, and I'm going to play the presentation now. Thanks so much.
Welcome to this session about objectives and key results, in short, OKRs. OKRs is a collaborative goal-setting tool and a framework to align teams and individuals around ambitious goals and help them navigate to achieve desired results or outcomes. Hello, my name is Sriraj Malik, and I'm the CEO of InfoPro Learning, a workforce transformation company. I have worked for over 2 decades in areas of software, technology, learning, and development to help organizations in their evolution or transformation journeys. In my current role, I am the CEO of InfoPro Learning and excited to talk about our OKR platform, Unlock OKR. Today, in this session, I'm going to cover 3 points. First, I'm going to explain what is an OKR framework and what are its benefits, the 4 superpowers of OKR that transform the organization, and turning OKRs into operating system of your organization. So what is an OKR? To know more, I'm going to play this video. So crank up the volume and listen it.
OKRs were created to solve some of the biggest performance-related challenges for leadership teams. Outcomes for individuals are poorly defined. Lack of focus on what matters most. Communication downstream is inconsistent and slow, and several more. So, what makes OKR different than everything we're doing today? OKRs solve the biggest performance-related challenges for 3 main reasons. They break down silos to align on expectations and create clarity by creating a shared set of goals for your company, department, and team. These are called objectives. Every employee in the organization receives an individual action plan, which must be measurable and related to performance. These are called key results, and they ensure everyone is being held accountable. Put them together, and you've got our 3rd reason. When your entire organization aligns around a shared objective and personalized key results, it provides an intense focus on what matters most. To recap, OKR stands for Objective, Key Results. And when using the OKR method, you can create alignment, focus, clarity, and accountability.
And just to take you and give you a little bit of a history, OKRs were created by Andy Grove at Intel, and he actually worked on the then famous management by objectives framework, which was created by Peter Drucker. And he evolved the MBO framework into what now is called the OKRs. And like you saw in the video, the OKRs are how you track progress, create alignment, encourage employee engagement around some measurable goals. And we believe that OKRs are the new operating system that will help you drive organizational performance. Not only us, several companies have adopted OKRs as their platform for goal setting and performance management. Some of them include companies such as Google, Netflix, Amazon, LG, Siemens, LinkedIn, and many more. So let's take a look at an OKR example. What is an objective? An objective is a memorable qualitative description of what you wish to achieve. It has to be short, inspirational, and engaging. An objective should also motivate and challenge your team and tell them why this objective is important and why it is important now. And then to achieve those objectives, key results are a set of metrics that measure your progress towards the objective. For each objective, you should have 2 to 5 key results, and these key results should always be quantitative and measurable. So when you apply the framework, we have seen organizations achieve 4 superpowers of successful transformation through OKRs. A successful transformation would mean it allows you to connect your strategy to execution and change your organization to think from output to outcomes. So let's look at what these 4 superpowers are. The first superpower is intense focus or radical focus, guiding and empowering every person to concentrate and prioritize their attention and activity to what is most valuable to the organization. And an organization where everyone is clear around what are the strategic priorities and objectives and why they matter now. Where the entire team is motivated towards an inspirational purpose and concentrating around executing those goals. And they're paying attention to the progress of those goals and how they contribute to the organization's strategic goals. So that's a big superpower. We call it intense focus. The second superpower is alignment. Organizations grow to become really big. They start working in silos. There is lack of transparency, and it creates confusion. So alignment would mean thinking and acting in unison towards strategic goals of the organization, where every employee is working in the same direction, in agreement how success is measured for a quarter, for a year, or for a particular cycle. And every employee is clear how they are contributing to their 2 teams' goals and eventually the organization's goals. They understand their individual contribution, and employees are spending time coordinating how their objectives and their goals relate and impact other team members and teams. This alignment also means that individuals have aligned with their supervisors and agree on specific success and measurable results that are expected from them. This alignment creates tremendous engagement and energy within the organization. The third superpower is orchestrating a battle rhythm. It's not about just chasing a nice shiny object today and then going to a different objective tomorrow. It is about having everyone consistently tracking and updating their weekly progress for transparency and accountability. It is about focusing on achieving results and regularly meeting the team, not just to look at what the status is, but to solve real problems, providing feedback, providing recognition to team members on a routine basis in a consistent manner, so that every element of your OKRs have the right amount of focus and execution effort being put in by each member of your team. And that's the third superpower. The fourth superpower is agility. The power of adapting to changing business dynamics quickly and easily. making sure you're taking your team along and explaining what is changing and how they need to adapt, where your entire organization is able to transition quickly to a new quarter, and a different quarter would look different than the previous quarter in terms of how the organization is adopting to the dynamic change in its business, where everyone in your organization and team takes time to reflect on your previous quarter or period to improve their next quarter. And everyone is able to learn to replan and quickly and execute quickly and effectively. So those are the 4 superpowers that help you achieve a successful OKR transformation: focus, alignment, rhythm, and agility. I have personally seen many organizations achieve their strategic objectives and grow faster than similar companies in the same industry or same category by use of OKRs and the proper implementation of the OKR framework in the organization. I have also seen, and this is my first-hand experience of implementing OKRs in my own organization, that we have changed the mindset of our team who were thinking about outputs are now thinking about outcomes. And that change in thought process is energizing to everyone. So now let's look at what and how OKRs can become your operating system, an operating system that drives performance in your organization. The first point is that making OKRs an operating system requires full commitment from top executives of the organization, business leaders, CEOs, because this is not only a tool implementation, it's a change management exercise as well. You should start using OKRs. When I started implementing OKRs, I found a lot of problems in the way OKRs were written and the way we were implementing it initially. But we valued progress over perfection, because as the organization started seeing the benefits, we saw many champions in the company who started perfecting the process. Third, like I said earlier, focus on the framework and not on the process or the software. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Focus on the framework and the process, not just on the software. A big mistake many companies have made is they believe in just buying some licenses of a software platform and believing that they will get all the benefits of an OKR system. I have seen a lot of pushbacks if the change management has not been planned well and the process is not clearly understood. I have seen pushbacks if you are not able to create OKR coaches and OKR champions within your team. So to make OKR successful, focus on the framework and the process of implementation or change. And finally, always maintain an outcomes first approach so that leaders have the space of thinking about why they need to prioritize certain goals. And you don't have to have them focus on the what and how of things. An outcomes first approach leads your team into innovative solutions to reach the final goal, as against just caring about what do they have to produce on a particular day. So that concludes today's session on OKRs and how you can make OKRs a successful operating system in your organization. I've provided my email address, and please do connect with me on LinkedIn, our website, unlockokr.com. We have recently launched our platform, and we have also created a success playbook that helps us help our clients implement this framework. So reach out to me. We are in what we call a first-class program where we are offering amazing benefits, discounts, and additional services to our first 25 clients. Feel free to reach out to me and set up a meeting with me so I can explain in great more detail about OKRs and my personal experience of having implemented it in my own organization. Thank you for joining in this session.
And thank you to Suraj Malik there for walking us through OKRs. Hopefully going to be joined by Suraj now. I can see he is in the backstage area with us. So Suraj, if you can hear and see me, if you just want to enable your camera and mic, and you can do that top right hand side of the screen that you can see. And hopefully we can kick off a quick Q&A session. We've got around 5 minutes to do that. And for anyone joining, do use the chat if you've got any questions, and also there are resources below the stream that you can see to click through and see what Unlock OKR are all about and find out more details on those. Suraj, I can see you. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you, Chris. Very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, thank you. Thanks for joining, and thanks for that quick snapshot into OKRs and explaining further more about them and understanding them. A great quick presentation from yourself there, and eager to ask you a few questions now, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I guess a good place to start is to kind of put to you a question around kind of onboarding and adopting OKRs. If I was an organization that was kind of looking at OKRs to bring in and implement, what are the kind of questions that I should be asking myself, or what kind of questions should the organizations be looking at?
So it goes back to the 4 superpowers that I spoke about in the video. Mm-hmm. And if you reflect on those superpowers, mm-hmm. and you reflect on how are you doing on those in your organization, sure. And the response you get is, well, there is a misalignment. We end up focusing on too many things at the same time. Yeah. We have these strategic directions, but it does not yield results that we want to, or we don't have the right learning. Then those are great signs that an OKR platform would be beneficial to the organization.
Yeah. Nice. I really liked the slide when you were saying about when everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. And I'm sure a lot of people have been in those shoes and continue to be in those shoes. It's often overwhelming sometimes. So bringing those in, I'm sure, will help. And you also mentioned in your presentation about the companies like Google and Netflix that use OKRs, and you named quite a few like techie kind of organizations. Is this kind of principle and adoption open to kind of all industries, or should particular industries be focusing on it? Can any organization, I guess, bring it in?
Yeah, that's a great question. It started mostly with the tech industry earlier, so you see a lot of adoption. But now in the last 2 years, we have seen different industries, brick and mortar industries, even insurance organizations and construction companies, all participating in the process. I was just with a large insurance organization, and I heard the CEO who had to retire has had an extension just to leave his legacy of implementing OKRs in his organization. Right. So a lot of old economy industries are also going in this process. Siemens is leading, and we are talking to several industries, healthcare and pharmaceutical segment, who are all implementing. Restaurants are implementing as well.
Sure, and obviously this is kind of a new platform as part of InfoPro Learning, and you obviously identified a need to bring this to the market. Has kind of the pandemic had an effect of what your customers and businesses as clients need and see, and is this a result of that?
Well, the result is actually we have been in the workforce transformation space for 25 years, solving just one problem. How do you improve organizational performance?
Sure.
And we end up looking at OKRs because this was something that we first implemented on ourselves, tested it out, and then we felt so good about it that we built a product and a playbook. To answer your question, post-pandemic, these challenges have increased. Alignment with people are working remote, focus, all these things the challenges have increased. And so most clients are looking for, can we find a solution that can address this? So yes, in short, there's a huge requirement that has started trickling in post-pandemic.
Nice. Well, look, that's all we've got time for, Suraj. But thank you so much for your presentation. Your contact details were left on that last slide. So for our audience watching, if there are questions that you'd like to put yourselves to Suraj, then please do that. Also, the resources for Unlock OKR will be available just down below the stream there. So if you did want to investigate further, do have a look. And thank you, Suraj, for joining. Really do appreciate your time and a great presentation of great benefit to the audience. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. So that was Suraj Malik joining us from InfoPro Learning, the CEO of that, and explaining further about the Unlock OKR platform. So a real pleasure to have been joined by him. We're now moving on to the last presentation before a quick break. We are going to be joined by Maxine Payton, who's the lead product manager at DWP, and Maxine is going to be discussing more on their innovation labs, and then we're going to be joined by Maxine after the presentation for a Q&A session as well. Apologies there, the slide was just moving around, I was a little bit distracted. So we're going to be moving on to Maxine now, and looking forward to having a Q&A session with Maxine afterwards. But first, let's hear more on the DWP Innovation Labs. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Maxine Payton, and I'm a lead product manager in the DWP Innovation Lab. I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about what the Innovation Lab is, what it does, how it works, and the value drivers behind it, but also a little bit about how we've transformed to respond to the recent pandemic, the COVID crisis, and what that's meant in terms of opportunities for the Innovation Lab. I've been working in DWP for a little while now, more recently in the lab, but before that I've worked in lots of different spaces across the organisation. I'm incredibly proud to work for the department. What I do and the difference I make, the impact that I can have, is really important, and it really matters. And knowing that I can improve and make life better for all kinds of people is one of the biggest motivations. I work in DWP Digital right now, and our aim is to improve how customers interact with DWP by digitalizing services where it's beneficial to do so. Digitalizing services creates improvements, especially to the customer experience, to customer journeys, and also removes the waste out of those journeys as well. I'm going to talk a little bit about the organisation, the department itself. So DWP, the Department for Work and Pensions, is a government department responsible for welfare, pensions, and child maintenance policy. It's the UK's biggest public service department. It administers state pension and a range of working age and disability ill health benefits to around 20 million claimants and customers. In terms of the organisation's size, we employ around 85,000 people. That might have increased recently as we've responded to the spike in demand as a result of the pandemic. We provide a number of different services in a number of ways through Job Centre Plus, the pension service, and the child maintenance service. Our key priorities at the moment are significant. Running an effective welfare system And that's pretty kind of important right now, especially the world we live in. Enabling people to be financially independent and help them back into employment as a result of some of the life events they may have experienced, especially right now, is absolutely paramount to helping the post-COVID situation re-emerge, and obviously the recovering economy as well. We support lots of different people: single parents, people that have just recently become employed, people who are trying to find work, people who have left care, people who have just recently come out of prison. There are lots and lots of different types of people that the department supports. So I just wanted to talk about a little my journey into innovation. I always thought myself as a creative. I like being around energy, pace, and high creative environments. But above all, throughout my career journey, I found out that actually I really like people, and I like different perspectives, divergent perspectives, unique thoughts, challenging ideas, and connecting them. As an aside, my favourite listen is Desert Island Discs, and that's because I get to discover about lots of people that I never knew existed that have done absolutely amazing things, and that makes me think, wowzers, what can I do with all of that information and what I've learned about them to connect things, to understand ideas, to understand what's happening in the wider world. And I think the power of building networks and connecting things again has been really, really important to me throughout my career in the department as well as life itself. Steve Jobs once said that creativity is just connecting things. And when you ask creative people about how they did something, they feel a little bit guilty because they didn't really do it. They just saw something and it seemed obvious to them from there on. That's really powerful for me, and really powerful that I see lots of things, and I've got an ability in the role that I do at the moment to connect things. I've been a long time in my career journey, and recognizing what's important to me, what inspires me, what I can do, what my strengths are, have been paramount to where I am today and the things that I'm able to do. I'm not a technologist, I'm not a data scientist, nor do I specialize in AI or robotics, but I know lots of amazing people around me in the Innovation Lab that do, and drawing on their huge amount of knowledge and their perspective and their skills is hugely important and valuable in connecting things and making the Innovation Lab a success in DWP. Just moving on from that, I just want to tell you more about the Innovation Lab now and what it is. If you're not familiar with the Innovation Lab, you may be forgiven for exactly, asking what it involves, especially for a government department like ours, where there's a huge amount of innovation that already exists across the department. But putting it simply, it's a framework for rapidly generating ideas and turning them into some kind of value within the organisation. As a product person, I'm all about asking the whys and seeking out the value and translating that from the power of the networks that exist around me. So I do ask lots of questions. I seek out opportunities. I form alliances and connections and leverage that expertise to help me elicit the value, especially within the innovation context. The Innovation Lab aims to achieve the followings, particularly around bringing diverse and external thinking into the business, identifying new opportunities. There is a huge innovation ecosystem that exists. Part of the role of what the lab does within the organisation is to reach out within that ecosystem, to understand where and what is happening, not only across government, but beyond that. What are the latest trends on the horizon? What technologies? How are people thinking differently? What methodologies and creative approaches are really helpful and going to be helpful for us to respond to future citizen needs? And that's a really important part of what we do. Forming those new alliances from that and partnerships from that network is equally as important to help us understand, drive, test and experiment and find the value in those new ideas as well. Hothousing new solutions and generating ideas and turning them into value. I've spoke about being a product person and seeking out the value in the things that we do in the Innovation Lab, but eliciting that value and understanding if an idea has potential and how that can go some way to solving a problem or learning. How can we learn from that idea by quickly understanding the potential that it has and then being able to say how it might help us to achieve some of those challenges in the mid to long-term future. Incubating a culture of innovation throughout the organisation is really important too. Innovation is not just about technology, it's not just about digital, but it's about cultures, and it's about influencing those cultures. It's about helping people to think differently, helping people to think about a problem or a way that they perceived a problem to persist or exist. It's about challenging those ideas. It's about challenging the ways in which we traditionally might have thought about how we could meet that problem or how we could solve it. It's about bringing some future thinking in. It's about bringing all of that network and challenging how we could do things. It's about introducing new approaches to new methodologies to help people really kind of think in a different way to what they may have done previously. So the spreading and influencing the innovation culture across the department beyond the immediate area that I work in is really, really important as well. Okay, so the innovation journey, what actually is it? So innovation labs all vary in their purpose, and having an operating model to successfully function is really important. The double diamond is not new to anybody in the design spectrum, and it's been around now for about 15 years, I think. The two diamonds represent a process of exploring an issue, or more widely, deeply, that divergent thinking, and then taking focused action to converge. In the lab, we take a very user-centric approach to the way that we look at problems from the very beginning. We're always looking for new solutions and different ways to meet those challenges, as I've already mentioned. But I think by putting the humanization and the user at the center of what we do in an innovation lab really helps us to understand then how we can achieve that value and how we can solve the problems in the right way with the right solutions. Yeah, we talk about technology. Yeah, we explore technology. We explore AI. We explore lots of different things in what we do in the lab. But it's really important that it's grounded in a problem. It's grounded in meeting a challenge, and it's grounded in understanding what that user is and how we're going to help them, and how we're going to help them access the services of the department easier, quicker, faster, and that they can respond to the services that we create in a better way too. So how do we do that? Before we embark on a journey, we absolutely look at all the research and the insights that we have around a particular focus or a problem that we might want to go about solving. We source opportunities, we create pipelines of ideas that we want to kind of explore as well. There's obviously lots of activity within a technical radar sense. So how might we leverage some of that innovation from a technical point of view that we know about to really solve some of the problems that we've researched and got a good understanding of. And it's about bringing the two together in a really quick, rapid, creative environment. We tend to work within short sprints of about 6 to 8 weeks, and that's from very much starting with the problem space, understanding it, research, insights, synthesizing all of that, ideating and prototyping, and leveraging all of what we know from the ecosystem to then come out the other end with, this is a potential of how we might meet that problem. Or along that whole journey, it's absolutely about, it might not be the right thing to do as well. Just moving on slightly. So what are the value drivers behind the lab? Okay, so it's really important to have a goal and a purpose behind what a lab does, and particularly what the DWP Digital Lab does. It helps organisations to understand why you exist and what your purpose is. And especially in a lab, it helps to leverage senior sponsorship, senior allies, and that's really important to land any ideas that we explore in the lab. And it can often be a biggest challenge of any lab. You know, once you've been through a proof of concept or tested an idea and come out with something at the other end, what do you do that? How do you ground it within an organisation to then actually productionize it and make it a reality? The lab doesn't productionize anything. We experiment with ideas and we test ideas and we learn a hell of a lot. What's really important is the other end is that sponsorship and that leverage you have to actually make that a reality. So measuring success also helps to articulate the value that we add to the organisation. And that's constantly a test that you are actually, you know, checking out ideas or solving the right problems, that you are finding value, that you are finding the right things to do within the space that we work. I just want to pick up on a few of the value drivers that I've shown on this slide. We absolutely identify high impact solutions to key problems to shape what that future could look like. The lab works in horizons, so we look in the medium to long term. So what does the future citizen look like for the organisation? How will they respond to some of the services? How do they want to respond to some of the services? When we look at how the pandemic has changed the world around us, and I'll go on to talk about that shortly, that looks significantly different as we emerge. That will look different in a year's time and probably 2 years' time. But the lab and knowing what's on the horizon gives us an opportunity to experiment and understand some of that and ground it and find out whether that's worthy of an investment. So absolutely all about the high impact solutions. I've talked about new perspectives and my particular interest in that intersection of perspectives, but that is absolutely what the lab exploits. It's all about bringing together a range of academics, technologists, businesses, startups, whatever that may be, into a space to really leverage and accelerate and challenge and bring about change in the right way. So those ecosystems and navigating them are vital and are really a core part of our value drivers. The future citizen, understanding them, the horizons, what we do, how can we improve things? We want to make services better. We want to improve things for our claimants and our customers, and having a view of what that future citizen looks like and how we might support that even more and accelerate what we do towards that future citizen's key. Cross-boundary problem solvers. We don't just focus on problems that are just really key for the department. We absolutely share common problems across government. Many of our claimants and our customers are part of a wider journey that means that they touch upon various different government departments. For example, HMRC, Ministry of Justice, whatever that may be. There are lots and lots of departments that share the same problems, and we are really interested and really want to work across those boundaries to solve those common problems. The sharing of information, how do we make it easier for some of our citizens, for example, to go on those journeys across multiple government departments without having to do the same interaction time and time again, when actually they just need the support they need, to be able to, as I mentioned at the beginning, live financially independent or seek help about their current circumstance. So that's really important to us to look wider than the department of how we solve cross-boundary problems. We're absolutely about learning fast as well. The value and the pace of our learning by experimenting rapidly and accelerating that learning and sharing that outwards is really, really important. I mentioned that we worked within 6 to 8 week sprints. The pace and the acceleration is really important to be able to learn and fail fast or continue to find a place for those ideas to then come to life. So yeah, pace and learning fast is key. So failure, I briefly touched on that on the last slide of how important failure is. And I mean failure in the context of not every idea that a lab and an innovation lab explores is going to be a brilliant idea that should be adopted and everybody should gather around. A key part of what we do in the lab, and it's really important that the value of our learnings and the value of our outputs are that not everything is the right thing to do. We are absolutely about influencing choices and strategic decisions by showcasing and learning that investments in some areas aren't the right thing or will not meet the challenges that we have ahead of us or solve the right problems in the right way. So that innovation and creativity without failure is absolutely key. And it's really important that we embrace that failure and that everybody around and in around the lab that works with us sees that some of the things that aren't the success are still absolutely critically valuable in terms of the outputs and the learnings that we share outwards as well. There's also something around, adopting the models in an innovation lab, changing to the world around us, changing to the new challenges that we have around us as well. And learning about great new approaches and methodologies that we can use in a lab to really accelerate and think again is really, really important, and maturing and evolving those models happens along the way. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit now about the unintended consequences in extreme circumstances. And by those extreme circumstances, I absolutely mean the past year, our lives for the past year and every aspect of our lives has changed significantly. And our world as we know it is fundamentally different to what it was in a pre-COVID landscape. And when we emerge, it will be totally different. And COVID for the department presented some immediate challenges and some challenges and opportunities as we look ahead into that future space and that future horizon about how we might innovate and do things differently. Just to bring that into context, what that's meant for the department is that the way that citizens access our services has been completely turned on its head. You know, the way that we deliver and the environments that we work in day to day are completely different to what they were a year ago. Our daily life is consumed by Teams calls, by Zooms, by being online, by children running around in the background and interrupting. All of those things are part of what seems to be the norm now, and balancing the whole life seems to be what will be emerging out as we come out of the post-pandemic landscape. The way we work and our operating models have been flipped on their head. The ways of working in our job centres, our contact centres have all changed. There's been a rapid move to home working for tens of thousands of people around the department. This has meant our digital capabilities have to shift, enabling everybody to respond to those rising demands in citizens and claimants that need the help because of a life event as a result of the COVID pandemic. They've suddenly become ill, or they found themselves without a job and they are unemployed and they want to get back into the workspace, but whilst they're finding their way back, they need the financial support to do so. So it's really important that we've still been able to continue to deliver those vital services, but in a different way, enabling, you know, the kit and the technology and the enablement for all of our contact centre staff, our job centre staff, our work coaches to continue to deliver those vital services has been a complete change. And as I've mentioned, we've really been able to change the way that we have worked and recognise that there are lots of opportunities within that. The pace of that change has been quite incredible. I'd like to say overnight, but with very rapidly, all of those things that I've spoken about in terms of the way that people work and the way that people access our services, that pace of change has been incredibly rapid and really surprising, I think, for a lot of people in terms of how we've actually responded to that and how that people have adapted to that really quickly as well. We've been able to challenge a little bit risk appetites, people's risk appetites about suddenly changing to what is a new normal or what continues to evolve to be a new normal, and how we've suddenly flipped, you know, from 900 sites across the department to tens of thousands of people working from home, and enabling that, and probably being in a landscape pre-COVID that probably really didn't seem a possibility, but it's happened, and it's happened at pace. And the risk and the attitude towards that type of change, that quick pace, rapid change and that transformation has definitely shifted. The vocabulary that we use around all of this has probably shifted as well. Who knew that the word COVID would be part of our daily conversations, and that the way people are feeling and are responding to that as well is significantly different. And I think we have to acknowledge the vocabulary that we use around all of digital change and transformation and pace and risk appetites as well. I think it's a really important point. So in terms of responding to those extreme circumstances and what we've done as a department, I think I'd like to just kind of mention, so what does that mean in terms of the opportunity? What opportunity is that presented for innovation, for digital and for transformation? So there's absolutely been a changing of mindsets. You know, history has shown that crises drives innovation, and we've absolutely seen that in abundance in day-to-day working right now. There is a real opportunity for us to think about, so what does that mean for the future, as we are learning more as a society, as we are learning more about the pandemic, and then we are learning more together. What does that actually mean of what the future could look like and be like? I think it's, you know, I've mentioned earlier, one of the biggest things that we've done is been able to change those mindsets and become more open to change and become more open to doing things in a very different way. Those risk appetites that I mentioned earlier have absolutely probably become more tolerant, that we find that we can change things, and our risk to doing so is probably a little bit lower than it was before. Absolutely, we've all built a level of resilience. If it's not only from, you know, having our children around us and helping to try and educate them in different ways, but our resilience levels to that change and adapting to that change is absolutely heightened now, you know, and put that against the changing of mindsets and the risk appetites and lots of kind of, you know, there is a lots of emerging opportunities just there alone to embrace innovation and to embrace it even more. change in digital transformation can happen. And I think we've proven that. We've proven that with the way that our operations have probably changed from lots of people working from home and the way that we've delivered services and people digital capabilities. It can happen, and it can happen really, really quickly. It can be done with pace, and we can accelerate change as well. And innovation absolutely does have a really key role to play in that. We can challenge and redefine what normal is. If we're doing that on a daily basis, the more that we learn, and the more that we do that in a lab environment as well, we challenge the perceptions of those norms. Again, those intersection of perspectives that we bring from a lab perspective are all around challenging what we know now, what we think that future might look like, and what we think normal may be on the horizon. So, absolutely an opportunity for the Innovation Lab here, but for lots of digital transformation to challenge and define what do we perceive and what do we think the new normal is going to be. It's opened up an abundance of opportunity to collaborate. I mentioned earlier that one of our key drivers was absolutely about working cross-boundary and not in perceived silos of departments. Lots of opportunity for collaboration. We only have to look at the way that we've delivered services across our, the way that we're standing up testing units, the way that we are delivering a program across government at the moment around, vaccinations. And again, as I've mentioned, our journeys are holistic across lots of government departments. What this has allowed us to do is probably look at those even more intensely and think about what are the opportunities. There is a lot more willingness to collaborate and to collaborate quicker. So therefore, bring the innovation into that space as well to really spark and inspire that divergent thinking. I think, again, that's a great opportunity that we really do want to leverage. I've talked a lot about transformation, and I've talked a lot about digital change, and I've talked a lot about innovation. But one of the core values, obviously, of DWP Digital is actually that we do digital with purpose, and that there is a purpose to everything that we do, and that we do drive out improvements and we make things better for the citizens and the claimants that we do help on a day-to-day basis. I just want to go on to talk about some of the principles of innovation success and what I found out along the way, and I've certainly mentioned a couple of times throughout the slides that I've talked about. We are absolutely ambassadors of innovation culture. That innovation culture about embracing different ways of working, about embracing different thinking, all of those intersection of perspectives that come into play within our lab. All of that is about us influencing and shaping and challenging and enabling people to think bigger and to think differently and realise what the art of the actual possible could be in the way that we deliver services. User centricity is at the core of our solutions. I mentioned about the user centricity earlier in the double diamond slide. It's critical to the success to understand problems and deliver value, having humanisation and users at the centre of what we do in the lab and thinking about them. And I play a pivotal role as a product person as well, and absolutely making sure that the people that we surround ourselves with in the lab, we have user researchers, business analysts, technologists, innovation specialists, we all come from an ethos of understanding that problem-centred, user-centric approach in the things that we do. Demonstrating your value and demonstrating our value, that has to be grounded in problems, grounded in value, grounded in this idea can be leveraged and this is how it can help and this is the value that it's got. And translating that between all of the perspectives is part of what I do, it's part of my job, but it's absolutely vital that we can demonstrate some value or no value, that it's not the right thing to do, as I mentioned earlier about the failure. Multi-perspective community, one of my favourite things, intersection of perspectives, diversity, lots of different kind of skill sets, lots of different views. That really creates the magic, so to speak, in an innovation space. It really sparks challenge, it really sparks divergent thinking, and it really helps us to leverage the best ideas and test those out in the best way. Solving cross-cutting problems, going across government, going wider, going bigger, leveraging ecosystems to really solve problems and think about them in a different way is, again, key to what we do, and a really good principle of success. We're learning driven, absolutely. Every idea that we test, every place that we go to, every kind of innovation aspect that we do, it has to be grounded in some learning as well. the outputs and how valuable they are, whether it's the right thing to do, whether it's not the right thing to do. We're on a learning journey, and we are really keen to share those learnings outwards. And, from everybody that's around the innovation space, the sponsorships and the senior people that we work with, as well as lots of other people in and around the organisation and beyond, it has to be learning driven, and we continually evolve the way and the approach that we do some of our things to make sure that we maximise the learning outputs all of the time. Pace and rapid innovation. I've talked about the pace at which we work. I've talked about rapid innovation. We know the landscape in which we work, how quickly that changes from month to month, day to day, year to year. We've known ourselves, we've experienced how quickly our lives have changed and been completely flipped upside down from where we were a year ago, and how that has changed on a day-to-day basis. And we've adapted to that, but the pace and the rapid innovation is key, and leveraging the ideas and leveraging the pace of innovation is absolutely a principle, again, of the innovation success. Okay, so thank you for listening. I hope you found the information that I've shared with you interesting. I hope you found it inspiring. We're really keen to make sure that we can share the successes of the innovation that's happening across the department and what that's meant in a particular timeframe that we're working in and the landscape that we're working in right now. You can connect with DWP Digital across multi-social media platforms. There's my Twitter handle right there as well. Really open to connections. I think I've explained that enough in my passion for people and connections and how important that is to me. So please feel free to reach out to the department, DWP Digital, and myself in any way. And I hope that's been useful. I'm really open to take any questions. So please feel free.
A big thank you to Maxine for that presentation. Really interesting story. We're hopefully now going to be joined back by Maxine for about 7 or 8 minutes worth of Q&A. I can see Maxine backstage with us. So Maxine, if you can hear me, it's top right to enable that camera and mic, and hopefully we can get going with the Q&A. Just by way of that as well, if anyone does have any questions, feel free to throw them into the event chat. My colleague will pick those up and pass them to me. So do get asking if you have anything. Maxine, I can hear and hopefully I can see you. Yep, I can. Maxine, welcome. How are you?
I'm really well, thank you. It's good to be here. Thank you.
No, it's great to have you with us, and thanks for a really interesting presentation. Really nice narrative, and great to understand further about the innovation labs within DWP. We had quite a few years ago now, and I think he has since moved on. We had Mayank Prakash present at one of our events, and he was sharing some kind of digital transformation stories, and that was about 4 or 5 years ago. So it's really interesting for me to kind of see, where DWP was then and how far it's come now. And it's very clear the transformation of the department through those last years, and how the kind of the technology onboarded and the real focus on that citizen experience. So good to see. And yeah, enough waffling on. We'll get going with some questions. I've got a question that's kind of been echoed throughout today, and also throughout the event series over the past few months, and that's down to the difficulty in running a team and running a department, particularly during the last 12 months. You say in your presentation as well, you came from a creative background, so more of like a non-technical background basis. So how difficult has it been for you to kind of lead on the lab during the pandemic? What have kind of been the barriers and challenges in doing such?
Yeah, it's a really interesting point and so relevant for everybody right now, isn't it? I think for me, personal challenges have been probably adapting to kind of different ways of life and day-to-day living. I'm a mum, I'm a wife, I have the kids, I have a family, and I have a life around me. So trying to exist and be really professional and really kind of progress and promote the lab in addition to all that, it's obviously been a personal challenge, and I'm sure a lot of people can empathize with that situation. Creating a team and creating a new team and bringing lots of diverse people together in a short space of time, which is what we've done in the lab, again, has all been done throughout the past year. Absolutely trying to find lots of ways to regularly communicate that's not just an endless Zoom call is really important, and trying to find and carve out the right time to communicate and share and collaborate in lots of different ways. We still keep trying that out in, you know, lots of different guys on a day-to-day basis, but one of the key points from that, one of the challenges is, you know, the communication when you're working remotely is absolutely key, and you have to find the best ways to suit the team to do that in a way that you're able to collaborate as well and deliver some really creative and some really divergent kind of outcomes as well. They're all challenges, but we just have to keep trying to find different ways to do it. But the key to all of that for me is that we have to communicate, and we have to talk, and we have to find good ways in which we can do it.
Sure, nice, good answer. And we've had a question come in from Dawn here. Hi Maxine, great talk. Really interesting insights from you. Could you tell us a little bit about the type of services that the Innovation Lab has been involved in, improving for either customers or employees of the DWP, and what sort of success the labs have enjoyed? Thanks so much.
Yeah, so again, the depth and diversity, I think hopefully I touched on this a little bit within the presentation, but didn't really explore the kind of context of it. The depth and diversity of ideas spans lots and lots of different spaces across the department, and touches lots of different services. So I described there the type of services that we offer in the first instance. So from unemployment support to people that are ill, health support, getting people back into work, lots and lots of different types. And the ideas and things that we kind of covered in the lab and will be covering, and a feature as part of our pipeline, span the depth and diversity of all of that. You know, more recently, just to give you some examples, we've touched upon ways of working internally for some of our professional communities in the research space. You know, how do we enable them to conduct research, to understand and find out insights in a different way to the traditional methods of going out and doing that research? How can we use platforms that exist to enable them to do some kind of research? So that's an example that touches on some of our internal ways of working. We've touched on things in the past that are around identity, complex needs. So how can we understand the needs of citizens and enable our agents and our work coaches to respond to those needs when they span into kind of the complexities of life as well, and get the right support for those individuals. So a real breadth of mix of innovation that we've touched, and worked with numerous different kind of partnerships to bring in different ideas and expose different technologies in those spaces.
Good stuff. Another question in from Andy here. Hi Maxine, what do you think is the most important thing when driving the cultural change?
Oh, it's a really interesting one. I think for me, there's definitely something about having and understanding the allies that can enable amplification about an innovation culture. There's creating environments in which you can allow people to feel comfortable around, you know, some kind of elements that they might feel not necessarily comfortable with when you are going into an innovation space, and that's not the day-to-day thing they do. So there's definitely around creating safety in those environments to allow people to embrace the culture more, and create open cultures where they can talk about it as well. And I think, you know, as well as having that sponsorship and amplification to leverage and present and promote, there's definitely something about sometimes slowly drip feeding and showing what the art of the possible is a good way to pivot and change mindsets and to get people on board. A demonstration of what is possible is a great way to influence people's thinking and cultures and the way that they might want to approach something next.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer. And then finally, one question I've got here and kind of wanted to discuss was when I heard from previous presentations, previous events, we've had quite a few speakers, obviously from the private sector, talking about their innovation labs and how they're set up to work and everything. And a lot of them always talk about they're great because within them they remove a certain level of bureaucracy. They can move at, you know, speed. Is that the case with yourselves? Obviously, the government is it's public sector. It's all very, or is it very different? But what's your take on that?
Yeah, so there's definitely something about touching upon safe spaces in which to experiment, and we can kind of leverage that a little bit more than day-to-day business as usual in the lab. but there's still an appreciation of the complexity and actually, in reality, how do you bring an idea to life? I mentioned that we don't productionize anything, but it's really key that we understand the landscape in which we work, and that we can work with SMEs and stakeholders to really inform and shape an idea that actually, if we do generate and we do find out throughout the experimentation that there is value and there is some leverage, it's got a place to land, and it's got a place to then be made a reality, as I've said. But it's important within that space that we do have a bit of a space to experiment, but it's still done within a great understanding of how you translate it into the real world as well.
Perfect. Well, that's all we've got time for there, Maxine. But thanks again for joining, and real nice presentation, and got a good understanding now of the Innovation Labs, and it's good to see the work that you're doing. And as mentioned at the start, just that evolution since we had Mayank back in, I think it was 2016 or 17 perhaps, that evolution from there to now is great to see. So thanks for sharing your story and more on the Innovation Labs, and thanks also for joining for the Q&A session. Really do appreciate it.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thanks, Maxine. So that was Maxine Paintain from the DWP. Maxine is lead product manager for the DWP Innovation Labs. So I thank Maxine for joining us. A great presentation there. So thanks to Maxine. We're now going to be into a short session break. Very short, just 20 minutes or just under 20 minutes. We're going to be back at 1:30. That's UK time, or 2:30 if you're sitting in Central Europe somewhere. And we'll be back with the 4 facets of agility with Heidi Araya from Adaptivist, followed by the day's panel session welcoming NatWest, Together, and Imperial War Museums. And we're going to have a broad discussion around digital transformation and the focus within the pandemic and looking beyond the pandemic. I think we're all a bit fed up of discussing where we've come from and looking further to kind of the future. Thank all this morning speakers as well, and our sponsors for speaking. Do appreciate everyone that's joined us, and for you viewers that are tuning in. I'll see you in just over 15 minutes where we resume the final session of the day. Thanks so much, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's at this point in the day I really realise that I've had too much coffee, so backs to the water for me. That's about as exciting as it gets these days. Hope everyone enjoyed the morning session. We've had some great presentations, a really nice interview that started the day, and some great Q&A sessions with some great questions put forward. We're now into the final session of the day, where we've got a presentation on agility from Adaptivist, which is going to be playing next. And then to finish off the day, we have a panel session featuring speakers from Together, NatWest, and the Imperial War Museums. And in that, we're going to be exploring enterprise digital transformation kind of beyond the pandemic and moving away from the pandemic as well, looking at legacy and such within that. I'm looking forward to now being joined by Heidi Araya for her presentation on those 4 facets of agility. We hear about agile and approach and agility quite a lot through this event series, so always a pleasure to have an expert join and guide us a little bit better through that the tough landscape that is agile. So really looking forward to this presentation next. Heidi will be joining afterwards for a short Q&A session. So as ever, if you do have any questions, pop those in the chat. I've mentioned that numerous times today, and we've had some great questions. So hopefully me sending that home every time I get up on here, that's encouraging you to ask those questions. And likewise in the panel discussion, as we move along that, if you do have any questions, do pop those in the chat. I'm going to now start the presentation from Heidi, and then we'll be joined by Heidi afterwards for the Q&A. Any questions, do pop those in the chat. And also, if you're watching delayed, you can update on that live text feed. So over to Heidi now, and see you in about 20 minutes time. Thank you.
Hi there, I am so glad to be here today. My name's Heidi Araya, and I'm an Innovation Product Manager and Senior Consultant with Adaptivist. Over the next 20 minutes or so, I'll be sharing a story of an approach I have been working on to help companies transition to Agile successfully. The 4 facets of agility, a pragmatic path to Agile transformation success. So why am I here today sharing my story? I was lucky enough to be hired as a government contractor at NASA to rescue a waterfall project that had delivered vaporware, and we used Scrum to regain trust with the customer. That app was in production for almost 8 years with barely any defects before finally being retired. Since then, I've been heavily involved in helping many companies, both as an employee and a consultant, adopt and scale Agile ways of working. These companies ranged from a small startup that grew from 30 to 220 people to 100-year-old enterprises with over 200,000 employees worldwide, and from a financial services startup to a cybersecurity company and many other companies in between. So I'm now working as an innovation product manager and a transformation consultant at Adaptivist. And I do what I do so I can help others break free from this organizational angst and come to work feeling happy and fulfilled every day. So when you're thinking about my journey over the past 10 years or so, each company was slightly different as they were trying to transition to Agile, but they all had one thing in common. In every single case, people in these companies had an incomplete picture of what it took to actually be Agile. And they didn't know they were missing these key components for success. Many of them had called in consultants who imposed rigid frameworks upon them, or they conversely saw it simply as a team-level process change that wouldn't really impact them at all. Many of these teams and companies already had so-called Agile teams in place, using common Scrum or Kanban frameworks or mix of Agile practices. However, when I took a closer look, the teams didn't have the tools or the support they needed, or leadership would not support self-organizing teams and viewed Scrum as a new process to deliver requirements to teams that didn't need to involve customers or feedback. And along my journey, I also discovered unhappy people being forced to perform rote practices as individuals instead of being able to work as a team to produce something amazing together. And instead of giving people more autonomy, as the principles of Agile say, people often have less and less say in their daily work, all because management wants to be able to easily measure team outputs instead of outcomes. In fact, they don't know what they should be measuring, so oftentimes just come up with something silly like story points per developer because they feel the need to know what people are doing instead of focusing on whether customers like what's been delivered or not. People aren't taking the time to improve their ways of working at all because they're too busy to stop and learn. And I heard that again just the other week. We're struggling. We're way too busy to send this person to a workshop for 2 days. The fact is that most people don't understand all the changes that need to happen in the organization to encourage agility. And this causes massive disengagement among people in organizations today. So if you're looking at the slide, it's probably not a shock, especially to those of you who have worked in larger organizations trying to transition to Agile, or one trying to scale up their processes. What I'm going to show you is how to use a new concept to approach your Agile transformations, and hopefully it will help you as it's been helping us. As I was thinking through the various challenges that I'd encountered over the years, wondering why does no one have a complete picture of all the things that need to be thought through, and why do so few people in leadership see the value in Scrum Masters and Agile coaches, and why doesn't anyone consider the Agile mindset, instead viewing transformations as forcing others by command and control, which is opposite the Agile mindset? It hit me one day. Executives haven't experienced Agile like I have firsthand, working on the ground floor inside teams and then at all levels up to the C-suite, trying to guide Agile adoption. And that's when I came up with this idea for expressing the different facets of Agile: complexity thinking, people and leadership, technical and cultural practices, and tools and automation. And guess what? These 4 facets have been resonating with people because they now have a way to focus on these different facets during an Agile transformation. For example, maybe the tools aspect is working well, but teams need to work more cohesively together. Or maybe leadership doesn't have an idea about the Agile mindset, or perhaps teams need to understand how to write user stories or begin using automation. It's one thing to be relentless about continuously improving the processes by which work gets done. And it is quite another, and every bit as necessary, to be relentless about continuously improving the people who do the work. And when you do that, it's called a deliberately developmental environment. And we realize that's our goal with these 4 facets. So we started approaching our proposals and our client work this way. And while no model is perfect, of course, finally we had an approach that was resonating with customers and consultants alike. They don't cover every single area of an Agile transition, of course. It's a way to think about the various themes that businesses will need to focus on during their Agile transformation to create an organization that will improve its people, culture, and its processes. So the first facet is called complexity thinking. Complexity thinking is key for today's changing world, right? It has to do with creativity, critical thought, and logic. It relates to our ability to use new approaches to address sticky, new, unsolved, complex problems. So how does this relate to product development in organizations today? Complexity thinking frameworks are designed for the kinds of complex changing challenges and goals we are trying to achieve in today's ever-changing world. We face new challenges in our work like nonlinear relations, emergence, and because of this, we can't plan in detail too far ahead like we may be used to in the past. We must expect change, especially through inputs, feedback, market changes, and our processes must be empirical so we can flex and adapt as we learn. That's the goal of complexity thinking. Some of the things that you might come across in your complexity thinking is Scrum, design thinking, OODA loop, Scrum at scale, for example, and any framework or way of working that's built for inspecting and adapting that falls into this category. By the way, this graphic depicts this Alistair Coburn's Heart of Agile concept. Other people might use the word processes for this facet, but the idea of complexity thinking really does embed the mindset of dealing with a much different world than we're used to, and the word process just doesn't cover that. Many companies have already identified frameworks they want to use. The question I then ask is, what problem will this framework solve for you? And what are your goals with using this framework? It's important to identify the challenges you're experiencing now as well as some goals so you can identify how you will know you're improving. After all, it's not about the framework, it's about how to adapt to complex and changing times and remain adaptable and resilient. And that leads to success as a business. Processes must serve the needs of the organization so that the company is able to survive and thrive in an uncertain world. I actually asked someone not too long ago why their company wanted to do an Agile transformation, and he actually said, I don't know, I'll have to get back to you. Turned out that his boss didn't know either. It was just something the CIO said we have to do. Without knowing why and communicating to everyone what will happen if we don't do this, it's a recipe for failure. The actions are important, but the mindset behind it even more important. So here's what we recommend. We work with our clients to embed complexity thinking in their organizations through workshops and hands-on work rather than only giving training. We have found that working directly with people in their day-to-day work and context is the best way to transfer knowledge of complexity thinking and work ourselves out of a job, which at the end of the day is our goal. We guide people to experience new ways of working and create a safe space for everyone to speak up and share their opinion, even widely differing opinions. This often feels messy or uncomfortable, as we're going through this process and the team is co-creating meaning and new patterns of communication. But that's how a team transfers knowledge to arrive at a common understanding. And by the end of the workshop, the team has something concrete they've all bought into to work on together. At a recent client, over a period of 16 hours in 4 remote sessions, we could see the conversation changing perceptibly. The group of people had turned into a much more cohesive team and appreciated differing opinions and even challenging old ways of doing things. By the end of the workshop, they were excited to take the next steps in their journey to agility that they had identified together as a team. And when leadership saw the workshop results, they were impressed with the team's ability to take on the challenge and improve their process. Leadership now trusts the team to do great work. We got feedback later on that the team is taking ownership of their day-to-day work in a way they had not done before. So now on to people and leadership. So the people and leadership facet is pretty involved, as you'll see now. In this facet, I'll cover what we at Adaptivist are focusing on for this people and leadership facet. Few would disagree that a workplace is nothing without its people. However, many organizations often end up focusing mostly on processes and tools instead of their people. In fact, people have been talking about the importance of an agile mindset for many years, but even as recently as May of 2020, Steve Denning, a well-known author and Forbes contributor with a book called The Age of Agile, said, "Is it possible that we in the Agile community have been putting too much emphasis on such an undefined and ambiguous term as mindset?" Well, we think the answer to this question is a resounding no. Conventional ways of thinking won't help us handle today's complex and changing world. If someone is to shift from a conventional thinking to an agile mindset, it's not just about training, right? It's not enough for someone to go through a Scrum or a Leading Safe class and think they've automatically got it and agile thinking is ingrained in their brain, even though they do have the all-important certificate. We have seen that doesn't work. So we got curious and we began to ask some psychologists about mindset. And we discovered the constructivist theory, which says that each person constructs their own meaning of the world and is influenced by the interaction of prior knowledge and new events. And it turns out that people actually tend to move through different stages of psychological development throughout their lives. It's a journey of personal growth that people undertake. And this determines the way we view the world. To uncover the stage of growth of an individual, the leadership development framework is one of the tools Adaptivists have been studying and testing inside our company and with our clients. Adults usually fall into conventional and post-conventional ways of thinking about the world, called action logics. The conventional way of thinking is what most people fall into. It's the frame of mind that's concerned with control, measurement, and prediction. If I had to correlate this with something, it's the belief that you can disassemble things into their component parts and put them back together again, maybe like a car or an airplane. And that means you believe you can control situations and it's possible to predict outcomes. Post-conventional thinking is a bit more rare. To correlate with the previous example, it's your understanding that situations are complex and interact in many different ways. You actually cannot simply disassemble and reassemble them. It's the understanding that the world is more like a living system, and most situations are actually impossible to predict and control. And even more, you begin to recognize your assumptions about the world. And guess what? We discovered that the post-conventional worldview looks very similar to an agile mindset. By understanding an individual's profile, we can now guide them in their journey of personal growth. We do this via something we call dialogue partnering. It's our way of guiding people to a new mindset and leaving behind what doesn't serve them. However you decide to approach the agile mindset inside your organization, it's something that cannot be ignored. Here are the other tools we use to uncover how people interact and collaborate in organizations. One, we run organizational network analyses to understand the social network, that is the informal network in the workplace, how folks interact. That informs us about what kinds of collaboration is happening naturally or not. Does the part of the network you're in support experiments and learning? Does it support failure? Secondly, we uncover the group's motivational orientation. So we measure how oriented individuals and groups are towards control or autonomy. The idea is if people have the right mindset, but they choose not to act, mindset doesn't matter. Autonomy is a fundamental human need, and we need to find ways to trigger and support it in the workplace. The third aspect is measuring employee engagement, which is related to organizational performance in a meaningful way. The research-backed Gallup poll 12-question survey finds that organizations with higher engagement have much lower absenteeism, lower turnover, and measurably higher productivity, sales, and profitability. This Q12 measures the actionable issues for management, those predictive of outcomes such as satisfaction, loyalty, pride, and so on. We actually worked with an organization that had dismal engagement scores, the lowest I had ever seen. And management now understood, after seeing those results, how the way they interacted with teams impacted their engagement and the company performance. With this information, leadership was invested to change the way they thought of their work and the team's work to enable a shift to a higher performing organization. On to the next facet, technical and cultural practices. So no one can deny that the delivery of valuable software relies on good technical and cultural practices. And you might be wondering right now why we're mixing the word technical with the word cultural. Why didn't we put cultural practices under people and leadership? Simply stated, these are practices that appear technical but are large culture shifts at the same time. And people won't start doing them if they go against the organizational culture. Let me give you an example. Test-driven development and pair programming are both things that appear to be a technical practice, but are actually big cultural shifts. Why should someone pair up with someone else if they're being rewarded for finishing tickets individually? Why should we do TDD if we're being pressured just to write code as fast as possible? To heck with quality. Even the idea of writing user stories is not only new for some people, but often runs contrary to the way people have viewed their work for many years. In many places, the culture or team structure simply won't allow teams to try new practices like behavior-driven development or test-driven development and other beneficial practices common to Agile. Furthermore, many of these things are counterintuitive. You say the team mobs on something and it'll get done faster and better than if one person works on it. That makes no sense to a lot of people. Agile promotes practices like collective code ownership, regular refactoring, etc. Many of these ideas are new to teams and leaders who are used to different ways of working. In fact, a VP once told me that if we allowed a tester to pair up front with a developer, something called pair testing, that the developer would find a way to sneakily code around the tester on purpose. So either leadership doesn't understand or know that teams should be doing these practices, or simply assume they'll learn it on the job. But I've rarely seen that to be true, especially in environments where teams are under pressure to deliver. Teams should be guided and supported to incorporate these practices in their day-to-day work. And that's why I wrote about this particular facet. In this one organization where we compared stories that were pair tested and not pair tested, the winner was clear. Stories that were pair tested had many fewer related defects, and all we had to do was add a flag in the tool validating that it had been pair tested. These kinds of experiments help validate assumptions on good practices. So maybe you're beginning now to understand how the people side of things is embedded in every single facet and how this concept can be used to unlock the promises of Agile. Also included in the team technical and cultural practices facet is the idea of teaming science, which is definitely a cultural shift for many people in organizations. Many companies still use project-based teams or randomly move people from team to team based on reorgs or priorities of the moment. The fact is that a great team can outperform by far a group of random people working on related work who don't work as a team. To be successful, teams must operate in emerging ecosystems amongst these complex situations and interactions and understand factors that lead to team effectiveness, such as clarity of mission and purpose, boundaries, conflict management, and diversity of thought. It's simply not enough to gather a group of individuals together and think if management leaves them alone, they're going to self-organize, they'll figure it out on their own, and there are no guarantees, actually, that team members won't stifle diversity of thought, handle conflict appropriately, or even be able to make healthy decisions. People on the team often don't have the basic criteria for success to be a team. So with an appreciation for teaming science, we can determine how effectively teams are working together and whether or not they have these conditions to be successful. So as you can see, there's so much to talk about in terms of teams and cultural practices. I haven't even scratched the surface. But once we understand the other three facets, trust me, we'll be much more successful at the last facet, tools and automation. So let's talk about tools, which after the other facets might seem like a much smaller thing to talk about, but not really. Tools are actually supposed to be enabling folks to do great work. But as you can imagine, tools and automation are implemented by humans who, well, they're people, and tooling and automation decisions are impacted by organizational culture and structure. You may have heard of Conway's Law. Organizations design systems that mirror their own communication structure. That usually means handoffs and hierarchies, and many disparate tools driven by decisions in different parts of the hierarchy and organization. Few companies look at tools holistically, instead viewing them as necessary evils that cost money. Well, tools are here to help you work better, not to dictate the way you work. Often when we're called in, we find that the tool configuration doesn't align with Agile ways of working. And sadly, when they're not set up right, collaboration is negatively impacted. Worse, the company has no way to find information it needs in order to make good decisions about strategy, priorities, or delivery. Tools should enable the pipeline of product delivery and improve the capacity for delivery. Even for tooling, we should be building in continuous improvement and learning. One team we worked with had to handle a lot of incidents when code was pushed to production, and they frequently had to roll back releases. They therefore had devised a 12-column Scrum board over some time. It included columns not only for the development work in progress, but also peer code review, senior code review, 3 kinds of QA testing. But there were still a high number of production incidents. So they decided they would hire a release manager to try to prevent things from being released in a bad state. Every time something went wrong, they added tools, processes, new steps, and people to manage and block rather than fixing the underlying problem, which was a lack of automated testing. No surprise, that wasn't going to help them succeed. So our approach to tools and automation is to perform discovery sessions so these challenges can be uncovered. We look at the goals, maybe speed up the release pipeline time by 10 times, for example, or the underlying issues like the production incidents I mentioned, so we can unlock new capabilities inside the organization using the tools instead of looking at the tool like a solution. Metrics and measurement. Oftentimes we find that people don't even know what they should be measuring or how. Even worse, management doesn't even know what reports they want to see outside the team level or how it will help them or their customers. They fail to ask what decision the data will drive. This is a consistent issue I've seen over the past 10 years. And most companies want to know this information. They just don't know where to start, or they believe it's not possible when we're working in an agile way. So we focus on flow metrics like cycle time, throughput, and time and status, and we look to improve key areas. Flow metrics are metrics that measure the flow of value through the value stream to customers instead of focusing only on portions of the work stream. After all, it doesn't matter how many story points you have in your sprint if it takes months to get something to a customer and you never close the feedback loop. Teams I have worked with over the years consistently avoid doing peer code reviews in a decent time frame. Sometimes when the code review had to happen outside the team, it could actually take weeks. By adding a custom field for time and status and adding a Slack notification after a customizable amount of times, we saw that teams greatly improved their cycle times on work items. It turns teams from being reactive to proactive. So at the end of the day, the right metrics, tooling, and automation can help an organization along on its continuous learning journey if you know what to measure and why it's important for your organization. So here's what I recommend. Tools are supposed to be enabling this automation of manual tasks. So leverage your tools to reduce unnecessary meetings that information in the tool could answer. I was able to, for example, automate away a hated status reporting meeting by using Jira to pull data into Confluence with custom fields. That meeting used to take almost 2 hours every other Friday and was hated by the 70 plus folks who attended. That time was then able to be repurposed to help remove blockers. I know people who would duplicate all the team's work in spreadsheets for their own use, and one program manager told me it would take a solid 8 to 10 hours every other week to produce a report for his 5 teams. So take time to reflect with your team on ways to better utilize your time together and what would happen if you automated away as many manual tasks and meetings as possible. Tools are here to make knowledge work, which is invisible, visible. Look to uncover bottlenecks in delivery by analyzing wait times and work queues. So when you're setting up tools and exploring solutions, ask, who is the information for? What data do you want to see and why? What decisions will this information help drive? And perhaps what's the downside or unintended consequence of tracking this? There are so many things to consider in just the tooling aspect of Agile, but we need to wrap it up. So I've introduced you today to the 4 facets of agility: complexity thinking, people and leadership, technical and cultural practices, and tools and automation. These 4 facets have helped us think differently about Agile transitions and speak with people about needs and challenges they face in various areas of the business. The 4 facets align teams and leadership on both where we are now and where we'd like to be. And through workshops and discovery sessions, we identify clear next steps with our clients as a team instead of by executives dictating them. Work is done incrementally in a transparent way with purpose and clearly defined outcomes. And because of that, proper tools and processes are introduced together with everyone's buy-in and input. And because of that, the culture improves and everyone is aware of where we are and what's going on. This promotes autonomy of teams, increases productivity, raises engagement, and bakes in complexity thinking. We're applying these learnings in our organization and in our clients' organizations to help them develop what is called a deliberately developmental environment. We want folks to care about the work getting done, but also care about how it gets done, how folks interact with each other so we can unlock deep collaboration and engagement at work. A deliberately developmental environment has a culture in which everyone can overcome their own internal barriers to change and use mistakes and vulnerabilities as prime opportunities for growth. This kind of environment has problems we're trying to solve that are relevant, meaningful, complex, and take us just a bit outside our comfort zone. And when we do that, when we develop an environment like this, we find well-being increases, team performance increases, organizational performance increases, and people's experience at work is now more congruent with reality instead of being forced to continue to do things they know aren't working. And finally, the words continuous improvement and agile aren't empty words anymore. They actually mean something, and the company culture and work reflects this. The journey is never over, but I hope having these concepts will help your company focus on the right areas while you're learning and growing. Again, my name is Heidi Araya from Adaptivist, and I really hope you've enjoyed this talk.
Big thanks to Heidi for that presentation. A great dip into the world of Agile, and I can see Heidi, I think you're the quickest speaker to join for the Q&A session, so great efficiency there. Welcome, how are you today?
Thank you, I'm doing great, thank you so much.
I must say as well, I'm particularly jealous of your backdrop. I'm assuming that you're somewhere in the US with a bit more of a tropical climate than over here in England.
I'm based in Orlando, Florida, so yes, it is probably much warmer here than there.
Nice, good stuff. Well, thanks for your time, Heidi, and thanks for the presentation. A really nice presentation at that, and it's great to have you along for a few questions as well, of which we have a few. So it would be great if we could just jump straight into it.
Absolutely.
Perfect. So we actually ran a poll during your presentation, and the question asked was, does your company have a scaled agile framework you are using? The majority of answers came back saying yes, custom framework we devised ourselves, and a few others, some using Scrum, Scale, or Nexus. And one of the answers, fortunately, that wasn't picked is no, we don't need to scale our practices. If an organization came to you and said we don't need to scale our practices, what would kind of your kind of reaction to that be, and what would you say to them in order to sway them the other way?
Well, actually, maybe I don't need to sway them the other way. The purpose of scaled agile practices is basically to coordinate multiple teams across an organization. So if it's a small company, maybe they don't need to scale their practices at all. Or perhaps maybe the teams are working in a sort of autonomous manner where there aren't very many dependencies between and across teams, in which case the team working independently without scaling their practices at all might be fine. However, it's worth digging in, because what I've also seen is, and why I phrase the question that way is, maybe they just view it as a team level construct that management doesn't need to do anything else to change. So they're like, yeah, we're agile. Why do we need to scale agile? The teams are already doing their scrums and their daily meetings or whatever the case may be. And so that would definitely be an area where I would want to dig in. That's exactly what I found out in why I created the 4 facets is companies have either a mindset of we need to scale and maybe scale prematurely without considering the team level, or we don't need to scale at all because our teams are already doing these practices.
Sure, nice answer, thank you. The question here from the audience, Dan. Dan, thanks for asking. Dan said, hi Heidi, how do you overcome the data silo problem within organizations across departments and teams?
Great. I'd have to probably ask a lot more to understand the specifics of their particular scenario, but I would say, well, what is the goal of the data? Is everyone aware of why we need this data and information, and what kind of information are you looking for? So I would start with the goals. There might be data silos, but what would help the organization improve as a whole? Are we all on board with why we need that data and why it's important to get this holistically instead of just looking at it in silos?
Of course. Nice answer. And then with the 4 facets of agility, how have they kind of evolved over the course of the pandemic? Have they changed slightly? Have they? Is there more focus on one particular area? How have you kind of seen it progress over the course of the pandemic?
Great question. Actually, I haven't really seen these change. What I have seen is that companies approach they're like what I would see is I would go into organizations and then they had installed SAFe, for example, or a scaled agile framework, but they'd totally forgotten the team level. So the teams had no idea how to even work in this new way, and management just suspected that they already knew. So I was in the process of thinking about this starting in January of last year, based on the past 10 years of my experience, that I came up with this. And I have found that they hold true whether the organization is distributed or whether they're on-site and local. So that's been my experience, that they hold true, and I haven't seen much change during the pandemic.
Sure. And then finally, kind of looking across different industries, what we find a lot of at this particular event is the different industries that come together all have common challenges in and around, agile transformation. Is that true from your perspective? Are we seeing, a widespread, across industries? Are we seeing that widespread challenge? And is it one size fits all with regards to solution?
That is a great question. Again, this is kind of why I came up with the 4 facets, is because I had discovered these themes, right? So companies just viewed Scrum or their Agile as a team level process, and they didn't need to change anything. So I had, I thought of people in leadership change. It's not just a process change. We need to think of the Agile mindset. How do we grow this? The tools and automation. Well, a lot of teams aren't even enabled with the tools and automation they need in order to be successful. And, the same with the technical and cultural practices. I had companies come together and say, well, we're just going to, randomly move people from team to team, put them together for this particular initiative, then disperse the teams. Well, that ignores the teaming science. So yeah, these are kind of based on the themes that I've seen in industries, and all of the 4 facets need to be kind of looked at and holistically in order for a successful transformation.
Perfect. Well, that's all we've got time for, Heidi. Massive thank you for joining and for the presentation, and of course for sharing those insights during that short Q&A session. I think you had some of your contact details on that last slide that you shared, and we'll also put some details down below on the conference page for anyone wishing to reach out. And I think there's been quite a few Adaptavist resources shared during that session. So thank you, Heidi. A real pleasure to have had you with us.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Take care now. Bye now. So that was Heidi joining us from Adaptavist. That was the last presentation of the day. We're now going to be into the final session, which is our panel session, where we're welcoming 3 brilliant individuals working in different kind of areas of digital transformation, innovation, and more on the technical side, engineering as well. So it's going to be a real pleasure to have these individuals with us. Hopefully, I can see all of our panelists backstage. If you just want to enable your cam and microphone feed top right hand side, that would be marvelous. And as we wait for our panelists to do that, I'll explain who we've got. So we've got Nick Hodder, who is the Director of Digital Transformation for Imperial War Museums. We've got Matt Maudsley, who's Head of Innovation from Together. And we have Ji-An Gu, Principal Engineer at NatWest. I can slowly see our panelists joining us, so we're off to a good start. We've had absolutely no difficulties in getting our speakers through today, which is actually a first for the online series. We're finally getting there, as we kind of hope to actually break away from the online format. We're getting better at them as they're less and less needed. We just need Matt to come through to get a full house. Hopefully we'll get that, but perhaps we can start and start some introductions while we wait to do that. Matt, if you can hear and see me, it's the controls to the top right hand side. If you are having difficulties, I probably would recommend closing the tab down and coming back in. That sometimes works, and it's the good old good old fashioned reboot. We had Nick speak with us in kind of the middle end of last year on one of our online events. Nick is Director of Digital Transformation at Imperial War Museums, and Nick presented on digital transformation failure and how to get it right. It was a great presentation. So Nick, it's a pleasure to see you and have you back with us. Welcome.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, pleasure to be here.
Good stuff. And then we've got Jian, and I've worked with Jian quite a lot in the past. We've had Jian speak when Jian worked for HSBC, and you've joined us on quite a few panel sessions in an actual in-person capacity, would you believe it? And where handshakes were permitted and we could sit alongside one another on a stage. So a warm welcome to you, and this is the first time I've spoken to you since your new role, so welcome. How are you today?
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, I'm feeling great today to be part of this panel session, and of course I long to be there in person, and I'm sure we all do as well. But isn't it incredible that we can connect in this way online?
Definitely, and like I was saying, we're getting more used to it as well, and the often the clunkiness as well of these online events, and even just internal conference calls, where I think we're all getting a bit more used to how they operate, and the smoothness or less smoothness of them as well. It still looks like we're waiting for Matt to come through. Hopefully Matt will come through in a second. I'll just bear with me one second while I try and help Matt come back through. And just by way as well, while I do that, I'm going to multitask. If you have any questions for the panel today, do pop them into the conference chat. I'm more than happy to get those filtered through as well. So if anyone here does want to put a question to any or all of the panelists, then feel free to pop that in the chat and I'll put that forward. I'm going to actually get going with the introductions here for Nick and Jian as well, while I try and figure out how we can get Matt through. So perhaps, Nick, I can start with you. If you could give a bit of a short introduction to yourself, and because this is a digital transformation event, perhaps if you could give your definition and take on what digital transformation means to you.
Sure. So I've been, I guess, in digital, that's quite a loose term, for a couple of decades, which I guess is as long as you probably can be. So my first job was essentially webmaster. So that's right at the beginning. And the last 10 years of that have been focused on digital transformation. And it's a really interesting question in terms of defining digital transformation, because often you have to define digital first, and a lot of people struggle to even do that, including myself quite often. I have over that vast period of time sort of eventually, having failed to describe it so many times, boiled down to this. Digital is where technology meets communication, in my view. Mm-hmm. And so what's digital transformation? I think digital transformation is about redefining your organization in a digital era, basically. So right. It is about technology, but the reality is much more about understanding your customer or understanding people and how that translates into technology, and how you constantly adapt yourself and your organization within that context. So I don't know if that's any simpler, but that's where I've landed.
No, I like it. It's a good definition, and I think the sentiment on that is shared from quite a few point of views from speakers and panelists of past. So real nice definition of that. And then over to yourself, Jian. How do you kind of define digital transformation, and perhaps as well tell us a bit more about your new role and where you're at now?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris. So my new role as Principal Engineer for Retail Digitech at NatWest is all about digital transformation. I'm focused on the Shared Experiences and Digital Transformation platform, which enables all of our retail customers to implement new digital journeys. And what that means is really using technology and using innovation to be able to adapt to the latest challenges and also to meet customer potential. So we have a really big purpose-driven initiative to maximize the potential for our customers and also for our colleagues as well. So for us, transformation has a really big dependency on having the best engineers, the best ideas, to also use agile and DevOps cultural transformation as well, to be able to connect the right opportunities with the right people, to be able to really bring change to the organization, also change to the benefit of our customers as well. And also a big theme is to make sure that we're also connected with our purpose in terms of sustainability as well. So we want to embed that in everything that we do and all of our technical innovation, to be able to make sure that we optimize on performance when we're designing the next software program. And also when we're looking across our estate, to make sure we transform. So we're working towards inefficiency, towards a great developer experience as well. So it's really very holistic in the way we approach it. But it's incredibly exciting. It's sort of ever changing, and so much full of potential as well.
Nice, thank you, and it's good to have you back with us. I think I must have cursed it before when I said that we'd had no issues with speakers joining for the Q&A, and I've really badly landed that on Matt actually. So I do apologise to Matt, as he is. I can see in the background he is still trying to get through. So hopefully at some point in the next few minutes we will have Matt with us, and I'll ask that question as well. But in the meantime, we will crack on and get on with the questions, and then hopefully Matt will join. It's entirely my fault, that one. I know I cursed it. So back to you, Gian, with this one. We've seen an increased need throughout the last 12 months to break away from legacy mindsets, with many organizations, if not every, facing some kind of huge pivot or change in the way they operate and serve customers. What's been your experience over the course of kind of the last 12 months with regards to transformation and innovation and the evolution of such?
Yeah, so for us, we have a big focus on transforming our ways of working. So internally, we've created a lot of different agile teams, and the whole Scrum of Scrums, and being able to integrate end to end and having ownership, giving our engineers ownership end to end of the whole customer journey, and working very closely with business. We have some great business partners who really see us as one team and as the same team. So that's really breaking away from that legacy mindset, where you have requirements that come sort of waterfall top down from the business, and then there's a lack of feedback before the delivery, which is very expensive to deal with, especially with testing as well. So we're focusing on sort of shifting left, making sure that we test throughout our development experience, and making sure that we're really connected to the customer as well. So we're focused on creating more empathy between the business, between technology, between us, and between the customers as well. And we really are so passionate about transforming that customer journey and customer experience, so that for our developers, it's very rewarding to create that efficient development process. And also that we're making a really positive impact for our customers, and so much more important during COVID as well, where it's been a stark sort of reminder to us how important digital transformation is. So if you sort of recall, during COVID, one of the because of COVID, what we wanted to do to support our customers is to bring in mortgage holidays. And we incredibly enabled 320,000 transactions to be completed in order to support our customers to have mortgage holidays, which really triggered innovation for us. So we did this calculation that it would have required 4 to 5 months and hiring a team of 150 people to enable that if we had worked in the legacy way. But instead, we took the strategic decision to implement RPA and automate that journey. And the first journey that we automated, we released into production in 5 days, and it had a huge impact. And then we ended up having now 180 different RPAs operating across retail. So without COVID, actually, I don't think we would have gone on that journey as quickly as we did. So it's really interesting, the kind of innovation that having that sort of challenge in the external environment really triggered. So yeah, it's been able to sort of have the latest development capabilities met with the ideas that we get from people on the ground and the passion that we have from across our software engineers to really push this to bring this to reality. It's been an incredible journey for us over the past year.
I can imagine, yeah. No, that's a really good answer. It's, I think we've heard from the last few months, a lot of organisations are really forcing. Forcing is probably the wrong word, because it's a good adoption, but an acceleration of technology and change and everything. That's a good thing. While we discuss that as well, I think Matt is with us. Matt, can you hear me?
I think so. Yes, on the fifth time of asking. Good afternoon.
That's all right. Good to have you with us, and thanks for joining, Matt. Do appreciate it. We were just getting stuck into the first question, so you've not really missed too much. And I was just about to move on to Nick, but I'll put you on hold there, Nick, for 1 second. And Matt, perhaps if you can just give us a real quick intro to the audience, and also just a very quick definition of kind of what digital transformation means to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So Matt Maudsley, I am Head of Innovation at Together Finance. Together Finance are a specialist lender based in Manchester in the UK. We typically do things where your high street banks would not. It could be due to the person, the product, or even the type of property that we're lending on. So typically a non-traditional lender. The business has grown really well, quite a traditional business, and I think that's what makes my role really interesting, actually. The fact we've got lots of manual, disparate processes and systems. It's very people based, and therefore the cultural issues of transformation are really interesting and a good challenge. Prior to that, I worked at AO.com, the online retailer, in again a very similar strategic role, slightly more M&A acquisition, sort of broad strategic growth in terms of focus, but again quite similar. And prior to that, I was a very boring banker and investor into technology businesses. So I guess, what does transformation mean for me? I guess it's really finding the sweet spot in between technology and people, and actually making sure that the technology works through the lens of what you do and what your business is. And it's got to be done, in my mind, to solve two problems: to gain operational efficiencies, but also at the same time to make sure that the customer journey, that UX is top notch, really. And I think trying to find the balance between efficiencies internally for bottom line gains effectively, whilst also marrying that up against creating that great consumer focus and that journey for customers. That's sort of the challenge for me, and I think that's why it's such an interesting role, right?
Yeah, nice. Well, thanks for that, Matt. Good introduction. I'm going to go back to Nick now with that first question. I'll read it again as well for the benefit of for you both as well there. So I said that there was an increased need throughout the last 12 months to break away from legacy mindsets, with many organisations facing big pivots and changes in their way of operations. And just asking kind of your own experience over the course of the pandemic with regards to that transformation and innovation and the evolution of such. And we'll start with you, Nick, on that. I know the last time we spoke, the museums were back to opening, and obviously we've been thrown backwards again. So how have you found it, and with respect to that kind of side of things?
Yeah, I suspect in that sense, it's almost the same answer again, because we've literally just been through it again. But so actually, for the museum and for a lot of museums, it's pretty fundamental, potentially existential. People saw us. It's not necessarily how we saw ourselves, but a lot of people saw us as buildings with stuff in. And now, if you look at our vision and our mission, it doesn't say that. It says actually we're here to inform the public about the causes, course, and consequences of war. And you can do that, and in fact, it's a really powerful way to do that, to tell those stories in the context and with some of those kind of machines of war and some of those objects that are connected with conflict. And we definitely do want to be in a position where we have our branches open and people can have that experience.
Yeah.
But the thing it really underlines for us, I think, is that actually there are so many other ways you can achieve that mission. And although the museum and many museums were sort of conscious of this, COVID arrived, maybe it didn't get the memo and it arrived a little bit too early. And we weren't ready yet. So that's not to say in terms of like our operation and things, we're on, Office 365, etc. Actually, in many aspects of our technology, we're relatively mature.
Yeah.
So we were able to, in terms of our internal operation, continue operating quite successfully, which is good. I think we already had a really good focus on content, really good content people, a fantastic range of assets. We have millions of films and photographs. I'm pretty sure we own more than anyone. And in terms of our collection, there's probably only people like the BFI that have more significant sort of digital asset collection. Like this is probably a few others, but Pathé maybe. So, and all of that part of our operation was there. We have digitized millions of assets. They're ready to go. We've got teams of people who are content specialists. We have curators. So we're in a really good position to actually address our audience's needs and to start to deliver that message, or those messages online, those stories online. So I think that's what we did really well. I think what we weren't quite ready for is, I guess, tying everything together, and also to the point that was made earlier about, or I think everyone's made this point about culture. So creating this. It's interesting when you talk to some leaders about culture or digital culture, that I think they often think they're having a conversation about our people don't know how to use technology. Can you come and teach them how to use technology? We want a digital culture, i.e. we want people who know how to use stuff. And that's not what we're talking about as Spectrum. We're talking about culture. We are talking about actually much more about understanding, creating a customer-focused culture, an agile culture, a culture of adaptability, and building not just our technology, but actually first and foremost through things like service design and user experience, maintaining this constant understanding of our customer and implementing technology that helps us adapt that customer, or an appreciation that actually there isn't just one customer journey that we want to take. There's millions of them, and we need to take a role in identifying what their preference is. Mm-hmm. As part of what we've done here, what's happened in COVID, actually, we now have this opportunity because we're now building all this data around actually what our customers did do when they couldn't go to a museum. So that's actually very useful. And we're a big Microsoft partner, and there's lots of Microsoft technology that we can and are leveraging to help us answer a lot of these questions and start to build these adaptable systems. The culture bit is probably the most important bit, and that's probably the bit where, if I'm completely honest, we're a little bit behind.
Yeah, no, good answer. Thanks, Nick. And with yourself there, Matt.
Sorry, I missed the start of the question. Was it the impact of COVID on transformation and plans?
So I basically start with a statement saying there was an increased need throughout the last 12 months to break away from legacy mindsets, with a lot of organisations having to pivot and change their operating models, and basically asking what your experience over the course of the pandemic was with regards to that.
Yeah, okay. So I think that's an interesting one. I think the financial services space is, in my view, one of, at the minute, the most transformative sectors globally. I think that is being impacted by a lot of the fintech sort of new starts coming in, and sort of the ripple effect of those businesses. So in the UK, Revolut, Monzo, etc., and the peripheral services of fintech. And I think that is probably termed with the fact that specialist lending in itself is a typically behind the curve industry. It's still pretty manual, as I stated earlier. And I think the business that I joined, so I only joined actually during the first lockdown, so I joined in June. So that was interesting. But the reason I was actually hired was to help accelerate those plans. And I think when you speak about transformation in the financial services sector, it's a lot around automation, bringing some of that digital capability to what are legacy and fairly manual processes. And that was always needed. And I think the whole industry knew that that was coming at some point. I think actually what COVID did was accelerated those plans. I think what we saw was a huge shift in consumer sentiment and consumer behavior. You saw the online penetration immediately jump probably 5 or 10 years further forwards. And it was a similar conversation we actually spoke about when I was at AO a couple of years ago, Chris, around that online penetration. It had sort of plateaued, particularly in those older demographics and people who were typically less tech savvy. However, what COVID did was it forced people to have to operate in an online space, and actually now they have become more accustomed to that. That will continue sort of into perpetuity, really. And as you get younger demographics coming through, there's no way to hide from it anymore. So I think what it did was sharpen the conversation, particularly at board level in our business. And what it meant was we said, well, actually, we are reducing our lending as soon as COVID hit. We are a property-based secured lender. Obviously, we didn't know what was going to happen from a macro environment. So actually, that sped up the process of let's drive transformation forwards now while we are operating at less capacity. Let's then go back to market after the coronavirus pandemic has passed. And actually, we should be in a far more structurally appropriate business savvy way to be able to deal with customers and increase volumes going forward. So I think the short answer there is it accelerated the thinking, but the thinking was already there. And I think it just forced organizations to act because they knew that the world that will come out of the back of this pandemic will be completely different. You will have a generation of people that are far more accustomed to operating online because they have been forced to for a period of time. So I think it's great for all sectors, but particularly in financial services, in that the ability for customers of all demographics to be able to deal with you in whatever way they see appropriate or fit. That's what all providers should aim to be, and that's certainly what we are working towards.
Definitely, it's a good answer, and I think that's been echoed in a previous answer as well, and particularly throughout the day. In terms of long term, these innovations that we're putting in place and this different way of thinking for organisations is going to be beneficial long term. It's just kind of getting over that initial hump that the pandemic has caused, but with the budget announcement and everything yesterday, it looks like we can move forward in better shape anyway. So I think all these innovations and new ways of approaching work and the way we think, like I say, in the long term is going to be real beneficial to both businesses and, of course, the consumers, which is how we're having to evolve. So some good points there. And another thing that we hear a lot of on this event series, and particularly over the last kind of 3-4 months, is that around the digital workplace and how much that's evolved. And a couple of you have said about the acceleration of adoption of tools and technology within the organisation, which is very true. For you as individuals, how have you seen the digital workplace evolve? And remote working has thrown up many complex challenges that we're now starting to kind of overcome. What's been the most difficult of those challenges, and how have you overcome them? And perhaps we can go back to the start there and start with you, Gian.
So in terms of the tooling that we have, I think we already had a lot of home working available already. I think flexible working, especially when it comes to being more inclusive as well, that was really important to already have had that. So in that sense, it wasn't such a big transition. But I think going to more permanent home working, I think the biggest difficulty wasn't really a technology one. It was more that we were very concerned about each other as colleagues, about everyone's well-being and mental health. So we encourage colleagues to sort of take breaks away from the screen, to remind all of our co-workers to prioritize health. And especially when sort of schools were closed as well, we made sure that flexible working, being very understanding of each other's work patterns, was utmost more important, because luckily we already had the tools in place within the organisation to connect with each other. I think in order to sort of continue that connectivity, there are a few nuances that we focused on, which was making sure that we could see each other, we could sort of use video more. There was potentially like a habit of being on mute, or having that picture up on Zoom, and then sort of small details like that we would pay attention to in order to try to simulate that kind of connectivity. within the workplace. And then suddenly all of the internal tools really kind of had more of a life of its own. It came to the fore, using tools like Workplace to share all of our latest updates and use that as a theme to promote well-being as well. So I think that the biggest difficulty that we overcame is making sure that all of our colleagues stayed connected with each other. And there are a lot of opportunities that actually came with that. We were actually more location agnostic, because we all started to work from home. So then we could see a more sort of collaboration, more inclusion between our different global locations. So we have a large team in Edinburgh, a large team in London, a large team in India, and we actually used it to our advantage to create more collaboration, while making sure that we were sort of mindful of how everyone was sort of doing through the pandemic.
That's a really good answer. We had a chap from BT speak this morning, and one of the questions that came in with him was about that of mental well-being, mental health, and he was letting us know how BT use an app for their employees to, engage with those and make sure everyone's good and things like that. So it's good that organisations are thinking of that as well. It's been a good talking point earlier on today, so I'm glad that you could draw on that as well. And then with yourself, Nick.
Yeah, so Jen made a really good point earlier about empathy, and I think and I think you need that for your customers right now. Certainly in the banking and finance sector, and I think we do as well. But I think empathy for your workforce and your staff is so important. I think the second lockdown has been harder, and it's so important right now for us to be kind to each other. People have had months of dealing with screaming children who you can't blame them. They're sort of climbing the walls, having never seen any of their friends for months. So, totally get that. And I think that so it's so important to actually encourage your teams to take time out and go, especially when it's been dark in the evenings as well. Like, just go out in the middle of the day for a walk. So I think there's a load of nothing to do with digital transformation, but actually there's a lot there in terms of just taking care of the well-being of your staff, particularly your technology staff, who actually have been put under enormous pressure last year.
True.
And so I've been really conscious of, I have every sympathy for people who have been furloughed, absolutely. But I think, there's been a lot of pressure on teams and stuff who haven't been furloughed, who've actually ended up with a huge amount of work to do.
Sure.
So the empathy thing, I think, really important. Now, I think one of the interesting things about what Jan said as well is that I guess NatWest, to some extent, have been thinking about, this might not be true, but like flexible working and things for maybe quite some time. And I think as a museum, a really social workplace, a museum's a really social workplace. And almost I think no one ever felt the need to go out and get a platform like Workplace. Actually, a Workplace is a platform I've used before, and I absolutely, I don't own Facebook shares, but I do love it. Right? I think it's great. And the main reason I think it's great is because it's both an internal communication kind of platform, enables those connections, but also it's really social. And so I think that is, so our adoption of things like Microsoft Teams was great. People adapted to it really quickly. A lot of people said, "Oh, we've digitally transformed." We haven't. It's much more than that. But what it did tell us is that our staff are really adaptable. They can adapt. And I think for leaders, for business leaders who are thinking, "Oh, we don't want big dramatic change, because what if our teams can't, they don't get on with it, they don't like change," or claiming that their teams don't like change, when actually, when big change came, a lot of them embraced it, and actually it worked really well. So there's that. I think some really good positives there. I think for us, an organisation, and I think there'll be learnings from every organisation, but for us, I think it was actually what happens. We had a good idea about how we might communicate with our customers and our audiences where we're locked down, but actually we didn't think so much about our teams internally, and so that was a big learning for us.
Yeah, nice, good answer. Thanks, Nick. And then with yourself, Matt.
Yeah, so I think you guys have both touched massively on culture, and I think that was absolutely the most important and the most difficult thing to manage across the piece. I think if I think back to my time at NatWest, so I left in 2017. I'd been there for about 4 years at that point, and even then they had remote and digital working practices. I used to work from home 1 or 2 days a week, so it was very much an ingrained practice, I think, at NatWest. So they're absolutely far more mature than I think the business of Together is. That being said, I feel like we've adopted really well to it. I think we already had things like Microsoft Teams in place, so the tools were already there from a technology perspective. I think the real difficulty has been that we actually went through a period whereby we furloughed about a third of our staff. We unfortunately had to go through a consultation period where we got rid of about 20% of staff. And at the same time, we completely stopped doing business for about 9 months. That was all happening at the same time where people were at home, they were feeling the stresses of lockdown generally, and I guess that uncertainty. To your point, Nick, there were kids and dogs in the background of every meeting that you were on, and the whole pressure of the whole environment was difficult. And I think then bringing that back to change. So the point I made at the beginning of saying, because of that lockdown period and the reduction in trade, that accelerated our transformation plans. The actual consequence of that, which we didn't know, and actually in hindsight we should have done more about, was this idea of change fatigue. Actually, whilst all this was going on outside of the transformation work, we were still trying to push a dozen releases a month across different teams of new practices, new operational processes, new technology. We went live with a new app, a new lending system. We were trying to change the way we do valuations remotely. All of these things at the same time of it being that heightened, crazy environment where you're in the bubble, where I didn't leave this room, which is actually my kitchen and my dining room, for 12 hours a day. So all of that got on top. And I actually think with the benefit of hindsight, we would have probably been slightly more cautious and methodical in the releases we would have done from a digital transformation perspective, particularly in making sure that there were only a few per quarter on each team rather than them coming lump sum almost in one big bang release. So I think there was some real learnings that we've taken from that going forwards, which has been helpful. But our business typically is a culture whereby it's always office based. It's very people orientated. We do a lot of business with brokers and long-standing customers where it's a very traditional old school face-to-face relationship. So we've started to do some phased return to the office. I was in this morning. The reason I've put a shirt on for the 3rd time this year, which was nice. But actually we've got an office where we can cater to 1,500 people, and there's maybe 100 people in per week. So actually it's safe. There's that element of normality returning, but still we've got a big portion of our business still working remote. So these challenges, I think, will remain going forwards.
Yeah, nice. 3 very good answers there. And then kind of moving on to the identification of kind of such tools and technologies. Like you were saying, Gian, at the start of your last answer, you already were in a position where you had the tools and you had the tech to take NatWest and take the company through the pandemic without much issue. So I think adopting these digital tools was long on the agenda before the pandemic hit. These communication and collaboration tools, it's nothing new. But how do you kind of, as an organization or as a leader in your position, how do you go about identifying the need for a new tool, particularly in the workplace or workforce? And how do you kind of go about that? How does something new come to the organization? And perhaps if we can start with you, if that's okay with Gian again.
Yeah, sure. So for collaboration, it's something that across any of our divisions we needed, and that's probably why it was more mature. Right now, in terms of what we're trying to do is looking at all of the engineering tools and the continuous integration, continuous deployment. We're looking at developer experience now. So we're looking at making sure that we can attract the best engineers and give them the best tools to be able to help us to continue to innovate. So we've got a massive sort of concentrated focus on that. And we look at both internally in-house developed tools, because it's much easier for us to customize it, optimize it for our strategies. But we do look at partnerships as well. So NatWest has always been founded on collaboration with innovation partners, as well as building up its own in-house software development expertise. So for us, we know internally what's our kind of sweet spot, what's our balance that we're aiming for. And we partner with lots of different organizations to trial and test the technology and look at pain points and gaps. So we frequently look at our agile and DevOps maturity across our different teams. We have engineering communities that I'm currently in the process of building and giving more resource to. So it's all making sure that engineers, and into the earlier question of breaking away from legacy mindsets as well, making sure that engineers are actually the leaders in our organization, that we identify ourselves as a technology organization rather than a technology portion of a bank. It's really important for us because technology underpins all of our transformation and essentially our survival and being able to be innovative and competitive with a lot of the marketplace today.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Thank you. And then over to you, Matt, with that same question.
Yes, I think a real interesting one, and you mentioned there around trials and tests, and I actually think to some extent, I think the fact that we are broadly remote and some of the drivers in the market are demanding this, but it's prompted the, I guess, desire to do more small scale trials. And actually at the minute we've got, I think, 5 live with one that's just been concluded. That, for context, is across an organization of 400 people. So actually they were all tech driven. All of them are third-party solutions that we've started to trial and test. And I think the reason that we've got so many at the moment, and I ordinarily would think 2 at a time is probably sufficient, but the reason we've got so many is that the market drivers are demanding us to try new things. So I mentioned earlier around how do we do valuation? So we're a secured lender. So on every property that we lend on, whether that's a commercial or a residential property, we require a valuation. And at the minute, or for long periods of time, you couldn't go into a house to value a property. It made it more difficult, and therefore that typically elongates the process for a customer to get money to complete. Therefore, the very quick response was, how do we do more automated valuations? That's a tech-driven solution. So that really pushed a trial that we got up and running within about 4 weeks to try and do more. Similar for things like capital repayment holidays. So the government allowed us to pause payments for people that were on furlough. Actually, what the back end result of that is, as they come off of this furlough scheme and off the period and they roll back onto their ordinary sort of repayment schedules, there's certain regulatory things that require us to speak to every customer, analyze their financial statements, have a good conversation with them to make sure that the new setup is appropriate for them. Those typically were manual phone calls for an hour and a half with every customer. And they were done out of a call centre of maybe 40 people in our business. As at January of this year, we had 6,500 accounts that were having to have those calls. And therefore, you obviously get to a point where you're going, we don't have the manpower to be able to have all of these conversations and then process them. So that then required us to go to market in December and go, what tool can we find that can help us do that process? So we worked with an open banking provider to test. Within 4 weeks, we got a portal up and running that allowed customers to shave off about 80% of that time with us on the phone. They would leverage the open banking solution. They would send pictures of any information. It would digitally get scanned. We would not have human beings going through bank statements, which was the old process. That I think wouldn't have even been looked at as a solution or even a problem in the business, because it was something that just happened. It was the process. As with anything, it was sort of a bit of a chance conversation that said, we can't handle this volume that's going to come down the track. That prompted the innovation. So I actually think the time spent at home and all of these changing dynamics and requirements on the business to do things differently are creating lots of opportunities. For me, it's like a kid in a sweet store. I'm going around the business going, this is great. I know it's a problem, but that's great for me. Keep giving me your problems. We'll go and try and solve them. So I actually think the fact that all of these environmental factors have caused some pain, what that ultimately means is, coming out of this, we will be more agile, more nimble, and actually more accustomed to doing 4-week trials instead of saying, let's go through the legals, let's go through all of this due diligence. How do we quickly get something up and running just to test if it works in 4 weeks? And now we've proven it works. I feel like that new model going forwards will be far more beneficial in the medium term.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think there's a lot of that, even with the things like flexible working, remote working. Leaders have now seen that it can and does work, so it's going to allow workforces moving forward to act a bit differently, and with regards to technology adoption as well, it's going to allow you to kind of go about your job a bit better and with less bureaucracy and red tape and everything. So again, it's those processes in the long term that do get improved. And yourself there, Nick, on that question.
Yeah, so I think there are certainly for us, but I suspect others as well. There's opportunity and risk here,
yeah.
And as you might imagine, sort of it happens, and it pretty fundamentally affected our organisation. Lots of people around the organisation are now thinking, "Oh, we need to reach our customers. We need something," and technology is in such a great position now that they might or they can come to me and say, "Hey, Nick, I've got a problem." But they could just as easily go and sign up and start using a software as a service-based solution, which I'd rather they didn't do, not because I hate those, but because you end up being an organization full of people running their own small business on the side. And I think because also we're as you might imagine, we're a lot smaller than NatWest. So we don't build a lot of our technology. We buy it in. I think if you're a small to medium-sized enterprise, or slightly larger in our case, but still relatively small, you probably have to take an ecosystem approach, which is buying into, I don't know, Salesforce or Microsoft Dynamics or something, and you're pretty much there. And what you're thinking is, I need to use these solutions or solutions that integrate well with these. So we have like API middleware and things, so we can use alternative solutions relatively easily. And Jan made a good point about RPA earlier. I think if you want to solve a problem quickly, those opportunities are there for you. Microsoft's now doing more RPA stuff as well, so that's opening up to us. And I think Microsoft have developed their Dynamics 365 products actually at quite a pace. It's really impressive actually how quickly they're building that out. And so that's opening opportunities up to us. But the key thing really, as I said much earlier, is I want our teams to focus on their customers and collaborate with us to understand what the ideal customer experience, what the current customer experience should look like.
Yeah.
So we can build technology to meet that need. And often actually, because platforms like Dynamics 365 are really adaptable, there's a huge amount you can do without developers. You can do a lot of configuration and build what you need. You should be guided by specialists and developers. I wouldn't recommend that you sort of barrel in and start configuring your Dynamics implementation on the fly. But there are way more opportunities open to us, and we can't. I loved when Jan was talking about developer experience and actually viewing themselves as a tech organization, and I love that. And I think you're starting to model yourself around some of the very impressive, like what were tech startups now. Huge organizations like Amazon and Google. I used to work for Google, and I used to have a team of developers. I was their boss. They all earned more money than I did, because in that organization, engineers are far more valuable than people with minor management skills. So I think that's great, and I think we're trying to move in that direction as well. But we probably can't pay the market rate that West do in terms of our developers. So in some ways, building a really good experience for them or making them feel really valued is almost more important for us. So in terms of identifying and applying technology, I think we do have limitations, but actually some of these ecosystems are maturing really nicely, and I think that's been really useful to us, and it will continue to help us in the future.
Thanks, Nick. Good answer. And I'm conscious of time and don't want to keep you too much longer. So perhaps I'm going to go in with a final question here, and it's one of those final questions that we looked at, and that's going to be, what in your opinion is the most important part of successful digital transformation? And I know that is a huge question and also kind of a golden ticket question. We've focused a lot of kind of on the people culture side within this panel session, and I keep saying on the conference series we talk so much about the people and the culture within digital transformation, and of course that is probably the most important part. Is the organization at the end of the day, in your opinion, if it is people and culture, which I suspect it might be with you, what kind of element of that people culture is the most important side of transformation? And I'm hoping that makes sense. And perhaps start with you on that one, Matt.
Yeah, so people are always the most important factor. I agree. I think going one layer further down, I think the involvement of the teams at all levels. So I think it's really easy for me to go and convince our executive to do this big shiny new thing that is great for customers, looks great, we can do a press release, and actually will save us more money. Fundamentally, you've ticked all the boxes there. That's going to fly through any committee that you require. However, they're not going to use that on a day-to-day basis. It's not going to be them that are stuck with the problems, who are trying to embed this new piece of change, who are building a new operational program around this, who have got to deal with the bugs and fixes. It's the people who are using this on the ground. So I think the most important aspect is almost a top-down, bottom-up approach. Yes, get the execs, keep them happy. They're the guys with the checkbooks, but actually just go and speak to people who are going to use this on a daily basis. And I think I've probably fallen foul of this historically in prior roles where an MD's asked me to do something. I'll do what he says and just go, here you go. What we've not actually done is really got that on the ground qualitative feedback from the users. We say we do it, but actually do you sit with them and go, tell me the good things about this process, tell me the bad things. And actually, even just having those conversations, even if it's once or twice before a release, you very quickly find that they're far more engaged. They feel like they've been involved in the process. And actually, it's the simplest concept in the world that I think has a really big impact around that change fatigue, but also the adoption of change going forwards. So I think that's probably point one of that. I think point two is keep going back to them with the benefits that this is giving. I think, so we recently launched a new digital application journey in one part of our business. And actually, it was great for customers, but it was because of the new process, there was some embedding problems with the teams using this. And actually, after a while, they're going, oh, it's a new process that we've got to learn. I was used to the old one. Yes, it might be better over time, but at the minute, it's hard work because we are still learning. And actually, if you went to them and showed them some of the feedback from customers, showed them the time saving and actually over time, the amount of additional work that they would be able to get through, and ultimately to get more bonus, because that's how these guys were targeted, they're quickly going, okay, I understand that now, I'm on board with it. And very quickly, they started to give real practical feedback in terms of, oh, I think you could actually make the process better by doing this. Whereas prior to them sort of being bought into the benefits and the knock-on impacts across the business, they was just sort of going, it's something that's being thrust upon me rather than me being at the helm trying to make this thing better. And actually, those two slightly nuanced views of just involve the teams a little bit earlier and give them a little bit more structured feedback. And also, guys, look how good this new thing is that you're involved in. That slight change of, I guess, tone and methodology really drives the adoption, I feel. So I think, yes, culture, but actually there's some quite practical things you can do there just to make this stuff easier for them.
Yeah, no, that's really good, an honest answer there. Thanks, Matt. And with yourself, Nick, on that golden ticket question.
Yeah, so absolutely culture, and so if culture, what then? So for me, it's all about like mindset. Okay, so like many organisations, I don't think there has been change in kind of recent years, but there is, like, we got away from blame culture and we changed it. We started changing it to a culture of accountability, which is blame culture. It's just instead of being blamed, you were held accountable. Okay, so and so there's still a lot of fear of failure. If someone undertakes a project or a campaign, there's always a PowerPoint presentation at the end of the project or campaign, and no matter what the result, it was a glorious success, right? So whatever happens, even if you sold half as much product as you did in the month before, you reached more under 35-year-old women in Norfolk. So that's the big slide at the end of your presentation. So I'm not describing IWM per se, but I think actually all organizations to a certain extent. And I think IWM might be better than some of the others I've worked at, but some of that still exists in every culture. So moving from that culture to things like growth mindset, right? So instead of a talent mindset, growth mindset, I'm probably going to come across a massive Satya Nadella fanboy because I just picked up Microsoft a few minutes ago. But the big, before he became the CEO of Microsoft, that whole organization was kind of obsessed with Apple and building a cool phone, which they were failing at, like failing hard, right? And he refocused, like in terms of the business on things like cloud and the dynamic stuff that I've just been talking about. Fantastic. But the most important thing that he did was actually changing their mindset and the mindset around developers. So instead of going out there and trying to get the best developers, they started to work with the developers they had and work with their mindset and getting them to adopt a growth mindset, which is not having a fear of failure, trying new things, just basically a learning culture. And this has been, we all know here in sort of in digital and the sort of engineering world, this has been a thing for ages, right? But actually in the rest of our organizations, it often hasn't. And what we need is for the rest of the organization. So it's the things that underpin agile and like DevOps operations that you're constantly releasing, because you're constantly assuming that the last iteration you did was probably not good enough, because it never is, right? So you always need to be iterating. Some people don't like that, right? Because if you've worked for 30 years in a culture where you're terrified of saying to anyone that you failed, that's a pretty significant change to make, and it's a hard change to make. And we're at IWM, we're a 100-year-old organization. I'm not saying our staff are that old, although we've been working there that long. But it is in many ways a traditional business, so that's a big, significant change to make to our culture. And many people actually are really interested in that. There's a lot of people at IWM who really support this way of working, and in recent times, as you might imagine, that has accelerated. There's been more interest in it. There's more people talking about the conference circuit, about culture and things. So that's good. It's all going in the right direction, but we're not there yet. And I think that is the most significant change that we can make, that adoption of growth mindset, like autonomy. That's where we want to get to. But for older organizations, it's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, no, nice answer. Thanks, Nick. And finally, with yourself, Gian.
I absolutely agree with both Nick and Matt. People are so important, and that growth mindset, cultural piece definitely resonates with us as well. So for me, what I'm encouraging all of our NatWest engineers to adopt, and also it's really the definition about an engineer. So what we're driving at NatWest is an inclusive engineering culture. Because what that means is that everyone in our organization are expected to surface ideas. Now, ideation and getting new ideas for continuous improvement to see that small I innovation can be quite a hard thing for a large organization to achieve on a continual basis. So it's really important for us to support and empower all of our people to identify with that. And that inclusion piece is really important, because I've come across so many conversations where I've spoken to someone about solving a problem, and they have a really good idea, but they always introduce themselves as a non-technologist. Oh, sorry, I'm not a technologist, but I know what this problem is really important, and I've got the solution. And then I'm always like, hold on. You've been working in technology. This is a technology problem and technology solution, and you care about the customer. I count that as an engineer, and you have an engineering mindset. So that inclusion is really important, and that breaking down that cultural barrier of them versus us, business versus tech, developer versus non-developer, tester versus developer. All of these silos need to get broken down, and that's sort of the biggest thing for me, to make sure that we've got an inclusive team that can seed all of the changes we need to sustain our continual digital transformation.
Good answer, really good answer. And with that, we have hit the time. I don't know where the time went. It seemed to go pretty quickly, but a massive thank you to all three of you, to Nick from Imperial War Museums, Matt from Together and Gian from NatWest. Thanks so much for joining me for the hour and for answering those questions. It's been a pleasure to have you with us, and you're all familiar faces as well, so it's been nice to have you back with us. And like I've said throughout the day and whatnot, I'll hope to see you actually in person at an event very soon, where we can perhaps not have to socially distance and share these insights in that environment. So a big thank you to all three of you for joining.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Perfect. What a great day a great way to end the day. And a big thanks to all three of our panelists for joining and for sharing those insights. Really interesting to kind of navigate through those questions. And I think a lot of emphasis, as ever, on people and culture. Something discussed throughout the day to various degrees, but it always comes back down to the people side of digital transformation, and it's been good to touch on that in quite good depth and from different organizations as well. So thank you to all of today's speakers. It's been a real pleasure having everyone along with us. We've had some great presentations from a variety of industries and from those working in different backgrounds. Just on that panel there, we obviously had Gian, who's working on the engineering side, and then we've had people working on the digital product side. We had a government speaker from the innovation labs as well. So it's been a real good way to kind of explore digital transformation today. It's just another one of our online editions as well. We've been running the event over the last 12 months online, serving different time zones. This is our fourth UK and European edition of the event, and we'll continue to bring these online sessions to you as we navigate back to I hate to say it, a new normal, and reintroduce events in a safe capacity when it's appropriate to do so. We're hoping to return in September in the live capacity, but we'll be continuing to take a look at that and reevaluating every stage to make sure we can, and that will likely just be in the UK. So from me, that's all today. It's been a pleasure having everyone with us. Thank you to all of our speakers, our interviewees, our panelists, of course our sponsors, who without we wouldn't be able to put on these events in the way we do, and of course all of you people that actually tuned in and attended. It's good to see decent numbers of people tuning in live. I know you can watch this back afterwards, and that tends to be the way it goes with on demand now, the thing, watching back in your own time. But we'll see you again next time. We've got a few events to announce over the coming months, and I look forward to doing that. So thanks everyone, and see you next time.